Let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let them go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, no one is great like Yahuwah. You ain't gon' find no one truer. You think you gon' win, you gon' end up a loser. He repays the faithful just like the abuser. So you can't mandate this. He gave us free will, no man take it. Don't fear the created, cause he was the first. And who Yah bless, no man curse. I am that I am, that's what he told Moshe. Made Yasharel free. You're trying to set us back, no way. You better know Aloha don't play. That's why I'ma stay right in his sight, cause he gave me the breath of life. Don't fear no jab or no knife. I serve the one that said let there be light. Fear no arrow by day or terror by night. 1,000 may fall at my side, 10,000 at my right hand. He's more than a man, he gave us the book with the plan. When only one set of footprints in the sand. Know why? Cause he carry me, man. Let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo. Let my people go.
Let them go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let them go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, this one goes straight out to Lido. Seems Yah has hardened your heart, but I guess since it is written, your plans will soon fall apart. Seems like you think you a pharaoh. You've been confused from the start. Is it the rainbow or blackface? You seem to be stuck on your script. You are too late cause the curse has been lifted, and I can't stop Yah's ruachs in this. Ramses ain't believe either. My Aloha speaks through the ether. I see for myself, he made me a believer. Yah give the blessing, I'm the receiver. I pray for his mercy and grace, and daily I'm seeking his face. He keeping all of us safe, and you don't run nothing, why? You better know your place, cause Yahuwah been on the case. I know that you can't relate. All you've been pushing is hate, but it's all on Yah's time, Yah pace. And he don't answer to you, Mr. Blackface. Let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let them go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, let my people go.
Let them go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let them go.
And if you ain't no ass Pharaoh, I used to get high off the la-la, now I only wanna reach my Yah. I know that the path is Yahusha. We shed his blood, that's how I'm led, cause he is my king. I fall to his feet, you worshiping bling, I'm worshiping him. His ruach he sends and it flows from within. I gave Yahuwah my consent. He provides everything, that's why I don't aim for no charts. He chose me, I'm set apart. Why he chose me, he knows my heart. Alpha, Omega, beginning to end. He's way more than a trend. Yah over everything, please don't pretend. My Aloha, my first know?
What you wanna know?
Why you don't know him yet? Let my people go.
Let him go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let him go.
And if you ain't no ass pharaoh, let my people go.
Let him go.
Don't mess with Yahoo, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let him go.
And if you ain't no ass pharaoh,
let my people go. All right. Hopefully y'all can hear me. All right, let me see. All right, let me come to the chat, to the comment section. All right, in the comment section, can y'all hear me clearly? Sound like I don't know. Y'all let me know how it sounds. Hold on, I gotta scroll to the bottom. Shout out to Missy B in the building. Shout out to everybody. Francine Hawkins in the building. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. All right, peace and blessings, everybody. Y'all let me know, do I sound clear? Does it sound good? Or all right, all right, sounds good to you? Okay. All right, so it sounds kinda. All right, here we go. All right, let's get started. Since the sound sounds good, let me present, invite guests, bang, copy, come back to close that, come to the chat section. Oh, what did it do? Open it back up. Comments, there we go. Then do Control V. Shout out to Cut from a Different Cloth. Shout out to people coming in. All right. So tonight's live stream, Epstein's Second Island, PDF Land, the darkest place in America. Unseen details exposed. All right? We got some exposing to do tonight. All right. Now, let me get myself together as I think I put the link. Yeah, I put the link. There we go. Shalom, Elder Tamaya. Oh, hold on, that's Yasha. I still got Yasha thing on the screen. All right, let me do this. How do I do it? Stop share. Bang. Shalom, Elder Tamaya. Shout out to Oakland, California in the building. All right, let me check. How does my audio thing sound like that? I don't know. All right, whatever. Let me turn it back. Let me turn it down some so I don't hear it messing with me. All right, so. All right, y'all let me know if the sound messes up or anything, all right? Because I got the new audio thing, and I shouldn't clip tonight. Even if I get loud, I shouldn't clip. If I talk low, it should balance itself out. So I'm gonna see if it works. Hopefully it works. Some people had a couple of complaints about it, but we'll see. I hope it works, right? So that way the audio, it stays continuous for you guys, because sometimes I get loud, right? And it'll stay continuous. All right, so peace and blessings, everybody in the building. This is, okay, thank you guys. Very clear? All right. So now let's get started. We're gonna, I'm gonna share screen first. Yeah, let me share screen. Go share screen. Bang, window, bang. It's this one, share. All right, so let me make it full screen. That's the thumbnail. All right, let me make it full screen. All right, this is the thumbnail. So, peace and blessings, everyone. First of all, I want to say happy Earth birth to Zayana. It's her Earth birth in a couple of hours. So happy Earth birth to you, our sister Zayana. She's been with our ministry going on 4 years now. Shout out to Zion, a happy earth birth to you. May the Most High breathe the breath of life into you for another year, that you go forth and be his image on earth. May we're thankful that the Most High allowed you to come on down to this second world, this hell on earth. Come on down to the hell on earth and get this earth smoke to fulfill the righteous laws of the Most High, to be a righteous remnant on this earth. While we expose the darkness, shout out to all of those who are living in the light, who are being a righteous light on earth. You heard that part. So happy earth birth to you, Zion. May the Most High breathe the breath of life into you for 365 more days. You heard 364 really more days that the Most High. All right. Shout out to Phyllis Richards. All right, guys. Now, I want to also announce Happy New Year to everyone. Shout out to Joe Ramos. Happy New Year. I know some people who find this be like, Happy New Year. Unc, you drinking that funny Kool-Aid. Like, Unc, what you drinking on? Happy New Year. Yes, it's the new year. All right. The new year doesn't start in the dead of winter like they try to teach us, right? The same people that got us thinking the new year started January 1st is the same people that's doing this Epstein, these same ditties, you heard? That was the Roman ditties, you understand? That did this Janus god. This is the god of Janus. That was Julius Caesar in them bringing that in, right? That the dead of winter starts a new year. The dead of winter never started a new year for no culture of people in antiquity. None of the ancient cultures, and no one ever had. When they created January, right, after the god Janus, when they, these Romans, right, Julius Caesar and them, when they created that, that was the first time in the history of any culture on earth that any culture celebrated, said the new year started in the dead of winter. All right. The new year started tonight. Tonight, sundown, right? At sundown, evening to evening was the first day. This is Bible. Sundown started the new year. And that's according to the Zadokite calendar. Okay, a solar lunar calendar and the Zadokite priesthood. Look in your Bible. For those who know your Bible, they are the only priesthood that the Most High said got it right. They are the only righteous priesthood. So we follow the Zadokite calendar, because I know you got other people like, no, New Year's was a couple of days, or it'd be a couple of days from now. No, according to the Zadokite calendar and the full moon, the new year starts tonight. To start it tonight, when your sun goes down, wherever you at, sundown, evening to evening is the first day. So at sundown, the sun is already down here. So happy New Year, everybody, right? Shana Tayava, Tabaya, right? Shana Ya Tabaya. Happy New Year to all of you worldwide. All right. Now, for those who want to find out if it's really the new year, there's a calendar that Yesharallah and our ministry made. And this is where you find that calendar right here. So let me go here, right? Let me click it, and it's for free. We don't charge anything. I'm not trying to sell y'all nothing. But for those who want to have a fuller understanding of days and times, right? Because the Bible says they will change days and times, right? And so these people got us worshiping all of these ancient gods, right? These symbols. With this going down with now the second island. Tonight's lesson, Epstein's had a second island, okay? A darker island that they ain't even talking about. You understand? And all of these people that have these islands and worship, trying to harm the little innocent children and doing stuff with the diddy stuff to the little boys and harming the little girls and the men and women, they serve these dark gods, and they serve the gods, and they name everything after their gods, right? So that's why, even, sorry, no disrespect to none of my Christian brothers, sisters, but those same Romans changed the Sabbath day, the seventh day, to do Sunday worship. right? And they got people like, well, I could do Sunday, which is no. Yeah, but, well, we worship the Most High every day. The Most High said the seventh day is set apart. 6 days he worked, 7 days he rested. He said, remember it, keep it holy forever. He never changed it. Guess who changed it? The Roman Epsteins, the Diddies. Okay, so again, same thing. They change the new year. The new year starts at the new harvest, the spring, when the earth, when the trees, when the leaves, when the bears come out of hibernation. The whole earth, it denotes when the new year starts, not in the dead of winter. So stop share. Let's go. Let's get started. We're gonna get started in the lesson right now. All right. So, but I'm gonna share this with y'all because we made this for y'all. Yasharallah. Share screen. Bang. This is how you find it. Yeah. So this is our website, right? Let me see what y'all see. It's MashiachAssembly.com, right? It's for free. You ain't trying to charge y'all nothing, right? Make it full screen. That's MashiachAssembly.com, right? Right? And you just go right here to a tab that says calendar, right? And you click it. You click calendar, and this is the 2026 calendar, right? And you could download the PDF. Appointed Times of the Most High. Yasharallah wrote this. Shout out to Chicago in the building, right? March 19th, Thursday, New Year's Day, the first day of spring. The first day of spring marks the first day of the biblical year. The year begins at the spring equinox, the season of renewal and new beginnings in the Creator's calendar, right? Then the Passover is April 1st this year, all right? A memorial of the Messiah's death. Passover represents the judgment and the sacrificial death of the Messiah. Then April 2nd, you got the Feast of Unleavened Bread. April 4th, you got Resurrection Saturday, what they call Easter or Ishtar. April 5th, you got first fruits of barley. May 1st, you got the second Passover. Most of y'all didn't even know about that. May 14th, the memorial of Messiah's ascension, the second ascension. May 24th, the Pentecost, Feast of Weeks. June 17th, the Intercalary Day, Takufa, right? Takafaya, right? Before the summer. June 18th, the first day of summer, the start of the summer season in the biblical calendar. And then you download the calendar, and it's a calendar with all the times and explains everything, all right? And it goes way down to the end of the year, all right? All right, to the first day of winter. All right, so happy New Year, everybody, right? Now, happy New Year. All right, so now let's get started, all right? I was going to download the calendar, but let's get started with the lesson. All right, so y'all can do it on your own. Get your own calendar, open it up, look, don't print it out, put it on your wall, whatever you want to do. All right, let's get started. Stop share, come back. Go to bang, share screen, share screen, window, bang, share. Shalom, Hakyama. All right, Shalom. All right, let's go. Now, shout out to Brother Jerry in the building. Now, this thumbnail says, nobody talks about this island. All right? Shout out to Run Rock. This island, right? And I put unlisted location. Now, y'all see this island? Y'all see this image? It even got some writing on its heads. This is a real image. This ain't AI. This is a real island and a real image. Shout out to Yalana, right? Nobody talks about this island. Tonight's lesson, Epstein's second island, the darkest place in America, unseen details exposed. PDF land. You heard? So, Epstein had more than one island. Y'all might have heard, right? Y'all heard of Little St. James Island. That's where, all the stuff took place, right? But he had a big island, okay? He had a little island, St. James, and he had a big St. James Island. There were neighboring islands around as well. On our other live stream, we brought out that he had submarines that would take you to the island. And what's his name? Biden's brother, I think it's James Biden, he had one of the neighboring islands, okay? So reason why they have these islands. And Ghislaine Maxwell knew how she was trained in driving submarines, right? they used the Marine Kingdom. Now, this is an actual island, all right? Now, let's get started. Nobody talks about this island, though. You heard that part, all right? Now, the Epstein's second island is, they called some, I tried to find it, but they taken a lot of stuff down. It's hard to find the info, but I had some info that they called this Candyland. Yeah, that's some crazy work right there. They called his second island, the big island, they called it Candyland. And immediately after he so-called died, right? And I think got locked up and so-called died in 2019, they bought the islands. Somebody bought the Little St. James and somebody bought Big St. James. And they said they're trying to make the island into a resort. But listen clearly, you don't hear no officials, you don't hear none of these authorities going in, and the island should be closed off as a crime scene, right or wrong, guys? Both of them, even the ranch, they didn't do nothing, right? They didn't even go in there and do nothing. And even so, the big island, they've been silent about it. But you know, we ain't about to be silent. you know, doggone well, the house of the Most High, we gonna expose it all. If ain't nobody talking about it, we gonna talk about it, right? Now, this island called Big St. James. Now, the crazy thing is, the one where all the stuff was taking place, all the hoopla about, that was Little St. James. The other island is even bigger, and they call that, they called it Candyland. That's crazy work. I got a clip. It's somewhere in one of my files. I couldn't find it right now. I'll find it later and grab it. And I looked all online. You can't even find stuff. They scraping stuff. They don't talk about this island. Okay, yeah. And they talk about they making it into a resort and stuff like that. And then the other one took the other dude took the ranch and told me he gonna make it into some Christian retreat. You understand? Now, what we're looking at right now on your screen, most people would just scroll right past it and they won't even ask a single question. But this, what you're looking at, is not just a statue. It's not just a statue. This, what you're seeing, was found on the island, and it doesn't show up the way it should on most maps. You understand? How they hide their hand. This is an island tied to people with power, with money, and influence that stretches across the whole entire world. Listen clearly. That's why some people, you know, getting offended, and they're like, and you can write your questions, Missy. You can write any questions you got. Whatever we can answer, we'll answer, right? We'll log them down. Now, most people like, America, America, America. This ain't America. This thing ties across the whole entire world, this dark stuff. It ain't just happened here. It's all over the world. Now, when the investigators started to dig, like us, we are doing investigative discernment, disclosures, reporting, or whatever you want to call it, right? When us as investigators start to dig, they didn't just find buildings. When they started to expose the ranch and the island, they didn't just find buildings. They found patterns, they found symbols, and they found connections. All right. Well, Missy, we don't stop them. The Most High stops them. What we do is we expose them, and we fight darkness with our righteous deeds. We be a righteous light on earth. We take care of our neighbor, our loved ones, the children, the animals, the earth, right? We take care of the Most High's children in this planet. We take our dominion back for the planet. We don't stop them. We can't. The Most High stops them. All right. But we do our work of being righteous and exposing the darkness. Okay. Now, when they started to dig, they didn't just find buildings. They found patterns, they found symbols, and they found connections. They found things that shouldn't be there. All right? Like when you don't feel helpless, that's what they want you to feel helpless. The greater is he that is within you. You have to find your power, sister, in your righteous acts and deeds. Each person doing one little thing is how we fight it. Matter of fact, let me do it. You just brought in something, sister. I was gonna save it for the end of the lesson, but I'm gonna do it right now because you said this is how we fight it. Watch this, guys. I was gonna bring it because as I bring darkness, I try to bring balance. This is how we fight it. Watch this. Share screen. Stop share. Stop share. Share screen. They shadow ban us again, huh? Window. All right. Bang. Share. This is how we fight it, sis. Y'all see this? This waitress has fed 270,000 meals to homeless Floridians thanks to a family that gives their all. Y'all see this lady? Y'all see this food? This is how we fight it. A Florida waitress has served more than 270,000 meals to the homeless alongside her husband and her two vibrant sons, who all exemplify their love of the Most High, their Christian faith, right? Now, she's an immigrant from Barbados. Gloria Vargas has run the operation since 2012, largely from her home in Fort Lauderdale. She said, I started with buying a little bit of spaghetti and ground beef, and I started with 40 meals, said the 62-year-old woman. The next week, it went to 60 meals, then to 80 meals. Before you know it, I was at 200 meals every weekend. On a waitress salary, she was using all her resources. Gloria now purchases huge amounts of chicken, fish, fresh produce, rice, bread, and bottled water, enough to nourish 175 to 200 people. Her sons write, God loves you on an encouraging scripture on each of the meal's styrofoam lid and minister to the downtrodden by listening to their stories. During the COVID pandemic, when other organizations were shutting down, she expanded her operation to serve up to 600 meals, feeding communities in both Fort Lauderdale and Miami. That's her. Her and her sons are out there feeding the poor. When it's cold, when it's windy, when it's raining, it doesn't matter. We have to show up, Vargas said in an earlier media interview. Then, thanks to a generous seed grant from the Buyers Foundation, she set up a nonprofit a nonprofit called Care in Action. Now, a daily operation, she prepares approximately 120 breakfasts, 125 dinners, which are distributed to waiting crowds. She does it in under 40 minutes. So look at all these food meals. And her sons write, the Most High loves you on all of it. God loves you. That's how. The family assists people with rent, utility payments, hotel rooms, bus passes, and new clothes. Her husband, Antonio, is a certified auto mechanic and has used his skills to repair cars for free and drive folks to job interviews and appointments. Okay? Y'all can read this article yourself. It's at goodnewsnetwork.org. That's how we fight it, sis. Don't feel helpless. Do something righteous. You fight the darkness with righteous. So as much as dark things are going on, they won't tell you the righteous things that are going on. So I'm going to tell you both. You understand? That's why I try to bring balance, because I know if I just keep exposing the darkness, then the Most High's children could start to feel helpless, like we can't do nothing about the darkness. But yes, we can. We fight darkness with light. We fight darkness with righteousness. Do you understand? You fight darkness. So what I'm doing, I sat up here, I got just now 25 minutes of sleep since yesterday. Since I got up, I taught the Bible study for 3 hours, and afterwards I was working on this lesson all night tonight. And I just went to bed at like 7, almost 8 something. And I got 30 minutes of sleep, from yesterday. I washed my face, brushed my teeth, come in here, and I'm about to teach this word for however how long the Most High allow me to teach it. And we don't charge you nothing. This is the work that I do to teach, expose, to bring fruit, to feed his children, spiritual fruit, teach spiritual warfare. Each of us have a gift and the talents of the Most High, and you find that gift or talent, and if it's just righteous, if it's just being a smiling face to someone, to be an encouraging word to someone, if you can help someone, each one help one, that's how we fight the darkness. Okay? All right. Now,
Over 100.
we over 100? Okay, praise the Most High. All right, welcome everybody coming in. All right. So what do? Oh, I was working. I'm gonna get some sleep after this. I was working that whole time. Cray. All right, working on this lesson right here. Then after it's over, I'm gonna get some sleep. And then I get back again because we live Friday, right? All right, so I get sleep when I can, right? But I get it in. All right, now let's get back. Nobody talks about this island. So that was a great, I was going to do that later after the lesson because there's a lot of darkness going to come out tonight, right? But I wanted to, I had to bring the balance because the sister, she said she felt, I know people could feel overwhelmed with all this darkness going on, like we can't do nothing. Yeah, we could do something. All right. Now, what's coming out and what's going to come out tonight, right, is that these symbols, these deities, these statues, these are gods that they serve, right? And you look at that face, right? And you're like, on this island, why is this face right here? Why does the face look like it is watching? Why does it look like it is looking? Because it is watching. Why do the same kinds of symbols keep showing up in places tied to the most powerful people on earth? The most darkly powerful people on earth have these symbols and these statues. You understand? Because what's being revealed right now tonight is bigger than just Epstein's Island. It's bigger than Little St. James, Big St. James, Candyland. You heard? I'm about to show y'all another island tonight. Oh yeah, we going down tonight. I'm gonna show y'all another island that they just quieted up, right? Nothing to see here. This stuff been going on forever, ever. You understand? Because it's bigger than one island. You heard? It's bigger than just one man. This is about hidden networks. This is about hidden locations and things that the world was never supposed to see or notice. But we gonna look very closely. Everybody get your magnifying glass out. We gonna look closely. We gonna play the first video clip of the night in a second. This the intro. Come on in, hit that like button, please, so others can know we live. They can understand this truth. Let's expose the darkness, children of the Most High. Just hit the like button. I ain't telling y'all subscribe or none. Just hit the like button, please, so we can get this word out to others, right? Look closely. Look closely is what's coming out tonight, because what you are seeing on the screen right here is not just stone. This ain't just a stone image. This ain't just art. Shout out to Hella Genius and the Hella Grimes in the building. This ain't just another statue or architecture. This, what you see on the screen, is actually a marker. Listen clearly. This is a witness. All right, listen clearly. The reason why this thing look like it's looking at you, and they put these things on these islands and on these temples like that, because it is a witness. It is a marker. The scriptures tells us in Habakkuk 2:11, for the stone shall cry out of the wall, and the beam out of the timber shall answer it. Listen clearly. The stone shall cry out of the wall, and the beam out of the timber shall answer it. Meaning, even the structures, even the buildings, even the silent things bear a record. They bear a witness. This is a marker. And this one that you see on the screen right here, this one standing up on that island, surrounded by the waters, hidden in plain sight. but through, hidden in plain sight, surrounded by the marine kingdom, by the waters, right? See, throughout history, the waters, the seas, were never just water, never just mayam. The waters, the seas represented something deeper. That's why they have these islands. I'm teaching you spiritual warfare, and I'm teaching you that everything that these dark elite serpent seeds do, they do intentionally and strategic. They have these islands because the seas were more than just water. It represented something deeper. The seas, the water, the marine kingdom represented power. It represented mystery. It represents kingdoms. It's the marine kingdom. Revelation 13:1 says, "And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea." See, out of the sea, not from the land, but from the waters, right? Now, there are those who believe that the oceans represent more. That's what I'm teaching, more than just geography. The seas. The seas represent systems. Everybody listen, this is what these ancient, powerful, darkly elite billionaires, right? And this goes all the way back. Ancient Kemet, Egypt, ancient Babylon, ancient Assyria, ancient Persia, ancient, Phoenicia, all these kingdoms, right? This is nothing new under the sun. They worship these same gods. That's why these statues, these old statues, these statues are all over these islands. I'm about to show y'all. We're going to get to the video clip in a minute, right? These waters represent more than just geography. They represent systems, dominions, and what some call the marine world, the marine kingdom. And the islands, these islands that they have inhabit, the places surrounded by water, they have been long associated with secrecy, with jurisdiction and control. Secret societies. That's why they do it on these islands surrounded by the maritime law, okay? Because under the modern structures, many of these territories, well, all of the dark ones, they operate under the marine kingdom and the maritime law, not common law, not what the average person understands, but the laws of the sea, the laws of commerce, of ownership, of control, of roots, of currencies, right? That's where you get current. Currency, the sea, currency, assets, portals, roots, ships, okay? That's why even in the war that we are fighting, America is controlling the seas, right? The ports around all of the countries, right? America was darkly smart enough to realize we need to control the maritime. So they got all of these submarines that run off nuclear energy that's patrolling all the waters and they flanking. You understand? You control the marine kingdom, right? The routes, the ships, the currencies, the assets. All of these are flowing through systems. See, the flow of currents. They're flowing through systems that most people never even question. And yet, at the same time, the Most High is exposing it all. We see in Revelations, we see the Epstein files coming out, being open. We see these names are being mentioned. We see the patterns being exposed. So to our sister Missy, don't feel like you helpless because the Most High is doing a thing, everybody. How am I doing this lesson? How am I exposing Big James Island, Little James Island, and the secret island that I'm about to expose and I'm about to show y'all when we play the video clip? How? A couple of years ago, I couldn't even say this. They would have took the channel like they took my first channel because the Most High is exposing it. Names are being mentioned, patterns are being exposed, and the scriptures told us, it said, for nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad. Luke 8:17. Nothing hidden stays hidden forever. So the question is not if things are being revealed. The question is, why is it being revealed now? Why are all the symbols becoming more visible? Why are all the connections start to align? Why are we connecting the dots? Why are places like this big statue devil on this island suddenly is in the spotlight? Why? You know why? Because we living in the time of the revelation. We living at a time where systems are shifting. That's why there's wars and rumors of wars. They're fighting these currency battles. Y'all think that it's over just the oil. It's over the rights and the principalities and the dominion of the hemispheres. The two are going to fight one another, and it's fighting for the currency, the petrodollar going into the digital currency. Do you understand? They're fighting for the global rights of who's going to be the head of this global serpent that's coming in. So we are going in to the end of times of days. Now it's a long far off. It's a journey, but it's starting to align. See, everything is starting to be exposed because we're living in the time where what was done in the darkness is going to come into the light. That's what I'm talking about. And you seeing it happen. So it's funny that we think ain't nothing happening, but it is happening. How do we know all this stuff? We wasn't supposed to know all this stuff. How is it all coming out? Because the Most High is doing it. See? And whether we see this as history, whether we see this as politics, or whether we see this as prophecy, one thing is for sure, and two things is for certain. The world is a-changing. You heard? And not everyone is ready for what's being uncovered. You heard? But we ain't here to just pump fear.
Your audio is going in and out.
See, I knew it was gonna happen. All right, I'm gonna have to, let me see something. I'm gonna have to switch this. So I'm gonna send this thing back if it don't work. All right, is it still going in and out now?
You're good at the moment.
Oh, so it's doing some crazy stuff. It shouldn't be. All right. You let me know if it go in and out again. Then I'm gonna plug it into my into the old interface, and we just gonna keep it moving. All right. It shouldn't be going in and out. All right. Y'all let me know if it go in and out again. All right. All right. And it's not as loud as it was in the beginning. Yeah, see, this ain't gonna work. I'm gonna probably plug it in to the other thing. This I paid. Boy, this thing cost $200. It's supposed to work. You know, it's supposed to be all right. All right. Now, it was overcorrecting. So as I got loud, it's trying to correct the thing, right? All right. So we'll give it some time to see if it works itself out. All right. Now, I'll try not to, well, I can't try not to get loud, but anyway, I'll make it through tonight, and then we'll see if it works out. Then maybe I'll go back to the other one. All right. So now, not everyone is ready for what's being uncovered, okay? But we are here not to pump fear in you guys. We're here to examine, to discern, and to seek out the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Because in times like these, discernment is everything. So what can you do? Get your discernment on. You start to see things. Don't just ignore nothing. Get your look on. Look left, look right. Keep your head on the swivel and expose anything dark that you see. All right? Now, let's get started. All right. Here we go.
Excuse me?
Uh-huh.
Missy said they're feeding us humans. I'm having a hard time eating.
Yeah, well, they are feeding us. Well, y'all, I don't eat flesh and blood. So if you still eat what they call meat, right? The Most High didn't call it meat. He calls it flesh and blood, right? He says in Genesis, he says the herbs of the field to be to you for healing, and the fruits of the trees to be to you for meat, right? So I don't eat flesh and blood no more. So they're not feeding me no humans. So if y'all eating flesh and blood, yeah, they are feeding you humans. So I eat from the earth, right? I eat fruits, I eat vegetables, I eat rices, right? I eat potatoes, right? And so if you might want to start to wean off the flesh and blood, because yeah, they are feeding you humans and stuff. And repent for anything, the Most High's grace covers you when you don't have understand or have lack of knowledge. The Bible says, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So it's better for your temple anyway to come out of that eating manner of flesh and manner of blood, all right? Because it's toxic in any way. All right, so let's continue. All right, so let's get to the, what you say?
Someone asked, what about fish?
You don't want to eat, like, okay, so let me explain something, guys. We will not speak no manner of flesh and no manner of blood, right? So that's flesh and blood. But I'm just saying health-wise, they have poisoned the seas. So it was a while ago, many years ago, when fish was a lot safer than eating the animals because of what they're doing to the animals, to y'all beef and y'all pork. And I'm saying y'all because I don't eat flesh and blood, right? I don't eat no animal. I don't eat nothing that was alive and got children and breathing and crying and, none of that. That's all right. So, but now the waters are even more polluted. So, yeah, so y'all guys need to start eating from the garden, eating from the earth from which you come, right? Because everything in that earth was designed for our physical temple. Every mineral that's in a handful of earth, of dirt, is encompasses your physical composition. So that's what the Most High created us to eat. We, with sin from Adam and Eve, Cain was the first person. For Cain, the transgressor, was the first one to kill and eat animals. All right. And that's what y'all children of Cain eating that flesh and blood, savage. I ain't savage no more. All right. So anyway, so y'all need to start to come up out of that and eat your fruits and vegetables and eat from the garden, right? And anything that, if you can't afford the organics or grow your own, the Most High's grace will cover you for the stuff they spraying. But yeah. So less is more. Start to wean yourself from all that flesh and blood. And fish used to be a safer one than the the cow and the turkey and all that stuff because of what they're doing to it. But now it ain't because they poison the waters. All right, let's go. Let's get to the first video clip of the night. All right, tonight's lesson is Epstein's second island, PDF land, the darkest place in America. Unseen details exposed. Here we go. All right, watch this. Here we go. First clip of the night. All right. Where is it? Let me grab it. Here we go. Bang. And come here is this one first. I got it set up. So first thing we're going to do, I'm going to show y'all this little clip that these brothers went to this island. All right, here we go. Then I got an island that they don't show us. I'm going to show y'all an exclusive island that's really dark that they have suppressed and took out of the media and act like ain't nothing to see here. But oh yeah, it's something to see there. So here we go. Stop share. Let's go share screen. Bang. Bang. Share. And make it full screen. First video clip of the night. Copyright disclaimers and effects. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. This is Epstein's Island, right? Now,
well, hello from Jeffrey Epstein's Island. Walk around the whole island. There's like no one here. Very interesting place. The swimming pool looks like it's in good shape. So oddly quiet.
Now, these two brothers are the first ones. This video clip is from 2020. This ain't new. I know they got newer people trying to go there. This clip is 6 years ago, this video. They went there right after he got locked up or whatever, right? Now, I'm just going to show y'all, right? Now, this is them. And they went to the island, right? This is Epstein's Island. This is in the Virgin Islands.
Island. Right? Jeff and Luke.
Holy shit.
So that's them on the way to the island. Now, this is Little St. James, right? All right. Now, you see that? That's a sundial, right? And the sundial is ancient Canaanite worship, right? We don't follow the sun. They made the sun as a god, right? Ancient Kemet, like Amun-Ra is the sun god, right? And the sundial was the first timekeeper because the sun and the moon directs the time. So that's where they had a sundial as like the first watch, right? So I'm pointing out these things because you're going to see these statues, these images, these gods that they worship, and it goes back, okay? All right. All right, I'll let that go. I'm going to come back to that. All right, let me get to the
insane adventure, this time to Jeffrey Epstein's private island, Little St. James. And there's a lot of things we're going to have to get into in this video, but I don't even know where to begin. I mean, just even being here, it was difficult finding a boat operator. Jeff, just start it off from here.
Well, now look at that view. That's that little temple building. But guess what? Because the Most High allowed me to go back and find this video from 6 years ago, a lot of the newer people, we got false information. All right. Then I got some that's gonna come out y'all ain't never seen. So some of those who've seen this, I'm not gonna show the whole thing. I'm about to show y'all stuff y'all probably never seen. All right, let's go.
Well, we were in the area and we thought, you know, no one's ever gone on this island. No one, no real media, no anyone really that I know of has ever gone on. We only get the information from the government and the mainstream media, and those are the two things you can never trust with information. So we're like, well, I guess we have to go and check this out and see if it's.
All right, so let me go forward. So they go to the island, right? And look, watch this. Let me show y'all. Watch this.
You know, there might not be anything there. Like it's always.
So look, so this is a walkway, right? And then this is a path. It's a stair. Watch this. He's gonna go up the stairs.
Lies what they tell us, and for all we know, there could still be some activity going on there. Maybe Bill Clinton's there. Maybe Jeffrey Epstein's there. No one's looking into this, so we took it upon ourselves.
Do y'all see that? I'm pointing this out. What I'm pointing out, we're going somewhere. All right. Look at what this staircase leads to. Y'all see? So this looks like, hold up, that was just a staircase leading to what?
Anything there, like it's always lies what they tell us, and for all we know, there could still be some activity going on there. Maybe Bill Clinton's there. Maybe Jeffrey Epstein's there. No one's looking into this, so we took it upon ourselves to.
Now, I'm explaining to you what that was. It's a staircase leading to a god. These are fallen angel gods. So y'all going to see these images, these statues all over. These billionaires, these millionaires, these elite, darkly elite serpents who doing all this to the slaughtering the innocence of the little ones and stuff. They serve these fallen angel gods. So this whole brick step thing went right up to a god, right? Yep, that do look like some type of Hindu type of god, right? And you would think, now can you imagine how much money it costs to have that brick thing made to go up? But others will think like, well, why is it doing that? They show their allegiance to the fallen angels. Do you understand? All right, let's continue. Watch this.
So we took it upon ourselves to.
And that looks, I wish I could have screenshot up close.
So we took it upon.
There it go. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
On ourselves to, well, let's do it. But it wasn't easy. Most captains said they wouldn't take us to the island.
All right, let's go forward. Right. So now look, he went around. Now look at this.
Because, you know, in some jurisdictions, you could just get shot and killed for going on private property. And this is, someone that was extremely powerfully connected to presidents, prime ministers,
look at that.
Royalty, and was able to evade law enforcement.
Bingo. Do y'all see that? That's another god. So I'm showing y'all these deities, these fallen angels that they worship. So they have the statues everywhere, and it's where? On an island surrounded by the Mayam, the water, the marine kingdom, right? And these are markers. These are the fallen angels. They're gods. Everybody listen clearly. they worship the watchers. In the Bible, there was a group of angels that was sent down that was supposed to watch over the humans. But they lusted after the daughters of men, and they slept with all and married, and they had children, Nephilim, hybrid. They transgress. These are the fallen, okay? Not the fallen that fell with Hasatan when 2/3 of the angels fell, the watchers. So these symbolize, that's why they have all these statues watching everything. So everything is symbolic, but it's an ode to their gods, okay? Now,
For some of the worst, most despicable acts.
look at that. And it got some writing on it. I don't know what that means. It looks like an HOY, but that could mean it could be some other ancient script, right? All right? All right, watch this.
In this world, this is a man that literally, when he was finally put to court, was given a slap on the wrist by someone who was previously working inside of Trump's administration that somehow was connected. Again, the interconnectedness of Jeffrey Epstein is just absolute.
All right, let's continue. We're going to go forward, right? Look, here go another one.
We're talking about billionaires, leaders.
There go another statue. And that looks like a statue of a gorilla. I don't know what it symbolizes, but everything is intentional. Nothing that you will see, nothing that they do is happenstance. Everything is a symbol that's worshiping some type of deity, and they follow the deities for every culture. So you're going to see ancient Hindu statues. You're going to see all type of different gods and statues, right? Because all they worship is the fallen.
Anchors, the most influential people who were on that island, and there was really no one else to verify it. All of I've really seen from independent media is a guy who.
And do y'all notice something as well? Do y'all, shout out to Laser Focus, do y'all notice the dichotomy? And what I mean is the beauty of the island. Do you notice how beautiful? So the dichotomy of beauty and darkness, right? So all the Epstein spent, I think they said something like $10 million or something for all the palm trees, to get the palm trees and stuff, okay? The dichotomy of the beauty with the darkness.
Who is anonymous, or a girl who is anonymous that is flying drones over the island and just documenting what is there. So being in the area, I'm like, we have to see what's going on here, because there was other drone footage showing that there was stuff moved before the U.S. federal government came in. And then, as we know, the U.S. federal government, the federal authorities can't be trusted here for over a decade.
Now, y'all see that little house thing, right? This little domicile? But what was there at the house? Y'all see it? A god. So now y'all see what I'm talking about? Everywhere strategically placed is another deity, okay, another fallen angel that they worship, their gods, and they oversee. So it's a principality over, strategically placed everywhere, okay? An idol. Well, I can call it a god because that's what they are. The Most High said, don't put no other gods before me, all right? There's thousands of gods, okay? Hasatan is the god of this world. So I call them gods because that's what they are. You understand? God, see, the problem with us, guys, is we let religion try to teach us these words. The word God does not denote righteous, okay? It denotes a deity, okay? So you got fallen angels that are gods. Hasatan is a god. He's the god of this world, okay? So that's what they are, all right? And the Most High is the creator of all things. He's not even a God, but I know y'all, that'll start a whole mess. Y'all ain't ready for that, okay? The Most High is the creator of all things. He created gods, okay? He is not. He is the creator of all things. He is the Most High. I am. He is the great I am. I am that I am. He is. Ayah, Asha, Ayah. Okay, so anyway, let me continue. So, these
moved
deities,
before the U.S. federal government came in. And then, as we know, the U.S. federal government, the federal authorities can't be trusted.
All right, so I'm going to go forward again, right? I'm just going through this just to show this, and then we're going to get to the other clip, right? All right, so they get a sundial. So each of these deities, each of these instruments are instruments of kingdoms, ancient kingdoms, Acadia, Sumeria, Ugarit, Phoenicia, Babylon, Assyria, all these ancient, and they all worship what? Polytheistic, ancient Kemet, right? They all were polytheistic and they worship many gods, right? That's why they got the god Zeus, the god Hades, the god Hermes, the god, right? And they worship these deities. And these deities be non-male and female, right? The fallen, they be after the anal cavity. You understand? So go look at the Olympia and Thor, Zeus, and all these gods, right? From Hellenes, the Greeks, and Roma, and all the cultures. All right, let's continue.
Sanders going there, and no one it's really, it was just like so out in the open. They were so brazen that they're like, well, no one can arrest us. We're involved with all the people who would arrest us. So rolling.
Now look how much land, right? And the palm trees, and it's just a beautiful island, but it's like darkness and beauty intertwined, right? So much beauty, but so much darkness. That's sun worship, the sundial, that's Sol Invictus. So this is interesting. Now remember, we all exposed the temple, but guess what? This was 6 years ago, 2020. These were the first dudes to invade the island. Watch this.
So like one of our plans out of many plans was literally just showing up there, and if someone stops, be like, oh yeah, we're here with Langley, you didn't get the memo, and then being like, hey, you got to talk to my supervisor Jeff, you would have.
Now everybody, guess what I found out from this? That's why the Most High had me find this clip from 6 years ago. This ain't even a real door. We did a whole lesson. You got people now coming out, they said the door was heavy and it was so heavy that it was locked, and it was locked from the inside. I remember we did it because the info that's coming out, we showed the video clip, and it was like, these locks are reinforced steel and they this and they that. Guess what, everybody? This door ain't even real. I said, what in the, watch this. It's crazy work. Watch this.
There was 4 other people that we had so many different plans. All of them fell through last minute. All of them didn't work out. I remember being so frustrated in the morning because I know how important this was.
Do y'all see that? This is a paint on. This is painted. That's crazy work. This ain't even a door. It's literally painted. Watch this. No, there's more. That's why I said tonight I'm about to show another island in the second terrain, and this is the small island. So they don't talk about the big island. The small island is Little St. James. The big island is Big St. James, and they call that Candyland. But they scrubbed all the stuff, right? I got a clip that talks about it, but no. And then Biden had an island. They're surrounding islands, and he has submarines. So all this stuff is going on these islands. And I'm going to show y'all something tonight that's an island that they hid under the rug, a dark island. Okay? I'm going to show y'all an exclusive one tonight. Now, this is crazy because this ain't even a real door. And they got people now who's saying it's a door, and they describe it and all this stuff. And I thought it was a door.
Different plans. All of them fell through last minute. All of them didn't work out. I remember being so frustrated in the morning because I know how important this was. We were kind of bickering with each other, like, come on, we got to do this. And then what ended up happening is this random last minute.
So that's a drawing on the wall. That's crazy work. That's a drawing. Okay? That was Biden's brother who owned the adjacent island. Absolutely. And the submarines was going there. All right. Now let's continue. Now look, it's so crazy because it's so beautiful, but so dark.
He pulled up to the dock. He was like, you got 5 seconds. You're going to do this? Do it now.
All right, let me go forward. Right? Let me go forward. So they on the island. All right, now this is the view from that temple.
I'd be terrified on there on my own. I'm like, okay, thank goodness I had, Jeff with me. And then
it would have been creepy to be there on your own because.
See, that's the view from that temple. And look, these are surrounding islands. You see? So this is you're on the temple. The temple is high up on the hill. And look, these are other, look how many islands. There's a bunch of islands all over there. And guess what's going on all those islands? Guess who owns these islands? These dark, elite, billionaires, serpent seed, fallen angel worshipers. These Baphomet, Baal, Moloch worshipers. All right, now.
You just don't know what's there, you know.
And look, now this is the other side. Look at that island. So all you see is islands as far as you can see. As far as the eyes can see, all you see is islands everywhere. So this is, and when they took the island, they remember, he's supposed to be dead. We know he ain't dead. I know he ain't dead, right? And that's it. Now they say the island's going to be a resort. So they just like nothing to see here. Everything is continuing like nothing happened. All right?
I'm like, okay, thank goodness I had, Jeff with me. And
oh, what did he say? What was he about to say? Sorry, my Cherie.
Then it would have been creepy to be there on your own because you just don't know what's there. We've heard so many things, and we're it's quite a big place with the mansion and the temple and all kinds of, there's a huge, what do you call it, sundial. Yeah. Very interesting. But it was kind of creepy because at first we didn't see anyone. It was like, we even went into like offices and places and nothing was locked. Yeah. But it was like eerily weird because there was no one. But we later found out there was some people.
Yeah. I mean, I got a phone call and I was running up to you. I mean, you were running like Forrest Gump. It was extremely impressive to see that run.
Sorry, my Cherie, if you write the part, if you let me know, I'll play the part. I wasn't sure which part that he was talking because they do a lot of talking and I just kind of wanted to show some of the island stuff, right? Because I got a lot of clips to bring out. But so sorry for that. So this part, so for those who didn't know, Epstein also had an ambulance. And an ambulance, it was no reason for it either. Meaning, if someone got sick or something on the island, they had to be flown by helicopter, right? But the island, he had medical personnel. He had, as what he was doing to the women, the boys, the children, the old, to the victims, right? Those people that he was victimizing on the island. So he had an ambulance. Look at this, on the island, right? No hospital, but the ambulance I don't know what it's for, to chase you down and bring you back over to the dungeon under the temple to do more transhumanistic experiments on you. But yeah, anyway.
Unturned. I remember there was a lot of people talking about the possibility of tunnels there. Sadly, we were not there for a long time. We were there for about a half an hour, traversing a lot of, landscape that was.
I love this stuff. We went into the office.
So that's the inside of the Epstein ambulance, right? Crazy work. Now he had all of these digging machines and stuff too, cranes and, right? All right.
But there was no stone unturned. I remember there was a lot of people talking about the possibility of tunnels there. Sadly, we were not there for a long time. We were there for about a half an hour, traversing a lot of, landscape that was.
I love this stuff. We went into the office and stuff. It's cleaned out. Like there's no evidence of anything. But the most interesting to me was the temple. And I heard a lot of people saying from this drone footage that it's not even like, it's like not 3D. It's like a flat wall that they made painted. Looks like it's like goods and all this stuff. So we went up and we checked and yeah, it's just a flat wall. The door is painted on. And I have to say about the temple, he was a billionaire. I say was, he's probably still alive, but he is or was a billionaire. That seemed like the cheapest little temple I've ever seen. Like, why would you just paint, like I could have built that myself for about $5,000, I think. And the dome.
Because everything is under the temple. So as y'all see from the beginning, the temple is on a high mountain. So what they don't realize is it's because that the entrance to it is just the entrance. Like that whole temple is a door. Let me explain. The whole blue cube is an actual door to get in. It's underground what they're doing in the mountain. All right? All right, let's continue.
exactly what it looked like.
Yeah, and it's important to note that the dome flew off during a recent hurricane here. So the situation here has definitely been changing. The most interesting things that I personally found were these like little satanic gargoyles with horns on their heads.
Again, what do you see everywhere? Gargoyles, devils, horns on their heads, right? Strewn throughout, right? He got these statues and symbols everywhere.
It's important to note that the dome flew off during a recent hurricane here. So the situation here has definitely been changing. The most interesting things that I personally found were these like little...
Now, I want y'all to remember that they used to do hunting. They were hunting, well, mostly black people, right? I'm quite sure they did hunt to others, but in the Epstein files, they specifically chose black people to bring to the island to hunt them, right? So can you imagine at night? Remember, you don't see no street lights, right? You don't see no, right? So the pitch dark of night with the waters, right? For those who've been on the island or something at night on the waters, if you've been on a ship, on on a cruise, and you look out at that water at night, that spooky Marine Kingdom water at night, right? Now picture this black, and these devils, because that's what they are, these men and women who pay this money to unalive, grape, and do all this stuff to the innocents, right? These are devils. They worship their father,
Over
the devil.
200.
All right, shout out to everybody coming in the building, right? Now imagine all the lights off, it's black, and they're chasing you, right? Well, y'all seen it in the movies, right? And as you running, these gargoyles, these statues are looking at you everywhere, these devils, right? So these statues are gods. All right, let me explain that part. They are gods, but they're also devils. Okay, the word God in the original Hebrew tongue it's not just denote righteous. There is a completion, an equal opposite reaction. So it's like love, hate, right? So it's like a God is also a devil. A devil is also their God. That's why Hasatan is a devil, but he is the God of this world. That's Bible. Most people don't understand the tongue, their language. You have to speak the tongue to understand the euphemisms in the tongue and the kalalaya, the completion. So these devils are gods as well. So imagine these gargoyles and devils and statues everywhere you turn, they're looking at you, right? So remember the staircase that went up, and it went up to another statue, another deity, another devil, right? Imagine running, and you running, and they trying to hunt you down, right? And as they trying to hunt you down, you run up the stairs, and you run up, and it stops at a statue. You see, guys? Another god, a devil, right? I'm gonna start calling them devils, guys, instead of gods. That's what I'm gonna call them, devils, right? These statues, right? But they're the same thing, right? It's just the opposite, equal opposite reaction. Just like you can be a god or a devil. Well, most people don't know a little g. Do you not know you're gods? Right? That's the Bible. It's Bible. It created an image of the Father, right? So that's why you have a righteous and unrighteous. You know how they say you're on one shoulder, you got a God, an angel, on one shoulder, you got a devil, and they try, that's the flesh. Warn against your spirit and your flesh, warn against one another for your soul, your free will, your soul, right? So anyway, now, all right, so imagine them chasing you and all these things. That's why they got these roads leading to nowhere. Everything on this island was set up, and he charged big money. You're going to see cabanas. You're going to see stuff that he set up. And this is for these people pays hundreds of thousands of dollars to be able to hunt people and unalive them and snuff films and grape bin. And it's, like they do the animals too. They hunt, right? But they hunt in humans. All right.
Satanic gargoyles with horns on their heads that were all over the property that were very creepy. I also found a chair that was completely made out of horns and looked like some kind of animal hide. That was very creepy and kind of very weird to look at. But other than that, we weren't really that successful because as we're going through our little mission, we're like, okay, the pool's taken care of. There's someone here. We got to be quiet.
Bro, he touching all over. Yo, I would not touch that chair. He rubbing on the chair's made out of horns, but they didn't slay some and look like animal hide, and he just rubbing his hands all over the.
Luckily somehow I got served. service, and our
Your
good friend
boy
Joe
crazy.
Weeks called me. He was like, "There's someone here. We got to be quieter." Luckily somehow I got service, and our good friend Joby Weeks called me.
Now,
He was like,
what I
"Dude,
want to
there's a
point out is he's moving fast, right? And because they got to move fast, they snuck on the island and they got to hurry up before the security and stuff come, right? And this was 2020. This is 6 years ago. These are the first people to go there now to do this. And because he's moving so fast, it looked like all of this stuff is bone. Like all of this stuff looked like type of animals, something, right? Look,
a lot of people. There's people running all over. We just heard screaming. Are you okay? There's people going around in golf carts. Like,
see the chair?
get out, get out, get out.
He should have took the tarp off of everything. Hold on. Let me try to
Okay, there's people going around in golf carts.
That's what I'm trying to stop. Look at all that. It looks like bone. Like all this stuff is made out of bone and wood.
Okay, there's people going around in golf carts. Like get out, get out, get out. And I'm like, oh, crap. This is not, so this is something that has a lot of serious implications. There's a reason the guy who flies the drone around the island is anonymous. There's a reason Epstein was able to evade any kind of justice for his horrible acts for decades and decades. There's a reason why this case is so significant.
See? Y'all see that? Look how it's shaped and cut and carved.
Yet the mainstream media just totally threw it out of the news cycle. I mean, this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. And we were there. We were also there at the helicopter pad. And
you see that? That stuff looked like bone. Now that right here looked like wood. But some of that other stuff looks like bone.
It was even, reported previously before that Epstein would just get on his private jet, land at the St. Thomas airport, take a helicopter over so no one else would see him to do other things. There was air traffic control that actually came out and whistleblowed and said that he saw many small children going onto the helicopter, going onto the private jet. So, the severity of this case is still widely unknown. We still don't know so many significant parts of this story, and the story is just erased from the mainstream media. No, the story can't be erased. This story can't be ignored, and it can't be ignored only if we start paying attention to it and start sharing the fact that
there go another stone. I don't know what that is, but it's a stone something right here.
Paying attention to it.
Right there. That ain't just a rock sitting on top of another rock. That got kind of a face to it. Looked like some kind of bird type of thing. I guarantee that's another devil deity.
And start sharing the fact that this is still an open case. This is still a case that has a lot of serious implications, where we have royalty like Prince Andrew in the United Kingdom that are still running.
All right, let me go forward because I'm going to get to the other video. I just want to show these things. Now they at the trash part where he got he got trash bins and everything, right? Let me go forward. All right. So they talking about the experience there. Oh, there go another one.
With our kind of adrenaline, with our kind of like massage area. It was extremely secluded. It was extremely private. The whole place was very, very weird as far as the vibe. But that also could have to do with our kind of adrenaline, with our kind of like, okay,
so there's these like weird structures that just pop up, right? Like that. This big cement thing, right? And everything is intentional. We don't know what it is, but I guarantee it's got something to do with some dark. It's something dark, and it's used for a reason.
Was very, very weird as far as the vibe, but that also could have to do with our kind of adrenaline, with our kind of like, okay, what's going on here? Kind of last minute, spur of the moment excursion onto the island, which was supposed to be, first of all, just we were supposed to just go around the island by boat and then just kind of make an assessment there, and then our captain surprised us. After having 20 different plans of being on an island, we were like, okay.
Yeah, it does look like a tomb. So look what this is. And they looked right over that. It's a coffin vault. Thank you, Brandon. Now look at this. Watch this. I saw this when I'm like, he didn't even say nothing about this.
We were supposed to just go around the island by boat and then just kind of make an assessment there. And then our captain surprised us after having 20 different plans of being on an island.
Bingo. Look at that, guys. It's wood, over. It looked like a slab, a cement slab, but the wood is over it, right? And remember, everything is underground and stuff, right? That they built these chambers, and I'm like, wow, they got
We're
this
like,
all
okay,
over the
let's just
island.
go.
Look at it.
Well, let's just see what's going on here.
Leroy Jenkins is like, Leroy. Jump. All right, and then we're just like going for like an hour.
He said that's another coffin vault with plywood over it. Thank you, Brandon.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was just absolutely insane. Again, the Jeffrey Epstein story is an incredibly important story to really understand what's happening behind the scenes. There's still a huge layer that we don't know. This is why we took the risk that we're doing. We're doing this risk because we want this information out there to expose the bigger lies that the mainstream media is not covering. I mean, the mainstream media.
Yeah, they're doing the exact same thing in ancient times. They never changed. I'm about to show y'all an exclusive clip after this, right? This one's almost over. I'm about to show y'all something very exclusive after this.
2 years that never exist. We were calling it out as a hoax. We were getting attacked because of it. And now Jeffrey Epstein, the most biggest.
See? So they got these things all over the place, right? These slabs and these, right?
Important story that you could speculate so many different things. They have so many.
I think he got sunburned. That's what I was looking. I think he got crazy sunburn because, you know, they out in that, they out on the island. He looked like he got crazy sunburn.
Many different witnesses, so many different victims coming forward. Now, that's just not important. Come on. That's absolutely ridiculous. Jeff, anything else you want to say about our little particular excursion?
I think that's about it.
Can you just release your video on one of your channels of you?
I want to see, look at this, guys, right here. You see that bench? Right there in the middle of nothing. It's a bench.
So many different witnesses, so many different victims coming forward.
Nothing around.
No, that's just
right?
not important. Come on.
And there's a bench. You know what I think this bench right here is for? I think this bench is for when they was hunting the people, that the hunters, the people, they can sit and rest as you know, as the victims are running and stuff, because they had these strewn out over just random, overlooking nothing. And I'm like, this is probably places for them to rest while they're
coming
hunting,
forward.
chasing
No, that's
the
just
victims.
not important. Come on. That's absolutely ridiculous. Jeff, anything else you want to say about our little particular excursion?
I think that's about it.
Can you just release your video on one of your channels of you just running, and I could link in?
I'm sure you're gonna have it in this video. You know, I would just say, you know, support independent media, risking our lives.
Let me go forward. Go forward. Go forward. Go forward. So he had
Promote freedom. And if you want to find out about that, just go to anarchapulco.com. A great event happening in February.
That's a fake cow. So he put a lot because he made like a resort island for the wealthy to come so they can unalive and grape and do this stuff. So he made it. He paid for all the landscaping and the palm trees and the greeneries and fake cows to make it look so, and it looks really beautiful. But it's the dichotomy of the darkness and the beauty at one. That's some crazy stuff.
A lot of surprise speakers that we can't even talk about right now, that you told me, and I'm like, whoa, this is definitely going to be worth coming out to. Use the promo code WRC to get 10 or 20% off your ticket.
All right, so that's the temple up there on that mount. It's way up on the high mountain. All right, let me see. I think it's one more thing, because I think unless I passed it, I probably passed it. That's all right. We're gonna get. I'll put this whole video clip on the Patreon. I'll put the whole thing up on the Patreon. All right, now let's get to another island. All right, I want to get to, so this is Little St. James Island, right? And he owned a bigger island. I don't know which one of these is. It's called Big St. James, and they called it Candyland. All right, and the system, the media, the whatever powers that be, they make sure that we don't even speak of this Big St. James Island. They act like it was just nothing. That was the big island. This is the small island, okay? And they call that Candyland, which is crazy. And the victims talk about it, but they silence everything that got to something to do with his other island, his big island. All right. Now I'm about to show y'all an island that they are suppressing the history of these darkness that they've been suppressing. All right. To show how far and dark this reach. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. This is one of the darkest. This is PDF land. Okay? All right. The islands. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers. Bang. Share this tab instead. We're reacting to the video for reactionary purposes only. Here we go.
In the mid-1970s, the quiet waters of northern Lake Michigan hid an island that few people ever heard of, and even fewer people ever visited. It was called North Fox Island, privately owned. It's an 800-acre preserve purchased by an Ann Arbor millionaire named Francis Duffield Sheldon. For years, Sheldon presented himself as a philanthropist, a man fascinated by youth education, nature, and aviation. But in 1976, investigators alleged that his charitable front, Brother Pole's Children's Mission.
Now, this island right here is one they won't talk about. You see that island? That was one of the darkest islands. Now, this goes back to the 70s. John Wayne Gacy, the famous serial killer that killed a lot of the little ones, he has something to do with this island and his victims. All right?
Quiet waters of northern Lake Michigan hid an island that few people ever heard of, and even fewer people ever visited. It was called North Fox Island, privately owned. It's an 800-acre preserve purchased by an Ann Arbor millionaire named Francis Duffield Sheldon. For years, Sheldon presented himself as a philanthropist, a man fascinated by youth education, nature, and aviation. But in 1976, investigators alleged that his charitable front, Brother Pole's Children's Mission, was something else entirely. It was a nonprofit facade masking a network of child exploitation rings stretching from Michigan to Tennessee and beyond. Within months of the first arrest, Sheldon was gone. The man behind the mission vanished from the United States, leaving behind his island and a mystery that's never been fully resolved. I'm John Genoa, and you're watching America's Strangest History. This is
right. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is because they'll make you think it's just Epstein Island. This goes back. Yeah, Gacy was his victims was being taken to this island and stuff, right? I'm just showing you that these principalities, they've been doing this forever, ever. This ain't nothing new. So a lot of us, we like shock Epstein Island. Oh my goodness, they've been doing this worldwide, way back in antiquity. But again, yep, another temple, right? And again, they've been doing this whole time. And the government, the system, all knew about it. Watch
and a
this.
Mystery that's never been fully resolved. I'm John Genoa, and you're watching America's Strangest History, an investigation that exposed one of the earliest documented child exploitation networks in the country, and then it just disappeared, never to be seen again. 26 miles west of Leelanau County, Michigan, lies North Fox Island. For most of its history, it was uninhabited, just dense cedar forest, a thin airstrip carved through dune grass, and a small lodge built near the island's southern shore.
So you see the island, and they got an airstrip for them to land, right? Let's go. It's more than just Epstein Island. Watch this.
Francis Sheldon bought the island in 1960 for roughly $50,000 using a corporation called North Fox Development Company. He was an heir to Detroit banking and automobile wealth. Educated at Yale, he was later employed as a real estate developer and
he went to Yale University, Skull and Bones. The last live stream that they shadow banned us to death with, right? Skull and Bones, anybody? Okay, let's continue. Now listen clearly. Let's tie the dots together. We're in the 70s. Remember our last live stream? If you didn't watch it, go watch it. It says Skull and Bones and something else in the video, in the title, right? Go watch it. It's an insane lesson that break it down. 322. So this billionaire, right? Billionaire, who owned this island, went to Yale, Skull and Bones. Watch this.
and automobile wealth. Educated at Yale, he was banking and automobile wealth. Educated at Yale, he was later employed as a real estate developer and geology enthusiast. Locals remembered Sheldon flying a Cessna 185 Skywagon between Ann Arbor and the island, often just solo flights. His early public writings described the property as a wildlife refuge and research outpost for outdoor education. Privately, he began courting youth organizations as nature therapy groups that could give his holdings a charitable status.
So this billionaire, somebody else said, how do you subscribe? What is going on? They not letting you find my subscribe button? You're not the first person, Missy, that said that. Maybe it's because of the vertical stream. It's hard for them to find this. Hakiyama, could you look at the vertical, go out and see where the subscribe button is on the vertical? Because somebody else said it was hard for them to find how to subscribe. That should be easy. All right. So now let's continue. So he
status.
Now I'm doing this because we about to find out how far this go back. All right. They're following blueprints of Epstein, following blueprints. Okay.
In 1974, after new federal tax rules threatened private groups that could give his education, private writings described the property as between Ann Arbor and the island. Cessna 185 Skywag remembered Sheldon flying a Cessna 185.
So he's a rich guy. He got the planes, right? And he's flying his planes, and he bought the island, and he said the island was a habitat retreat, right?
Skywagon between Ann Arbor and the island, often just solo flights. His early public writings described the property as a wildlife refuge and research outpost for outdoor education. Privately,
right, a research outpost for education, right, in a reserve, right.
He began courting youth organizations as nature therapy groups that could give his holdings a charitable status.
So then he started to make nonprofits and made youth organizations that he can bring the youth to the island. Little boys. And it makes, for nonprofit status. All right, let's continue.
In 1974, after new federal tax rules threatened private foundation deductions, Sheldon looked to register a nonprofit that could make his youth activities appear legitimate. That idea became Brother Paul's Children's Mission.
So he started Brother Paul's Children's Mission to bring these children to the island, everybody. Let's go. All right, I'm about to show y'all. This ain't just bigger than Epstein Island. This goes on. Watch this.
The mission was incorporated on June 18, 1975 in Lansing, Michigan. Its stated purpose was to provide naturopathic counseling and recreation for underprivileged boys. The listed address was a post office box in Port Huron, nearly 300 miles from the island itself.
And this is how they always got in to get our children to, they say they come to underprivileged, right? And they say they making these programs, right? This Christian center, the bishop this for that, right? For underprivileged boys, right? And bringing them to this island. Peace and blessings to everybody that is subscribing. Welcome to the channel, all right? Now, watch this.
In Lansing, Michigan. Its stated purpose was to provide naturopathic counseling and recreation for underprivileged boys. The listed address was a post office box in Port Huron, nearly 300 miles from the island itself. Among the names on the filing were Francis D. Sheldon, the primary benefactor, Gerald E. Richards, a Port Huron physical fitness instructor who called.
And this is Brother Paul, right? So the Brother Paul mission for kids, right? Now, I'm going to show y'all after this clip, right? This clip is about 13 minutes. And after this, I'm going to show you some of the victims from this island. Oh, yeah. It's about to go down. Y'all about to learn something tonight. All right? Let's continue because this goes deep. We got to go back and go forward and tie all the pieces together.
Himself, Gerald, nearly 300 miles from the island itself. Among the names on the filing were Francis D. Sheldon, the primary benefactor, Gerald E. Richards, a Port Huron physical fitness instructor who called himself Brother Paul, and Dyer Grossman, a New York businessman with connections to photography clubs and model airplane societies. The organization never received.
So these are the people who he put together to start, right? And he's going to bring them to this island, but they're making these programs, Christian programs for little boys. To the sister, I'm going to do a membership on the channel. I didn't start it because I wasn't thinking about it, but somebody else asked, a couple of people asked, so I would. The other way, I guess you can join the Patreon, right? And that way over there, and it's free, but you can, it's also got a membership there where I do exclusive stuff too as well, right? And I'm about to be flooding the stuff that I can't do here, right? Because I'll get striked. I could do it all over there on the Patreon. So if you want to support that way, Sister Missy, you can just go to the Patreon and sign up over there. Hakiyama will put the link. And we thank you, Sister Missy. All right, now let's continue. Now, look at these people, right? These are these people that want to harm these little boys.
Himself, Brother Paul, and Dyer Grossman, a New York businessman with connections to photography clubs and model airplane societies. The organization never received a Michigan camp license, it never built proper sanitation, it never filed attendance logs with the state. Yet in promotional flyers, the mission advertised summer nature sessions on North Fox Island, accessible only by small plane. The mission accepted payments from parents who believed their sons were being sent to a therapeutic wilderness program. In reality, investigators later concluded those sessions were opportunities for exploitation and photography.
So they got the parents thinking they sending their little boys for therapeutic island where they can go be part of nature, and it was through the Christian, these missionary stuff, Bishop this and Brother Paul's missionary children of the this, right? And they sent their boys to go to this island. Everybody watch. And now after this clip, I'm going to go with, you're going to hear from these boys. See some of these boys in this picture? You're going to hear from some of the boys in this picture. All right, after this clip.
The boys were flown in on light aircraft, mostly Sheldon's own Cessna, and housed in the island's two-room lodge. Few records of those trips survive, but flight logs recovered in 1976 show fuel purchases in Traverse City and Mainstay that matched the weeks the mission claimed to operate. At least 20 boys were identified as participants between 1975 and 1976. The case began to unravel in July 1976 when Gerald Richards was arrested in Port Huron for criminal sexual conduct with a minor. Now, during questioning, Richards named his benefactor Francis Sheldon.
All right. So Francis Sheldon is the billionaire who owns the island, right? And this dude is father, teacher, Bishop Gerald Richards. Now, look. You know, they be having that look, right? You got them horn rim glasses. No disrespect to anybody who rocks a horn rim glasses, but I don't know. Father, teacher, tangled life of child pornographer, right? All right, let's continue.
Now, during questioning, Richards named his benefactor Francis Sheldon. He admitted that Brother Paul's children's mission had been used to finance trips where boys were photographed and filmed. Search warrants executed at Richards' home uncovered thousands of photographs and a mailing list of subscribers. Also, a correspondence linking him to child exploitation networks under investigation by the U.S. Postal Inspection Service. Now, some of those letters mentioned North Fox Island by name. Within days, Michigan State Police opened a joint inquiry with federal agents. Records show that troopers from the St. Clair Post and detectives from Traverse City coordinated raids on both Richards' residences and Sheldon's Ann Arbor condo. In the condo, investigators found aerial photographs of North Fox Island. They found architectural plans for cabins never built and notarized checks written to Brother Paul's children's mission totaling nearly $80,000. Now, investigators traced this money to Sheldon's real estate trust. A second search warrant led to the seizure of tax documents showing that the mission applied for IRS.
80,000 back then is probably like 300,000. Now, let me give y'all some info on this case. What happened? This island, right? North Fox Island. This island, they was using it to make snuff films. They was graping the little boys, filming the graping on 8mm film. This is in the 70s, right? So we going back. And they was selling the films of them unaliving the little boys, raping them and unaliving them and selling it across the NAMBLA, the National Boy Love Association. Everybody. And the next clip, this dude is doing his investigate. I'm playing this part because I'm giving y'all all the details on the case. The next video, we're going to be at the island and you're going to hear from the victims. All right. So I set this up strategically for y'all, so y'all can have the understanding of the case, of everything going on in the people. And then the next clip exposes it all. All right, let's go.
501c3 status, used 501c3 applied for state trust. A second search warrant led to the seizure of tax documents showing that the mission applied for IRS 501c3 status using fabricated testimonials from parents. Now, at the same time, Tennessee authorities arrested Reverend Bud Vermilly Jr., who operated a boys' farm in Spencer, Tennessee. Phone records tied his organization directly to Richards. As details emerged, state officials realized the network extended across several states.
Now, y'all seen Bishop, y'all seen the father, y'all seen a reverend, right? Again, religion. So again, you can miss me with any of y'all religious stuff. I need to see a spiritual relationship with the Most High, your fruit. Yeah, and this is why so many boys and girls got raped and molested and unalive, because we thought that this religious crap don't understand that these Romans and Greeks and stuff, that's what they was doing to it in the name of religion. You understand? And look, this spread from France, Germany, England, Holland, you see? And y'all about on the next clip, y'all about to find out what this is. This is the actual handwritten receipt from this rapist unaliver. Okay? All right? All right, let's continue.
And involved mail order distribution of as details emerged, state officials realized the network extended across several states and involved mail order distribution of explicit photographs. The 1977 U.S. Senate Subcommittee on Criminal Laws and Procedures would later cite the Michigan ring as a major catalyst for new child exploitation legislation. When state police first flew to North Fox Island in early 1977, winter snow still covered most of the ground. They landed on the short grass airstrip that Francis Sheldon cleared years earlier and walked towards a small lodge on the lake. Inside, investigators described a building that looked hastily abandoned. Bunk beds were made from unfinished lumber. There was a small kitchen area and a pile of sleeping bags. On one wall hung a huge hand-painted sign that read, "Welcome, Brother Paul's Camp." What struck them the most were the traces of activity that didn't match the explanation of an educational retreat. They found an improvised darkroom, stacks of undeveloped film, rolls of lighting cable. They found notebooks listing first names, ages, and dates. A few of the pages contained airline and ferry schedules, and besides some of the boys' names were notations like arrived, departed, and photos done. In one of the drawers, they found correspondence between the missions director and donors, letters that mixed talk of spiritual guidance with discussions about equipment and expenses. And none of this made sense for a youth charity organization. The materials were boxed, sealed as evidence, and then later sent to the Michigan State Police Crime Lab. Investigators later testified that the island appeared to have been used repeatedly for short, organized visits.
Now, everybody, y'all ain't heard about this island, right? And all of it, all the investigating. Y'all about to hear about some serial killers on this island. John Wayne Gacy was using this stuff, right? And they hid all of this stuff is just pushed away into the back. Now the Most High, he gonna bring it on out. Y'all know he be having me find the stuff, bring it out, okay? It all ties up. Let's go.
Repeatedly for short, organized visits.
And that list, we're going to go through it. I screenshotted it, but I'm going to save it for the next clip. When the victims start to speak, they break down what's on that, and we're going to read all the stuff that serial killer wrote. This rapist. These people worse than Epstein. Well, you can't, they make it this thing, just Epstein, and they got us, Trump and this and, this one and that one, not understanding this is the whole, it involves all of these devils in the whole world too. It's worldwide. It is not. That's why you're going to see the serial killer list in all the countries where they're doing it. Okay? Same thing with Epstein. It involved all the countries and heads of states and ministers and
ambassadors and presidents and, all of this stuff. Okay? Let's continue. flights. Each trip seemed planned in advance. Transportation by Sheldon's Cessna. There's a list of participants and dates matching receipts for aviation fuel and food purchases in nearby Traverse City. Now, one officer later said that the site had the appearance of a camp without a purpose, everything ready for guests who never came back. When reporters learned of the raids months later, they were told only that photographic material had been seized. The exact contents of the material had never been released, but the Senate record of 1977 confirms thousands of images from the Michigan investigation were forwarded to Washington for review under new child protection legislation. Those archives were later sealed.
So, all of the images, like the Epstein files, right? Let's go, because I'm tying it back. All of those images was given to the government, and they just later sealed and never saw the light of day again. Let's continue. Watch, this gets crazy. This gonna be good. Let's get past his breakdown, and this gets good. I'm talking about not good, meaning it's not a good thing that this happened, but the revealing of this stuff or the information. The Bible says my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. So we have to know these things, know the devices of the serpent, be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. And you can only have wisdom if you can't fight, if you don't know who your enemy is and the devices of the enemy. You have to know their tactics. And they've been pulling the wool over our eyes for so many centuries. You understand? Now the Most High is like, we need to learn what this is so we can start fighting against this darkness.
While Richards awaited trial, investigators sought to arrest Francis Sheldon. 2 separate warrants were issued, one in St. Clair County for aiding and abetting criminal sexual conduct, and another in Leelanau County for transporting minors for immoral purposes. Before either could be served, Sheldon disappeared. Witnesses reported him selling his Ann Arbor condo through an attorney and withdrawing large sums from his Merrill Lynch account. He was seen flying his Cessna south toward Chicago. FAA records show his plane refueled in Kentucky, and from there the trail ends. By November 1976,
So the owner of that island, this is PDF Devil's Island, he's poof, gone. Right? I guess now they do they act like they dead, like Jeffrey Epstein. And that's it. He's just gone.
the FBI issued a fugitive bulletin under Title 18, Section 2423, transportation of minors across state lines. But Sheldon was never located. The most consistent reports place him in the Netherlands or Belgium, living under an assumed name. Back in Michigan, the island was seized temporarily for back taxes. Deputies visited the property in early 1977, and they described children's shoes, bedding, and a hand-painted sign that said, "Welcome, Brother Paul's Camp." No further evidence was collected. By the time congressional hearings convened in 1977, the North Fox Island files have been scattered among a number of local and federal jurisdictions. Sheldon remained a fugitive. Richards, now serving a state sentence, cooperated selectively, and several additional suspects were quietly released without charge. Internal memos from the Michigan Attorney General's office show a conscious effort to limit publicity, citing the sensitivity of prominent individuals. Now, some reports mention financial contributors of social importance who could not be named. The FBI's child...
So they're doing the same thing that they're doing to Epstein. Financial contributors, all these rich people who were supporting this stuff going on the island who could not be named. Files sealed. Now this stuff been sealed back since the 70s.
Exploitation Task Force, newly formed in 1977, requested the seized photographic negatives from the state police. Now, those negatives were sent to Washington, D.C. for analysis, but no final report has ever been released under the Freedom of Information Act. Go figure. By 1978, Brother Paul's Children's Mission was formally dissolved by the Michigan Corporations Division. North Fox Island was later sold to private conservationists and remains off-limits to the public. For decades, journalists who tried to revisit the case ran into missing files and uncooperative agencies. Children in Chains, one of the few books to mention the island, relied on surviving court transcripts and interviews with Richard's family. It concluded that the scandal was erased through bureaucratic attrition rather than conspiracy. But investigators who worked the case told a different story. That higher-level interference and embarrassment forced the closure of prosecutions before they could expose other well-connected donors.
No arrests, all the files, all the images gone. You about to hear from the victims in a second. He's almost finished.
The North Fox Island scandal predated the era of widespread awareness about organized child exploitation. It occurred before the internet, before centralized databases, when interstate communications still moved by fax and mail. Its exposure directly influenced the drafting of the Protection of Children Against Sexual Exploitation Act of 1977, which made it a federal crime to produce or distribute explicit images of minors. Now, that law, and the later 1984 Missing Children's Assistance Act, traces their origins in part to this Michigan investigation that kind of fell apart when Francis Sheldon fled the country. Today, North Fox Island sits silent. Satellite images show the faint outline of an old runway cutting across the trees. The lodge is gone. It collapsed from repeated storms. The foundation is overgrown, but the paper trail remains. It's in court dockets, congressional records, and the testimony.
The island is still there, and they don't allow anybody to go to it. And so what are their, it's like, is that a monument? Come on, cult of Baal. Is the island, everybody listen clearly, remember the Marine Kingdom. Remember these places, these are temples, the island itself. So, and that's what they did with the Epstein Island. That's what they did with the Big Island. That's what they did with the Zorro Ranch, right? It's like, oh, another billionaire comes and buys it, and we're just going to preserve, but they don't do no digging. No, there's no digging. They went to the island and found boys, baby shoes, little boys' shoes and clothing and mattresses and all that, but just close off everything, and nobody can ever go and do no type of investigation. So y'all see? Y'all are seeing that this ain't new. That's why the Most High had me find this and bring this out, to tie up that this ain't nothing new at all.
Many of those who remember. Francis Sheldon was never arrested. His name appears briefly in a 1993 FBI index of fugitives believed to be deceased abroad, although no body was ever recovered. So, the exact fate of the man who turned a Michigan island into a private mission for boys remains a mystery. For almost half a century, no warrant has ever been executed for Francis Duffield Sheldon, and no official record shows that he was ever questioned abroad. Why is that? Former detectives have offered several explanations. The simplest is bureaucratic. Michigan authorities in 1976 had limited ability to pursue a fugitive overseas. Interpol cooperation was slow, and the United States had no extradition treaty with several of the countries where Sheldon's associates said that he might be living. Once the initial media attention faded, the case became just one of hundreds of unresolved interstate files. A second explanation, raised in Children in Chains, points to a political sensitivity. Sheldon's family wealth linked him to old Detroit business circles and major university donors. When state investigators asked,
Skull and Bones, part of Yale. There ain't nothing to see here. They ain't investigating him. He done lived, it's in the 70s. He probably 80-some years old now still, right? And understand that. They never stopped the raping of the little ones. They never stopped the things that they're doing. You understand?
asked for federal assistance. Internal memos from the Michigan Attorney General's office warned about embarrassment to prominent contributors. Now, those names were never published, but contemporaneous newspaper columns hinted that at least one donor to the mission had ties to a state judicial campaign. A third theory holds that Sheldon's disappearance was quietly facilitated. Several sources, including a 1980 private investigator report commissioned by a victim's attorney, claim that a man matching Sheldon's description was seen in Amsterdam arranging property transfers through an American law firm. That firm later told reporters it could not comment because of client confidentiality. Now, if true, it would mean Sheldon was alive at least into the early 1980s. Others believe the truth is less elaborate, that Sheldon simply died overseas, maybe under an assumed name. Maybe the authorities never matched his records. A 1993 FBI index listed him as believed deceased Europe, but offered no date or country of death. Whatever the reality, the decision not to pursue the case further allowed the broader network of the Brother Paul's Children's Mission to fade from public memory. When Congress later cited sensitivity to influential individuals in its discussion of why some early prosecutions were abandoned, North Fox Island was one of those unnamed examples. Today, those files remain sealed. Until they're released, Francis Sheldon's fate and the full list of people who supported his mission will continue to remain yet another unanswered question.
So all the rich donors who supported this island, sealed and closed. All right, let's go to the island. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let's expose it, Father. Expose it all. The Most High says expose it all. Here we go, everybody. Now y'all understood. Now y'all learn about the North Fox Island, right? The pre-Epstein, right? And all this. Now let's unmask and unveil and expose and let those who were victimized, the survivors, expose this. Here we go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video for reactionary purposes only. Here we go.
At the same time of the Oakland County child killings, there was a molestation ring in Cass Corridor. Basically, Cass Corridor.
So this is at the same time of the Oakland County child KILLINGS. This is going on. This is a survivor right here speaking on it. Let's go. Here we go.
At the same time of the Oakland County child killings, there was a molestation ring in Cass Corridor. Basically, Cass Corridor was a very impoverished area of Detroit, about as run down as you can get, about as disenfranchised of a group of people as you can get, neglected from childhood all the way through adulthood. You know, people living there for decades, never seen a scrap of help from the city. High rate of drugs, high rate of prostitution. It's comparable to like Times Square in the 70s, you know, New York Times Square, which was just a dump. Because of that, because of the lack of resources, it's very easy for a predator to swoop in there and find its prey. When the infrastructure is breaking, that's the time to take advantage if you're a predator. And so at the time, all these predators were working the area. Richard Lawson was one, Ted Lamborghini was one, Arch Sloan was one. This was the same time that the children in the suburbs were being abducted and molested and murdered. And what we now know through paper trails is that Cass and these abductions were tied at least through the common denominator of some of the players that were suspects in the OCCK case. They were currently working the Cass area, mainly Richard Lawson, who was a confidential informant for the Detroit police. He was given a badge at some point to sort of show that he was an informant if he ever got into sort of trouble.
So these are your psychopath, serial KILLERs, rapists, devils, and let's continue. Oh man, let's continue.
In a certain area with cops or whatever. It's absurd, but this known pedophile has a badge that's given to him from the Detroit police, and he's using that badge to abduct children into his vehicle and molest them.
So the Detroit police gave this known PDF a badge, and he's using the badge for power to abduct more little ones. So again, this is going to tie in the whole system, the police system and all of it, all right? So this ain't nothing new. Same thing Epstein, all right? Let's go.
Arch Sloan was working at the time, the Cass, and was actually later living in a trailer in the abandoned Packard plant in Detroit, which is famous for its appearance in ruin porn all over the internet. Arch Sloan was living in a trailer in the abandoned plant. And this abandoned plant, let me tell you, this abandoned plant, it's not a little building. It's a fucking, half mile long or something. And it's just complete ruin. And there's a trailer in the middle of it. Arch Sloan brings children back to that trailer. And if you can imagine the terror of being a fucking 10-year-old boy brought back to a trailer in the middle of an abandoned apocalyptic industrial plant in the middle of the night, that's what was going on. It's you can't make this shit up in movies. If it were in a movie, you go, it's fucking real. And the Cass, what would happen is you'd have these little poor kids, and somebody would roll up, easy as pie, and say,
hold on, man. Yeah, that was horrible. That's a horror. That's a nightmare. This is the abandoned plant, and he had a trailer, and now imagine no lights, and these are serial killers now, guys. So these people that he's mentioning right here, these are serial killers. And this is when all these children used to go missing in the 70s and the 80s. Y'all remember the Atlanta thing where I was alive when people were scared to go outside, right? They've been abducting the little ones, right? Oh, Lannis said they know where their building is. And he had his trailer in the middle of it. All right, let's continue.
10-year-old boy brought back to a trailer in the middle of an abandoned apocalyptic industrial plant in the middle of the night. That's what was going on. It's you can't make this shit up in movies. If it were in a movie, you go, it's fucking real. And the cast, what would happen is you'd have these little poor kids, and somebody would roll up easy as pie and say, hey man, I'll give you $5 to get in my car. And they'd get in the car because they hadn't seen $5 in 10 years, or whatever. And this was everywhere in the cast. They had the pastor at the church doing that same shit. Ike McKinnon, the police at the time, chief of police, Gee, was running rampant with a lot of this shit as well.
So look what he's talking about. This one, I'm bringing this out because now they the politicians, the Epstein, right? The kings, the queens, the princes, the princesses, and all this stuff, right? They've been doing this stuff. The chief of police was doing the PDF stuff. The pastors, the ministers. So the children that used to be playing out in the streets in the 80s and the 70s, it's the church, the priest, the reverend that come up, and all of these were the Epsteins. Everybody. It's been going on. That's why the Most High has exposed this so that we can have a fuller understanding while everybody's like, why is nobody being arrested for the Epstein stuff? Why they do? Because they always been doing this stuff. This is the whole system. The whole court is out of order. You're out of order. The whole court is out of order. Okay? It's all fallen angel worship, Baal, Baphomet. All right, let's continue.
I'd say, hey man, I'll give you $5 to get in my car.
And this right here is tying in the island. He's a victim from the island. All right? It's tying in. Let's continue.
And they'd get in the car because they hadn't seen $5 in 10 years, or whatever. And this was everywhere in the cast. They had the pastor at the church doing that same shit. Ike McKinnon, the police at the time, chief of police, Gee, was running rampant with a lot of this shit as well. So I mean, you got the high ups doing some of this shit as well. It's not unusual. Anywhere there's infrastructure breakdown, you're going to have these predators running the systems. Everybody from the suburbs knew that. So if you're looking to score some shit, you don't go to the mall, you go to Cass Corridor. If you're looking to score drugs, you go to Cass Corridor. If you're looking to score a prostitute, you go to Cass Corridor. And if you're looking to score a child, you go to Cass Corridor. That's what they did. And because of that, we didn't have the internet. There were other ways that these people, communicated with each other. They bought the same magazines. They placed ads in the back of those magazines. So they would read magazines like Boy Life or whatever the it's called. And they would put ads in the back of those magazines for interested parties for some shit, right? And this is how you connected. You connected from the shops, you connected from the underground places. So if you're a guy living in the suburbs like Christopher Bush, and you fantasize about children, you're not going to go into the local drugstore and pick up a magazine about children. That's not how it works. You go to Cass Corridor, you go into the shop, and you meet other people. You go, hey man, I've got any of those magazines that you keep on the counter and all that shit. And then they say, oh yeah, you like that shit? Okay, I got this guy you might be interested in, man. Like people who go, how's it connected? How's it connected? How's it connected? It's the hub of all this shit, man. Cass Corridor is the hub of in the city of Detroit at the time. It's the hub of prostitution. It's the hub of drug activity. How's it connected? Because it's the only place you can go to find all that shit. The documents related to the Oakland County child killer case all show it. The documents say we are now looking at Fox Island and what Frank Sheldon had associated with it. We are now looking at Arch Sloan and Richard Lawson and Ted Lamborghini.
So the Oakland County serial killer case, Fox Island, John Wayne Gacy, all of this stuff, it's about to tie up. It's gonna tie up in a second. Let's continue.
How the connections to Cass Corridor may have been made. I'm not making this up. The documents said it. None of it is just conspiracy shit. It's all true.
So right now we're in a part of Detroit known as the Cass Corridor. Now, it may look very nice today. This is right near a university here in Detroit, but back in the 1970s, the Cass Corridor was one of the most notorious areas in the entire city. And that's because this is an area that people called a pedophile's playground. Apparently, throughout this entire area, there were minors prostituting themselves on the streets. There were a number of infamous child who had shops here, including a man named Bob Moore. Now, Bob Moore's name comes up throughout this investigation as a key.
Now look at this psychopath, right? So these PDFs, right? These serial killers, this stuff was crazy. This why when we grew up, everybody was on milk cartons. They was like, kids would go missing it was insane when in the 70s and the 80s, all right? Now look at this psychopath, right? Imagine how many children was scared to death for him doing the adrenochrome. This stuff goes back, guys, that they've been doing this. All right, let's continue.
Prostituting themselves on the streets. There were a number of infamous child who had shops here, including a man named Bob Moore. Now, Bob Moore's name comes up throughout this investigation as a key player and a possible suspect. But somewhere around here, you can't track an address down because it's nowhere online. Bob Moore owned a bike shop. And according to everybody that knew him and people that have testified, Bob Moore would take children from this area, bring them to the basement of his bike shop, where he had a homemade child studio that he had set up. And that's where he would film himself and other men assaulting these children.
Child, PORN. And this is how they flooded these tapes. This is before the internet. This is before the dark web. They flooded the tapes and they would sell them, right, to one another and all that stuff. All right, let's continue.
Now, did one of these assaults go too far and it ended up being one of the Oakland County child killer cases? I don't know. There are a lot of suspects that lived here in the area of the Cass Corridor, people involved in this story like Richard Lawson, a police informant who was a pedophile. But yeah, it looks very nice today. You'd have no idea that this was one of the most notorious crime-ridden areas of the city. The story as you keep going on here just gets deeper and deeper and darker. And it's just crazy. I mean, bro, all these houses, all these buildings, what happened in all of these places? How many crimes happened that were never talked about, never solved, never reported, especially in an area like this that was so notorious? But let's keep going. So you can see right there on that street sign, we're driving onto Cass Avenue. So this would be the Cass Corridor. All these old businesses, and this was an area stalked by and other creeps. And it always blows my mind when we do cases like this and videos like this, how normal all these areas are. Now, Bob Moore's bike shop, I mean, obviously also abandoned buildings littering the landscapes here. But Bob Moore's bike shop, according to most people, was on 2nd Street. Now we're turning on to 2nd Street from Cass Avenue. So that could be the bike shop right there that we passed by. There was an actual bike shop. I'm not saying, it's probably obviously not the same, but it could be a building like that anywhere here on 2nd Street. Who knows what this building used to be, or what this building, all these new buildings, stark. So right now we're at an address here in Detroit. I'm not gonna say the exact address, but this house plays an important role in Oakland County child killings and the story of North Fox Island. Now, through a lot of interviews, it was revealed that the house right behind us served as a meeting place for some of the most despicable, disturbing acts a person can imagine. According to testimony from multiple people, this house was used not only as a makeshift child porn studio, but also as a place where they hosted pet parties where groups of older men would get together to rape young children. This is directly tied into Oakland County child killings in North Fox because according to witnesses and people who testified, Gerald Richards, the magician and the former PE teacher at the Christian Academy, he brought
former gym teacher at the Christian Academy, right? And listen clearly, this house, so you have people living in houses that might not even realize
young children
that their house that they living in used to be a PDF chamber where they would grape and make so they use these houses and basements and they would have pornography setups and grape. So it's before the black market and stuff, and they would sell the tapes and stuff. And this is how the ring happened.
This is directly tied into Oakland County child killings in North Fox because according to witnesses and people who testified, Gerald Richards, the magician and the former PE teacher at the Christian Academy, he brought boys here along with the other traffickers that were involved in all of this. So also it's been stated that one of the guys that lived here, his name was Ted, he is involved with the Oakland County child killings. He was looked at as an actual full-on suspect of the murders. But once again, normal house. It's just like, I would love to see what's in there. Also interesting, there's green lights denoting that this is a very high crime area. If only you could interview a house. You know, like, what have you seen?
I'd be scared to see what this house is seeing.
Ugh, leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Tazalar.
That's that if the walls could talk. That's about to get crazy in a second. Yes, Missy, we exposed that. That's Leon Black from the Epstein files with the life touch. So if you go to our live stream on our channel, right, click on the live tab and go watch all the old live streams, you're going to see all. We've been breaking down the Epstein files from the beginning, crazy, exposing all of them. Life touch, also, what's the name? Ghislaine's dad owns the yearbook and all of our textbooks. We got all our textbooks, McGraw Hill, and all the textbooks. Like, it's crazy. That's why I'm bringing this out, because these tentacles of these dark devils doing Moloch, but all worship, doing this to these little ones, goes all the way back, and it's rooted in all of these kingdoms, these countries, these, right? It's rooted in it, right? All right, let's continue.
Is the last name of the guy who lived here, and this is where the parties were. Now, from all that I'm reading, there was a church right near here called the Cass Methodist Church, who had in some instances personally introduced boys to this group of. That's what the research that I did says. The pastors' names were Felix Lorenz and Reverend Lewis Redmond. It says everything that I could find. It says that the church was located just around the corner from the house, and if you show.
The church is a beacon of hope on Cass Corridor, and it was the church that was giving the boys over to these psychopaths. Okay?
Around the corner from the house, and if you show this house one more time and pan to the right.
The library in Cass Church is a welcome haven for kids. So again, religion is always tied in. They've always used, okay, religion. All right? It's this crazy, bro. All right, let's continue. This is crazy, bro.
Around the corner from the house, and if you show this house one more time and pan to the right. Says the pastors' names were Felix Lorenz and Reverend Lewis Redmond. It says everything that I could find. It says that.
Right? See, look at them. That's what I'm saying, bro. And it's like, bro, well, these devils, bro, they'll be right. They'll be the school teacher. They'll be the gym teacher. They'll be the pastor. They'll be the dude running the boys club. They'll be the, and you know, and we foolishly. That's why you got to watch the children, bro. Watch the baby. Don't trust nobody, guys. I'm talking about nobody. Don't trust. You know them by their fruit, and you can't know people fruit just because you putting your children in school, and all of a sudden you go in there, you giving your babies over to the devil, to giving them over to the valley of Hinnom. You giving them over to Moloch. You placing them in the fire in the belly of Moloch, bro. We got. That's why the Most High got us to expose it all, to bring it out, so that you can protect the babies, protect the woman, protect the children, protect the meek, protect the elderly, protect them, because these serpents are everywhere, bro. I'm talking about everywhere. The righteous are a remnant on this earth, a small amount. The earth was given over to Hasatan, the devils, for a time. You heard? Yeah, absolutely no sleepovers. That's why my daughter used to be mad at me when she now she's 30, she in her hot middle 30s. I bet she thanked me now. I bet you she thanked me now. Thank you, Daddy. I ain't understand back then. Yeah, you ain't sleeping over at nothing, and you ain't going nowhere that I'm not there. I'm there. I was all the everything. And, people like, well, you a little too controlling my butt. I'm trying to save my daughter's and my son's innocence. You heard? And I did that. I did that part. You can miss me. I'm all in their business. Facts, you ain't going nowhere. They be sending their kids off to some church camp thing. Oh, they going away for the weekend. They going away to some camp, to some church thing. You going to get on a bus and go with, and this is the doggone PDF. These are the devils. You giving them over to the doggone devils. That's why so many of our youth and so many of y'all, a lot of people have got raped and molested and harmed because we didn't protect them. Let's continue. Now, I was always on it. I don't play no games.
Cass Methodist Church, who had in some instances personally introduced boys to this group of. That's what the research that I did says. The pastors' names were Felix Lorenz and Reverend Lewis Redmond. It says everything that I could find. It says that the church was located just around the corner from the house. And if you show this house one more time and pan to the right, that church seems to be right around the corner.
Very much so.
I want to add in here, in multiple police reports and official documents, some of the leaders of the Cass Methodist Church are accused of aiding and participating in a ring. The documents are available to view and read through online, and the statements were taken by a detective, Corey Williams. In these reports, victims and witnesses describe how Felix Lorenz and Lewis Redmond.
Look at these devils. See? I want y'all to see their face. Yeah, coaches too. All of them. I don't trust nobody. Get away. I don't know you. Get away from these children. And I'll protect all children too. I'll stop it. I don't care. You ain't got to just be my children. Get away from these children. Crisis chaplain. Something conference of police chaplain. You see? We weren't protected by nothing. Look at this. Hold on.
Seems to be right around the corner.
Very much so.
I want to add in here, in multiple police reports and official documents, some of the leaders of the Cass Methodist Church.
That's what I wanted to see. Cass Corridor, Reverend Lewis Redmond, who's credited with coming to the term, he made the term Cass Corridor. So this Reverend is saying something Weinstein, but not goodbye to that much maligned inner city Detroit neighborhood where he worked for 28 years. He'll give his final sermon. These are PDFs. He the one who named it Cass Corridor. And the church giving the babies over to the dude on the island. Okay? The Devil's Island.
Are accused of aiding and participating in a ring. The documents are available to view and read through online, and the statements were taken by a detective, Corey Williams. In these reports, victims and witnesses describe how Felix Lorenz and Lewis Redmond provided young children to members of the Cass Corridor ring through the Boys and Girls Club that they were partly leaders of.
There go another one. Boys and Girls Club, right? That's the thing. What Big Brother, Big Sister, it's like they make these companies, these LLCs, these nonprofits, but it's all for the Baphomet. It's all for Baal, right? See? What it says, Lewis Redmond, I'm a minister first, right? All right, let's continue.
Renz and Lewis Redmond provided young children to members of the Cass Corridor ring through the Boys and Girls Club that they were partly leaders of. They also allegedly allowed children to be molested in the basement of the church and participated allegedly in these sickening acts. Now, I'm not going to state that I know with 100% fact this.
And you know, we learned about the Roman Catholic, the Catholics, because of all they priests, you know, they was just, it's insane, right? But this ain't Catholics. These are Christians. These are Protestants. These are, right? And they was doing this, graping in the basement of the church. All right, let's continue. I know this is heavy, guys, but we got to expose it, bro, because everybody's don't understand how deep this run. Okay, let's continue.
Allegedly allowed children to be molested in the basement of the church and participated allegedly in these sickening acts. Now, I'm not going to state that I know with 100% fact this church is the Methodist church, but so yeah, a pedophile ring was busted running inside of this church that went all the way to the the highest order, the leaders of the church, and they were involved in the trafficking. All these guys were in on this. All these people were in these rings. From here to the corner, all throughout these streets, and it's fucking crazy. They could all be tied into the Oakland County child killer. We'll never really know the truth.
So it's the Oakland County serial killer, child killer, and the Fox Island. The church is still there. And people are going to this church, listen clearly, right now, today, because this is today, right? This is this documentary right here, this brother did, he did it a couple of months ago. So people are still going to this church, and the church was a PDF ring. It's crazy, bro. The darkness is everywhere. That's why it got to be exposed like this. Welcome to everybody new coming in. I'm sorry I can't talk to you all. I'm sorry, it's too many coming in, but welcome everybody. Shout out to Believe Anything Possible and everybody coming in. I would like to shout your Uncle Charles and everybody coming in. I know I'm missing a lot of y'all, right? Ivan, David, right? All of y'all. All right, let's continue.
These people were in these rings. From here to the corner, all throughout these streets, and it's fucking crazy. They could all be tied into the Oakland County child killer. We'll never really know the truth. Darkness hangs over this area for sure, like a dark cloud. Especially when you do the research and learn for yourself what was happening. Most likely in this building. I'm not going to say 100% because now that we've done all this work, man, I think it's time that we head to the island.
Most of northern Michigan is very remote, and in the northwest corner of that, there's a series of islands that people have established summer camps on, or temporary, seasonal homes on and stuff. North Fox Island is one of those remote islands. You get to it usually by a plane. You can get to it by boat. At the time, Frank Sheldon, or Francis Sheldon, who was an heir to developer money. Frank Sheldon was heir to a bunch of Detroit money, and he would fly kids out to that island with the help of other people. He ran basically what was pretended to be like a summer camp for youth and for troubled teens or whatever. And yeah, there was a little bit of some cabins and cottage and camp feel or whatever, but he would basically fly these kids out to that camp and then molest them while they were stuck on this island. And he would photograph the molestations and he would sell the photographs, and he had a little bit of a pornography ring going based on the fact that he had all the freedom in the world and all the money in the world to isolate these so-called troubled kids with the permission of their family. He was not known to abduct kids, but he was known to sort of con family and bring kids out to this island, which is disturbing. He had help from people like Gerald Richards.
In 1967, Francis Sheldon, an eccentric millionaire from Michigan, purchased North Fox Island, a remote island in Lake Michigan. Eventually, Frank decided to establish a summer camp on his private island that he advertised as a cure for troubled youth. However, this vision took a dark turn when Sheldon, in collaboration with another known gym teacher named Gerald Richards, turned the island into a base for a horrifying and child ring under the guise of providing therapeutic help.
Look, Brother Paul, new organization to present magic shows with meanings. This dark stuff, bro. This dark stuff. Brother Paul's Educational Entertainment Missions is registered as a non-profit society, to furthering, right? Oh my goodness. Let's continue.
Sheldon and Richards lured young boys to the island where they were subjected to unimaginable abuse, and once they were on the island, they couldn't escape.
I don't remember the name of the gym instructor before him, but he was a really good guy.
We only had gym class once a week in Catholic school.
This is a victim. This is a surviving victim from the Fox Island. I call it the Devil's Island. You heard? It's so many islands around the world, and they do all these islands. That's why the other dude who's talking, he's a victim too, right? He was victimized. And he says they use these islands, Marine Kingdom, the seclusion of the islands. This is fallen angel worship, and it's all tied. Let's continue. Now we're going to hear from the victims that was on this island.
I remember the name of the gym instructor before him, but he was a really good guy.
We only had gym class once a week in Catholic school. Yeah, the gym teacher was great. You know, we did our regular exercise, and you know, and I thrived in there. I loved doing that. I would have loved to have gym class all the time. Just regular guys.
And he left, and that's when Mr. Richards came.
My initial impression of Richards, just a regular guy. He intrigued me with magic. He was a magician. Tall, skinny, glasses, big, like Coke bottle type glasses. Hair was always greasy with that grease stuff that they, you know, put in the hair. Kind of like dressed like Mr. Rogers, I guess.
It was really weird when he first got there. Everything started to change right away. We had to all of a sudden start taking showers, and we'd never showered before, ever. His excuse was, well, you guys can't be going back to class stinking and whatever. So we had to start bringing towels. We had to take showers, you know, so whatever. And he was just, as far as a gym teacher, he just seemed off. He was real ranky and raily. The guy didn't look like he could have fought his way out of a wet paper bag. And it was, as a kid, you don't go, well, what the heck is this guy doing as our gym teacher? It's like, well, this is our new guy. You need to respect that, and it is what it is. But he just wasn't. It was night and day compared to the other gym instructor. The only thing that I remember was once, and it wasn't me, it was another kid, got the towel snapped, and it was like, oh, you doing okay, buddy? And then it was, the one kid got his shoulders rubbed, and the other kid got his butt rubbed because it was trying to make you feel better, you know. And yeah, you can't be doing that, but it wasn't like you're going to have detention or something, you know. So, but yeah, it was, I remember he used to rub our shoulders a lot. How you guys doing? You limbered up? You ready? So it was always, he did touch us where the other one didn't touch us, so.
Yeah, he would do the patting on the ass. The only gym teachers I ever had that would be in the shower, in the locker room when we were taking showers. Like, and Mike wasn't on the basketball team, so he would even come in during the basketball showers.
So that's him when he was little, all right? So they old gym teacher, and they got a new gym teacher now.
And I just thought it was odd.
That's him with the long hair when he was little.
But at 11 years old in the Catholic school, you felt protected, and I did, and I guess I sort of dismissed it as, oh, I guess that's just the way it is. Not knowing that, you know, come here, I'll show you this magic trick kind of thing, and, you know, gained his trust, and I liked him. Yeah.
Frank Sheldon was introduced to us as Mr. Richards' uncle. This is my Uncle Frank. So, oh, okay, well, this is Frank, and Frank owns the island, and...
So the gym teacher introduced him to the millionaire Frank who owned the island as his uncle.
Whatever, and we're, you know, so.
Wealthy man. Anybody from that area knew, you know, he was very prominent, wealthy, come from wealthy family, so on. Everything just seemed legit. I mean, it didn't, because my mom, being a single mom, my dad died when I was 5, and I had 3 siblings, so she was very protective. Never saw it coming.
From what I understood, he went to a couple of the other boys and myself's parents and said, these guys did an exceptional job this year in gym class, and as a reward, we'd like to take them up to the island for, I don't remember if it was for a week or 2 weeks or 4 days, or I don't remember that part of it. But that's what it basically was. It was because we did such an excellent job, and we were so well-mannered that was kind of a reward for us to go up to the island.
It was so fun. I was so excited. I had some of my neighborhood friends with us in the station wagon. Back then, you know, you didn't need seatbelts or anything. You just piled 10 kids in the station wagon, and there you go. 76, I think it was, give or take. Went there, got on the plane, and I remember getting on the plane. I was so excited. Me and Mike, and there's 2 other kids. I think one was a grade above us, and one was a grade below us, if I remember correctly. And I remember just taking off, just like rock star. I'm in a plane. I've never been in a plane before. You know, I'm just a poor kid who lives in the projects. Got lucky enough to get a tuition to a Catholic school. Yeah, it was really cool.
So I remember we met up. I'm assuming there was a parental slip that was signed or something. I don't remember that part of it, but I know we went to St. Clair County Airport. All the family showed up with the parents and the kids. We all said, yep, got on the plane, and we went. It was exciting from the moment.
So they told him, shout out to Adrena, like, we're going to reward the kids for doing so good, right? And you give your children over to Moloch, to Baal. Like, literally gave them over to let them go. That's why you don't give your children to nobody. Everybody listen clearly. Don't ever, the youngsters with children, You don't give your children to nobody unless you going with them. Okay? You come on, keep them away from fraternities, sororities, clubs. I don't give a crap what it is. My baby ain't going nowhere with you unless I'm there to see. That's it. All right? No one. You watch your family members too. Watch old Uncle Stinky Toe and old Auntie Stinky Booty. You know, watch everybody. Okay? Protect these babies, bro.
Plane took off
Excuse me?
till we came back.
Yes.
We have a comment in the chat. You mind if I read it?
Go ahead.
It's from Maddie. Maddie says, I know I was 99% that close to being great. I was 9 to 10. How I got away? I am telling you, Yahuwah alone can tell you the story. That man was 60 plus years of age.
Praise the Most High that He allowed you to get away, Maddie. Praise the Most High. And my sympathies to those who were molested. We have quite a few in our ministry, young and old, boys, men and women, boys and girls who were molested. And as I minister to their spirit, I heard the stories, and I heard some of the most shocking stories. And some of them were from family members. So I'm saying, y'all, okay? There is, and there have been more than one young men who've come to get spiritual guidance in our ministry, and they were raped growing up from 5 years old, little boys, by their dads. Do you hear me? For me to hear a 22-year-old, 24-year-old, 25-year-old young man starts to tell me as I'm ministering to him his testimony, and he was great consistently growing up by his dad. So I'm telling you, because you got to watch everybody. Watch brothers and sisters, cousins, parents. That's why real ministry is the most heartbreaking stuff in the world. I ain't talking about these clown YouTube pastors or these Diddy Epstein ministers. I'm talking about true, righteous ministry of children of the Most High. It will break your heart, bro. I'm talking about, I mean, and you have to rebuild their spirit as they're healing from it, and they're dealing with the trauma, the PTSD, and they're trying to deal with how do I go about to finding a wife? You know, do I tell the future wife that right? So these are real life ministerial things that happen in real ministry. You understand? And some of them, men and women, they've been in our ministry for years, and they're coming along. They're getting up there in their age, and they're fine young men and women of the Most High. But it doesn't erase what happened. You understand? All right, let's continue. So, for all of those who were victimized, the love of the Father is still covering you. And vengeance is His, and it will be repaid for what was done to you. May the Most High cover and bless you with His healing hands and His grace. Praise the Most High. All right, let's continue.
It was exciting. We went to St. Clair County Airport. All the family showed up with the parents and the kids. We all said, yep, got on the plane, and we went. It was exciting. From the moment the plane took off till we came back, everything we did on the island, myself, was great. Flying was like, man, I wonder what it's going to be like. It's just all the what ifs and what's going to happen and all the other stuff. But, and it was basically because I like to eat. Not that you can tell that, but I enjoy eating. And the food was phenomenal. They fed us like kings while we were up there. Everything was fun. Everything was great. I remember I'd go out and stand and just watch the water, and you could see forever. It was like It was like being on top of the world, you know. It was really cool. The island was beautiful. It was a really cool place. And we go down, the water was like, it almost looked like the ocean, but it was freezing.
And I remember landing. I remember getting our stuff, getting our cabin, and you know, within an hour, we were naked on the beach. That's just how it was. If you live on an island, this is how they do it in islands. So. Okay. Again, 11 years old, I'd assume I was protected. That's my gym teacher right there.
And hey guys, let's go.
So they trust in the authority, the gym teacher, the reverend. You're like, we on the island. You got to get naked on the beach. These little boys, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Skinny dipping. And then to me, it was weird because it's supposed to be dark when you go skinny dipping, you know. Oh, there's no girls around. No.
That's my gym teacher right there.
And hey guys, let's go skinny dipping. And then to me, it was weird because it's supposed to be dark when you go skinny dipping, you know. Oh, there's no girls around. Nobody's going to see you. Here, watch. You know, so Mr. Richards takes all his clothes off, jumps in the water, swims around. Come on, you guys, it's all right, and whatever. Well, okay, so we all take our swim stuff off, whatever. We jump in, and we're all running around naked. Well, hindsight now, looking at it, well, that's pretty wrong. I mean, it's really off key to be doing anything like that. But they made it so that it was not he, because Frank wasn't there. I don't know if he was up filming us or what he was doing.
I remember seeing, you know, and when I was talking to Mike, we've talked several times on the phone, rehashing things, helping each other remember things. And he remembers as well as I do, the seeing cameras, you know, and it's like a beach. And to us, you know, we're in the Bahamas. And I remember seeing cameras, but me and the other boys were all naked. That's just the way, that's what you did. That's what you did. If you want to be on the island, this way you have to do, you have to be naked. So we were all naked.
But Mr. Richards made it as, oh, don't worry about it. Nobody's going to know. Nobody's going to see. It's okay. Come on, look, I'm doing it. So let's do it. So that's what we did. Come on, guys, bury me in the sand. So burying him in the sand, and, you know, and everybody's naked running around, but it's okay because there's no girls around. You know, that's
now,
the way.
Everybody listen, they were filming everything. Is this Epstein anybody, right? And they're filming everything because they advertising them for sale and stuff. They're making films. They're making 8mm films, filming everything.
That's the way they presented it. Don't worry, guys, there's no girls. Nobody will see you.
It was figured out a way for us to touch him inadvertently, like, let's bury him because he's naked, and then we're going to have to touch him, you know, somewhere. He did games like that quite often. Again, you know, and then if you started feeling a little uneasy, I remember a couple times feeling a little uneasy, you know, you do a magic trick, and oh yeah, you know, it was cool.
We got him all buried, you know, and it's, we're running around, whatever. Well, I picked up a rock. I believe it was about the size of a softball, but kind of elongated. And I took and I threw it, and it hit him right in his genital area, and he got upset because he was buried in the sand still. But that's where I was aiming too. I don't know why, but I got him with a rock.
Right to the beach. You know, just leave your clothes, and, you know, you can bring a towel, put it in the beach, but the boys have to be naked, and that's just how it was.
So once again, they played on our trust.
But there's times we could just go, you know, be boys, you know. But they focused on me a lot, I noticed. Long blonde hair, blue-eyed, 11-year-old. The very first day we were there, and I had a sunburn, and Jerry Richards rubbed lotion on me everywhere. Again, I just thought it was normal. That was uncomfortable, but he just relaxed me. I don't remember even what he said, but just relax or something like that. You know, where I would rub lotion on me. I remember him taking lotion and putting it on his hand here, and then just me laying on my stomach and just going between my cheeks, you know, with his hand like that. And I felt very uncomfortable, but he assured me everything was okay, and this is what we're supposed to do. Again, I trusted him. You know, turn over, do the same thing, because you have to protect that. You know, so every day he did that to me.
First chance I had where nobody was watching me, I was gone. So when they told me you can't be taken off, it was almost like you go to grandma's house and all the grandkids are there and you're playing and you're doing everything to have a good time because you haven't seen everybody. And it's like, your kids quit running. Go sit down over there for a little bit. That feeling that's kind of what it was like when I was told that don't just be going out looking for stuff, like they got to keep an eye on you all the time. So it kind of put some of the fire out, you know.
Sheldon, he said the same thing too. This is how things are. You know, this is my island. I own this island, blah, blah, blah. And you kids are lucky and fortunate to be here, you know, so basically just adhere to these rules. And this is how we are here, you know, and they were naked as well.
I was never really super comfortable around him just because I didn't know him. But when he did that, I definitely put a distance between him and I was more, anything I did was more towards Mr. Richards.
So what's very interesting is it's the dynamics, right? It's because I remember me at 10 years old, at 11 years old, there was not no grown man taking his clothes off in front of me, and I'm supposed to be taking my clothes off. I guess growing up from the streets, I had a certain awareness, and I'm guessing a lot of other children, which I know, coming from different places, they don't have that same awareness, right? They don't, you know, that's how these groomers, that's how they groom them, right? Because they don't know no better. Like, I guess it's just innocent, right? My coach, he got his clothes off. We all take, where I come from, we would, nobody doing that at all, okay? And I come from that time, all right, 70s, and so it's an innocence that is exploited by these devils, and my innocence, I didn't have it because I grew up in a really rough area, and so I was already, you know. And all of us growing up there, we was already on guard to any type of predators from any fashion. But I could see a lot of these other children like them, you know, they were groomed to think that's okay, and it's just not okay. So y'all make sure y'all teach y'all children that none of that is okay. Nobody should touch you. Nobody should see you naked. Nobody should. I don't play all that. All that somebody taking pictures of naked babies and taking pictures of little babies and little stuff, and they be putting stuff on the internet and stuff. I never would agree with that stuff ever. All right, let's continue.
Because anything I did was more towards Mr. Richards. I definitely put a distance between him and I was more, anything I did was more towards Mr. Richards because I knew him. So I don't know.
So he's saying he stayed away from the owner of the island, and he kind of knew the gym teacher. So
that was before anything had ever happened. So
Mike and I would venture off, you know, got this island, and when we could go somewhere with our clothes on, we just go and do what boys do, you know.
There was a stump, and it was probably about the size around as this chair, maybe 4 or 5 feet long. And I remember there was snakes on the end of it. So I rolled the thing, I rolled it with the bottom ripped off of it, and there was literally thousands of snakes in this thing. And they weren't like just all garter snakes. There was ringneck snakes and milk snakes, and it was just this, it was the greatest thing ever. I go back and I get Bill, and I said, "You got to see these snakes." He said, "I don't really care for snakes." I said, "Well, come on, you got to see this. This is really, I wanted to show somebody."
There's cameras by the trail that we took. Mike and I would go, you know, catch snakes and salamanders and just do what boys do. And there's cameras, you know, a lot all over the place, really.
It's almost like, you ain't going to believe this unless you see it. So him and I, we take and go out, and the snakes are still there, and he's like, "You are nuts." We were there, probably an hour, I'm guessing, half hour. But from the time we walked there, checked them out, and then walked back, it was about an hour. But when we got back, we couldn't find it. You know, usually there was somebody right around the main cabin, and there was nobody there. So we went down to the beach, ran down to the beach. We actually ran because it was kind of like, what the heck's going on? So we ran down to the beach, there's nobody there. We ran back up, went to each cabin, nobody there. What the heck? They left us. That's the first thing we thought. So we take and run down to the airstrip, and the plane's there. So we're like, okay, well, what the heck? So we go back, and the Jeep was gone. So we're like, oh, they must have just took a ride, and they're out going around the island and whatever. So I want to say it was probably a couple hours we got into the food. We snuck and we were eating candy bars and stuff. Let's get some chow while they're gone, whatever. So then they came back, and they were happy, but the two boys were different after they were quiet.
I don't know if it's the exact same time, but I remember hearing one of the kids screaming and crying, like somebody was hurting him. And he was screaming and yelling, stop. And we didn't know what was going on, and we knew it was coming from a locked door. There's nothing we could do except for take off running, which is what we did. Now, I don't know if it's that same time, and I remember the tree trunk full of snakes, because that was cool, wow, we're 11. But we heard the kid crying. I think it was a kid that was a grade above us. Heard him screaming and crying, stop. Yeah, I remember that very vividly.
So they took these little boys, and I want y'all to understand how satanic this is. It's the torture, because a little boy who has an anus is an exit, and it's a small hole. And for a grown man to try to enter this little boy there's a ripping, and this is violence. This is torture. So he's hearing the boy screaming, telling him to stop. And it's so sadistic that to do this to little boys and little girls, the same thing with little girls. A little girl's vajayjay is not developed to be receiving, because she's not at the age to be procreating. So the violent rape of the innocents, there's a fracturing of the soul, of the spirit. And that's what it's for. They get off on the pain and the torture and the fracture of the spirit. And it's the darkest thing in the world, bro. There's nothing to me darker.
I don't think he really talked much. He didn't talk. We heard the kid crying. I think it was a kid that was a grade above us. Heard him screaming and crying, stop. Yeah, I remember that very vividly. I don't think he really talked much. He didn't talk a lot before, but he didn't talk really at all after that. They kind of kept him secluded from us, I think.
They didn't talk anymore. We would have cookouts and stuff. We'd cook hot dogs and have the marshmallows and stuff. And everybody was talking, but those kids they didn't really talk at all anymore. They didn't say anything. And it was kind of odd, that was just, as a kid though, you're not going, geez, I wonder what the heck's going on with her. It was just, they just seemed a lot quieter.
The one older kid, he was kind of quiet to begin with. He's kind of a tough guy, at least I thought. But then after that, he didn't talk. He didn't do anything, more like sit at the beach by himself and, down by the water. Of course, Jerry Richards was right there comforting, putting his arm around him, that kind of stuff. I think Mike was the lucky one. Just his natural curiosity to run and, and be a boy and look around, kept him safe.
They didn't talk no more because their spirit is fractured. Their soul is damaged.
And I'm glad for him. I wasn't as fortunate.
And I don't know if there was another building, if they took him down to the beach. I don't know where they went. I don't have any idea on that, but from what I gathered from that, they went and molested him and filmed him while Bill and I were gallivanting around the woods. It's just like it didn't sink in as, wow, these kids went through an awful hell. And until I started getting older, and I was thinking, wow, they used our innocence, and that sucks.
He asked if I could put some lotion on him. And I was very hesitant, and I knew that I shouldn't do that. He said, well, I did you, and you should do that for me, that kind of thing. So I did. I knew it was wrong. It's hard to describe. I felt shameful. I knew it was wrong, something I shouldn't have done. Man, I'm thinking, in my 11-year-old mind, I never had nothing to say at confession, because we used to go to confession once a week. And I never had anything to say at confession because I never did anything wrong. This is definitely wrong, so I'm definitely going to have to tell the priest this. So I felt bad. Should I say it? And they got you thinking, you have to confess, your sins in order to be forgiven. This is how we were taught. So I think my biggest worry was if I should tell the priest or should I tell my mom. I should keep it to myself. They said, I'm going to get in trouble, but I might get in trouble if I tell it to the priest. You know, so a lot of mixed emotions. It was a really messed up time, I guess. Yeah.
My mom and dad were more of, let's get a hold of the cops. And, you know, I'm more of a handle it myself guy.
The guy, you could tell he's still broken, right, guys? You can see he's still broken.
I'm more angry that I didn't do more. And because I knew, I mean, after the fourth or fifth time, this isn't right. This isn't normal. The first time I could almost think of a reason why that it's normal. But after that, I just knew. And then, you know, and that's when it comes with the hush hush and don't say nothing. You're going to get in trouble, so on and so on. You know, kind of the scare tactic, you know, to keep my mouth shut.
If someone did that to one of my kids and I found out about it, they better get to them first. Because if I can get my hands on you, you're done.
Angry, fighting, never fought before. I spent the next 5 years, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, half of my school was sitting in with a counselor for anger management. I just fought, I was just angry. And I battled depression almost 4 decades. Sometimes it rears its ugly head, but, you know, I've learned to control it and, you know, life goes on.
This operation went undetected for years, shrouded by the island's remote location and the...
So that pornography operation PDF went on for years. This is the article. PORN ring hidden, and where Brother Paul is purportedly located, he is charged with 2 counts of criminal sexual contact with boys and being sought under a federal flight warrant. All right?
The facade of a legitimate youth camp. As investigations intensified and suspicions grew, the true nature of North Fox Island's activities was exposed when children began to speak to their parents about the horrors they had faced on Uncle Frank's private island. And in 1976, after being tipped off by someone close to the investigation, before he could ever be arrested, Francis Sheldon fled the country on his private airplane and escaped the legal consequences of his heinous crimes. His escape left behind a trail of trauma and shattered lives, and all in all, only one man, Gerald Richards, was ever convicted for the videotaped victimization of dozens of vulnerable children, and he was sentenced to only 2 years in prison. That's right, Gerald Richards got 2 years in prison for children, filming the of children, then selling footage of he and others children. Something that also doesn't sit right with me is the fact that none of the people who were purchasing child from the North Fox Island ring, none of the other that raped children on camera, and none of the who visited North Fox Island to rape a child were ever arrested or charged. To this day, the client list remains unknown, and that's probably on purpose. The FBI said years later that all of their files on North Fox Island were destroyed in a flood. Yes, you heard that correctly. Every file they had collected on the case, which was being held in the basement of an FBI building, was damaged beyond repair due to a flood.
Y'all hear that? That's why ain't nobody getting arrested for no Epstein Island stuff. Because they all guilty, bro. You understand? They all guilty.
Well, that's quite the coincidence, isn't it?
Low-level scumbags with high-level...
So, the FBI, all the files, we had a flood. That's it, nothing to see here.
Intellects and resources
was damaged beyond repair due to a flood. Well, that's quite the coincidence, isn't it?
Low-level scumbags with high-level intellects and resources. Their sole goal was to, molest kids and sell pictures of it and keep doing it because that was their deal. Frank Sheldon, though, was a little more interesting than your regular scumbag because he had so much money. He was heir to the developers of Grosse Pointe, which is famously where all the Detroit Pistons live and stuff. You know, tons of mansions at the time, lots and lots of money. His family developed that. He was on the board of trustees of lots of foundations and shit. He was a proponent of the Cranbrook School of the Arts. He had his fingers in all kinds of philanthropical shit, and tons and tons of cash. He was working with high-profile people in Detroit and Ann Arbor, where the University of Michigan was. Lots of philanthropic money floating from him to him, all kinds of, he was smart, man. He developed this camp. He got tax breaks for the camp. He got government subsidies and shit. So basically what what he did was he created a little haven like Epstein's Lolita Island or whatever. He brought kids out there and yeah, he raped
Actual picture of them on the Fox Island.
them and took photographs of them. And like Epstein's Lolita Island or whatever. He brought kids out there and yeah, he raped them and took photographs of them and he sent them home, man.
So Frank was actually, basically to sum it up, he was paid like by the government to take these kids out there, right?
Frank Sheldon knew how the system of taking care of disenfranchised, disenchanted, impoverished, broken children worked in the same way that other abusers infiltrate the foster care system or infiltrate, you know, the church system or whatever. If you are a sick who wants to, you know, abduct or molest or otherwise abuse children, what do? You go where the children are, or you bring them to you. You know, it's not like you can just walk around the street and just grab kids all the time. That you're gonna eventually end up in prison. But if you're savvy and you have resources, you develop a system that funnels those kids through you. Just
international web. This was internationally spread.
It's like people who decide they want to, you know, who are bad actors who want to infiltrate the foster care system and have 7 or 8 kids go through their, you know, and you learn later, yeah, they abused all of them. Frank Sheldon was working on that kind of system, but it was a little bigger scale. He got, just like fostering, he got subsidies. He got paid for every kid that he took into this camp, and he got tax write-offs, and he got all kinds of shit. Yeah, so Frank Sheldon made money abusing kids. So it makes sense that Frank Sheldon would keep doing it. And he made money, secondary money, off of let's call it the royalties of that abuse, which is the child pornography that he produced and the rumored parties that Frank Sheldon was involved in, where some of these victims say, yeah, I was at a party in Ann Arbor, Michigan, which is where Frank Sheldon also had occupancy at times. And there were all these men there, and there were 3 or 4 other kids, and you know, we were there for them. Like Frank Sheldon organized and hosted and profiteered off of all variations of this abuse. And what is very important that nobody ever talks about, drives me insane, when Frank Sheldon got tipped off that the police were about to search all of his shit, because that did happen. The police were coming down on him. They were honing in on their investigation of him. It was unrelated to the Oakland County child killings. They were honing in on Frank Sheldon, and he got tipped off. They showed up, and all the shit that they were looking for was gone. What incenses me is that he absconded and eventually ended up in the Netherlands, and eventually had a funnel of money from Detroit to the Netherlands through his family attorney or whatever. He didn't lose any of his money or whatever. And he lived in the Netherlands for years and years and years after this shit. He eventually died in the Netherlands, but nobody has gone and said, hey, if he was doing that shit on Fox Island, let's go look and see what the was going on in the Netherlands. There have got to be hundreds of victims of Frank Sheldon in the Netherlands, because he lived another 20 years and he had all the money in the world. At some point, when looking into this case, when you have the police documents, the police narratives, the evidence statements, and all of this stuff that go along with the FOIA documents, Freedom of Information Act documents, with which I have maybe 5,000 pages, which is just a scratch of what's actually out there. I have about 10 or 15,000 pages. At some point, when you're digging through the files of the Oakland County child killer case, you come across all kinds of mention of Fox Island, because Fox Island and the pedophiles operating there were on the radar of the police predating the Oakland County child killer.
Investigation at Houston determined the trust company of Virgin Islands Limited. Island Center, Houston, Texas, 10th floor. Ain't that crazy? Virgin Islands Limited. Epstein was where? On the, like, I know that's just, it's crazy because you're talking back in 1977, but it's just crazy that it's like the company of the Virgin Islands Limited and this island, bro. Look, a recontact with answering service for trust company of the Virgin Islands Limited revealed that this is just, it's just crazy, bro. All right, let's continue. Welcome to everybody that's coming in new, that's coming in. I'm sorry. I'm not going back and forth with you. I'm kind of not feeling too good, right now with this dark stuff. Is my spirit is bothered. So I apologize that I'm not interacting with the chat like I usually do. Like I told y'all before, my Achilles heel is when you're harming little ones. When you're harming little ones, that breaks me, bro. That's my kryptonite, bro. All right, let's continue.
Come across all kinds of mention of Fox Island because Fox Island and the pedophiles operating there were on the radar of the police predating the Oakland County child killings. So they were looking at Fox Island because they had many reports of these molestations, and we should actually call them we should stop calling them molestations and start calling them what they were, which are violent. They're talking about children. At some point, the violent rape of these children on Fox Island was on the radar of police. So when the abduction of these children started in Oakland County, it was natural to start looking to Fox Island to see if there was connections. They started.
Information was received from the Tennessee Bureau of Criminal Identification that they closed a boys' farm which had been engaged in criminal sexual contact during the course of their investigation. So everybody, while he was running this Fox Island, this Devil's Island, they had serial killers. So a lot of the serial killers in the Midwest over there in Detroit, they congregated on the corridor, on the Cass corridor, because it was known that that billionaire dude, and he founded the town that so a lot of the serial killers congregated there so they had the Oklahoma serial killer there and all these missing boys, and they was being sent to the island and being filmed, and this stuff was sold. The films were being sold. So there was millions of money, and this is international, and then the web of these Baal worshipers was growing, and all of the officials knew about it. That's the part. It was known of the farm, the boys' farm. All right, let's continue.
To see connections between the casts. So when the abduction of these children started in Oakland County, it was natural to start looking to Fox Island to see if there was connections. They started to see connections between the casts that they knew of and the Fox Island operators. So they started probing those connections, the Cass Corridor connections down in Detroit and the Fox Island connections in northern Michigan. But the thing about it is they're very close to each other. Fox Island, you look at the state of Michigan and you go, oh, well, that's 4 hours away or whatever the it is. It's right there. It's a morning's drive. This is not like a foreign territory. And so it made sense for them to look up there to see if these people were associated, because in fact, residentially they were. They didn't live full time at North Fox Island. They lived full time down here in Detroit. That was just a fucking vacation spot for those motherfuckers. The players were all the same. They didn't just come out of nowhere and say, what if that random person up in Fox Island? No. All the players that Frank Sheldon associated with, and
they had a box containing 18 reels of obscene 8mm movies. You ever seen that movie called 8mm? It's a dark, what they call sadistic sadomasochism movie. It's an old movie, okay? And this before the dark web, okay? Wow, Bohemian Grove is 3. So you over in Cali, Missy B, all right? Again, welcome everybody new, and I apologize I'm not interacting, and I think I've seen someone. So for those who've been victimized by others and you're writing it in the chat, thank you for sharing. And this is a free space where I'm quite sure if the moderators saw it, they showed you a lot of respect, kindness, and love. And you are loved, and you are a child of the Most High, and you are important. And it is not right what happened to any of y'all. It is not right. All right. But there are some children of the Most High who are compassionate, caring, and would have protected you. And we love you. We love you with the love of the Father. It's not, love where you be like, well, you don't know me. No, the love of the Father. We love you. You are the Most High's children. And this house, this ministry, this channel is a place where you can always come and find kindness, compassion, love, respect. If you ever need it, we live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And I'm going to try to be careful with my titles so they don't shadow ban me like they did the last one. I got to be wise as a serpent, right? I just can't. Like I did the Johnson, I don't even want to say it now, and they shadow ban. So because we need a place, okay? I don't know. Morgan Freeman was in 8mm. So it's a sick movie, guys. So if y'all just be prepared, it's a dark movie. Just everybody, because all of these live streams, we had quite a few people who were victimized, men and women who came. And I know, and the Most High is allowing you to find our channel. So we are always here, all right? And I'm here. My email is on the thing. You can email. We are a real ministry, all right? We're for real, all right? And if nowhere else you had in life that you can feel loved and welcomed and listened to and respected, you have found it. And it's not fake. We've been doing this for years and years. We got people that came at 15 years old and 20s. And, so it's not fake, all right? So welcome to the channel. Welcome to the house of the Most High. And we're his children and you're his children. All right. I just want to say that because I hasn't been paying attention to the chat because my spirit is heavy because of this stuff about the babies, bro. It's my kryptonite, guys. All right, let's continue. Oh my goodness, may the Most High's vengeance and his will be done over all this darkness. This will all be paid for. Facts. They will all get for eternity too. Everything will be paid. It's a price for all of this. All right, let's continue.
Say, what if that random person up in Fox Island? No. All the players that Frank Sheldon associated with full-time down here in Detroit. That was just a fucking vacation spot for those motherfuckers. The players were all the same. They didn't just come out of nowhere and say, what if that random person up in Fox Island? No. All the players that Frank Sheldon associated with, and there are photographs of Frank Sheldon with some of these people. All those players were operating downstate in Detroit in the Cass corridor. So it made a lot of sense. I found no evidence that Frank Sheldon abducted and murdered any of the 4 Oakland County child killing victims. But I found plenty of evidence that Frank Sheldon was associated with some of the people that are the prime suspects. Once you open the can of worms that's Fox Island, you start to find all kinds of tentacles, stories of people who...
You see some of these articles? I was going to screenshot them, but it's too many. So y'all could go back if y'all wanted to in the video and screenshot from the live stream and all that. But look, all this stuff. This right here says, and I got more coming. We got that you're going to find a serial killer and he wrote all the connections and we're going to read it. All right. Yes. Could somebody bring me some water, please, or something to drink? Could you bring me something to drink, please? Thank you, Masherie. Now, it says something at Water Street. It says something about BL, Boy Love. Where is it? I saw it somewhere. It was somewhere over here. Anyway, y'all can pause and read some of this stuff. I don't see it now.
But I found plenty of evidence that Frank Sheldon was associated.
There you go. I have met several BL, boy lover friends in this area, and also that's that NAMBLA, National Man Love Boy Love Association, devil stuff. But anyway, let's continue.
With some of the people that are the prime suspects. Once you open the can of worms that's Fox Island, you start to find all kinds of tentacles, stories of people who, if you talk to them, you say, yeah, I wasn't taken to Fox Island, but I was taken by Frank Sheldon to a place in Ann Arbor, or I was taken by Frank Sheldon to a place in northern Michigan, or I was taken by Jerry Richards to this doctor's office, all kinds of things, to parties, to doctor's offices, to compounds in the Upper Peninsula, especially in the Upper Peninsula one. I spent 2 hours on a phone call, for instance, with somebody crying to me about Frank Sheldon taking them to a compound in the Upper Peninsula and raping them. When you're on the phone with some of these people, it's impossible to doubt them because of the emotion that's in their voice and the detail of their story and the way they stick to that detail throughout a 2-hour period. When someone tells me that they were taken by so-and-so to a doctor's office by an associate of Frank Sheldon and watched somebody get murdered on the table, I believe them. In the doctor's office, it wasn't during business hours, obviously. It was a medical facility that they were taken to after hours or on the weekend or wherever the fuck it was. When somebody tells me they watched a child get murdered and they're bawling while they're telling me, I believe them. I've had dozens of those phone calls.
Now listen what he's breaking down. Doctors, school teachers, police, priests, ministers, reverends, all the boys club, Boy Scouts. He says children being raped and then unalived. They were making snuff films, okay? And they would pay big money, right? So again, we're pointing out how long this has been going on. All right, let's continue.
And those tales line up with the stories I'll get murdered, and they're bawling while they're telling me. It wasn't during business hours, obviously. It was a medical facility that they were taken to after hours or on the weekend or wherever the fuck it was. When somebody tells me they watched a child get murdered and they're bawling while they're telling me, I believe them. I've had dozens of those phone calls, and those tales line up with the stories that we read about. Some of them are in the documents. There's a school teacher now. At the time she gave their statement, she was retired. She talks about as a child being subjected to those people, the same people that we were looking at for the Oakland County child killings. I mean, you're talking about teachers and engineers, and these are normal people, man.
This is just a question I had. I know there was some talk of like snuff films and stuff. Is there any sort of thought amongst...
Hold on, look at this. Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Right? It's international. We're gonna see the list in a second, right? Pan American Airlines, British West Indies Airlines, service the islands from New York to Toronto, Canada. This information was checked through. Okay, let's continue.
People, man.
This is just a question I had. I know there was some talk of like snuff films and stuff. Is there any sort of thought amongst the people who study this case that some of this could have been filmed for purposes like that?
So for those who might not know, a snuff film, SNUFF, that's a film that these psychopaths, these devils make, where they rape, mutilate, torture, and unalive the youngster, elder, girl, boy, whoever they doing it to, and they film, and people pay big money to watch it. They got that stuff on the black market and stuff too, right? So a snuff film mean they snuff out their life, okay? They take their life and they film it, and people watch that sick stuff, these devils. All right.
I've talked to police officers.
Could have been filmed. Is there any sort of thought amongst the people who study this case that some of this could have been filmed for purposes like that?
I have talked to police officers, original task force members, family members of the victims, and other people associated with the case, and have found a general consensus that that's probably what happened, but nobody wants to talk about it. There was all kinds of 8mm footage confiscated from some of the suspects, and all of that footage is allegedly gone, destroyed in a flood or whatever. It's bullshit, man. Somebody sat there watching that shit to figure out who the victims were.
Now this dude right here, let me go back. Could somebody please bring me something to drink, please? This is a serial killer. You see him? He's one of, thank you so much. He's one of the serial killers, right? Thank you. No, my Cherie, I never eat when I'm teaching the word. Never. I'll never eat. I fast. Whenever I teach the word, I eat after I teach the word. So whenever y'all see me teach the word, my body is in a fasting state. I never, ever. I've been teaching this word for, oh my goodness, I don't know how many years now, right? But I fast whenever I teach the word. Only time if we just having little discussions, I might. But when I teach these live streams, I don't eat. I just drink. I hydrate. All right, let's continue.
Task force members, family members of the victims, and other people associated with the case, and have found a general consensus that that's probably what happened, but nobody wants to talk about it. You know, there was all kinds of 8mm footage confiscated from some of the suspects, and all of that footage is allegedly gone, destroyed in a flood or whatever. It's bullshit, man. You know, somebody sat there watching that shit to figure out who the victims were. And if they didn't, then they ought to be fucking arrested. Like, or it's like, look, you're a police officer, man. Every square inch of that 8mm film is a crime scene. Of course you're going to look at it. It's not the most pleasant job. We know now that every square inch of any footage is a crime scene, man. Like, you look at that shit and you can tell the wallpaper, where that's from, right? The carpeting, where that's from. You can find people, man. There's still people in captivity right now, forced to do child shit. And if somebody's not looking at that shit, you can't find them. So whatever that happened to that footage, we don't know. Nobody claims to know, but you know somebody watched that before.
So the police and the government, the film, everything has just got washed away in the flood. Sorry, my Cherie. She said, I wasn't talking to you, Unc. I was talking about they eating the children. Sorry, I thought you was talking about me eating something. But say praise the Most High. The only connection so far between Lawson, Francis Sheldon's PDF ring is that Lawson talked about Sheldon financing the film of Timothy King, produced by Bob Moore. Lawson told detectives this during the interview in 1988 after he contacted Timothy King's father from the Macomb County Jail, stating that he knew who unalived his son, John. And I agreed that the movie behind the kidnappings and unalivings was probably the money the suspects were getting for filming and selling the snuff films of these little children, the unalived films. So they were unaliving, graping, and selling the films, and the serial killers found out. So this was a whole organization, okay?
Where it allegedly disappeared. They didn't just stick it in on we don't know. Nobody right now tell the wallpaper where that's from, right? The carpeting, where that's from. You can find people, man. There's still people in captivity right now, forced to do child shit. And if somebody's not looking at that shit, you can't find them. So whatever that happened to that footage, we don't know. Nobody claims to know. But you know somebody watched that before it allegedly disappeared. They didn't just stick it in on a shelf and go, oh, we'll get to that shit later. That was the first thing they did when you walk into someone's house, even they're a friend, whatever, and there's a stack of photographs sitting on the table. What are these photos? You want to look at the photo? What's this shit? So you're a cop going to this alleged scene of the prime suspect of Michigan's biggest murder case ever, and there's a suitcase full of child. Of course you look at that shit. So somebody saw that shit and nobody said anything about anything. And so what happens is people tend to think, man, they probably killed those kids on camera. To understand the purpose behind these murders, you have to first acknowledge that it's not one person, one psychopath, one whatever, going out who abducted and molested these kids. We know that because they found multiple sources of DNA tied to multiple sex offenders. So like, look, there's no way around it. This was team killings. Whether one person did the murdering or 3 or 5, whatever, this was team killings, at least in terms of complicity. Once we understand that, then
You see all those devils? If we knew how many of these devils are all around, that's why the Most High is exposing a lot from this Epstein stuff. But you see how far back it goes? Look at all these psychopaths, all these devils.
5, whatever. This was teen killings, at least in terms of complicity. Once we understand that, then we know that this was sexually motivated
Hold
shit.
on.
And
Let me read some of that, of these individuals. Hold on. It's small. Let me make it bigger. Composite drawing, suspect in Timothy King's abduction. He was a white male, that's him. Christopher Bush, serial PDF, who was cleared in 1977, but supposedly confessed in a private polygraph exam short time later. He unalived himself in 1978. Gregory Green, serial PDF, an associate with Bush, who told authorities in 1977 that Bush killed Mark Stebbins. They both passed polygraph exams. He died in prison. James Gunnels, parolee who Bush raped and later befriended. He denied any knowledge of the child unalivings, although his mitochondrial DNA matched the hair found on the victim. David Norberg, something suspect who died in a 1981 car crash in Wyoming. He had a silver cross inscribed with the name Christine, but a DNA test ruled him out. Richard Lawson, a Michigan prisoner who told police that his associate Theodore Lamborghini or whatever was the child unaliver, serving life sentence for unaliving Livonia cab company owner. Theodore, that's him. So they two knew each other. Theodore Lebrian, a retired factory food worker, serving life sentence for his role in the Detroit PDF ring in the 70s and 80s. He denied any involvement in the child unalivings.
one person did the murdering, or 3 or 5, whatever. This was
Excuse
teen
me.
killings, at least in terms of complicity. Once we understand that,
May I read a comment, please?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Did something happen?
Oh, sorry. I'm here.
Go
This
ahead.
is from Yalayat. She says, Uncle, I asked for prayers a few videos back from my son. He was violated in prison while they had him high on drugs. He's in a hole now, getting mental help. Please, family, pray for us.
Yes. Everybody send prayers out for Yalayat's son. That violation. That's why I try to speak and tell these. Prison is just not the place, bro. Oh my goodness. We send prayers up, Yalayat, for your son. May the Most High's mighty hand, may he send his malaks, his angels, and his heavenly hosts, his sabayats to guide and protect that young man. May his trauma and his healing, may he heal in his soul and in his mind and in his being. May he heal. May he, because that can shatter his spirit and his soul. We pray a prayer of protection and healing over your son, Yalayat. May the ministry and may all the Most High's children send out prayers for all of the young children and the victims, young, old, for the children of the Most High, because we're all young under our Father. We're all his children. We're all babies under the Father. We say a prayer of healing over you and your family and your son. In the name of the Messiah, in the name of the only begotten Son of the Father, the only Yah's Son, we say this prayer in his name, who comes in the name of our Father. Amen, Yah. Hallelujah, inshallah, Yah. Amen, hallelujah, and Selah. Praise your holy name in its rightful order. All right, let's continue.
then we know that this was sexually motivated shit. And the recent DNA that was found, that somebody told me was found in the vagina of one of the girls. So, like, look, we know.
Give me a second. Amen for that prayer. I just don't like to cut right back in. Amen. May all the powers of the Shamayam, the heaven, be bestowed on all of the victims, on all of us who are seeking righteousness of the Father, who are seeking healing for our trauma. May we all be anointed by the calming embrace of the Holy Father. May we all find peace in the midst of the storm, in the midst of tribulation. May we all find a place of comfort for our weary souls, for our post-traumatic stress disorders, for all the trauma in this dark second world that's given over to the wicked. May we continue to be a light, and may the righteous bring spiritual healing to all of you, all of our souls. We praise the Most High holy name in his rightful order.
Whatever, this was team killings, at least in terms of complicity. Once we understand that, then we know that this was sexually motivated shit. And the recent DNA that was found, that somebody told me was found in the vagina of one of the girls. So, like, look, we know the girls were raped as well. We didn't know that before because the police spent a lot of time saying it didn't happen. These children were abducted for sexual purposes. And then from there, you can do whatever you want with that information. Why were they killed? Well, you just spent 19 days with one of them. What are you going to do? Send her back home with a backpack and a sandwich? Do I think that these children were killed specifically for the purpose of killing them on film? I don't know. My brain is too domesticated to go there. I don't want to think about certain things. Yeah. Like, I just don't want to think about it. But the truth is always right in front of us. And if it looks like that's a possibility, then it probably was, because you know what? They were abusing these children and they were monetizing the abuse. If they're going to monetize the abuse in one way, why aren't they going to monetize it in another way? We know this. They were creating and distributing it. These people are up.
Tonight, our look into the cold case of the Oakland County child killer takes us on a road trip to North Fox Island in northern Michigan. Police were investigating a child pornography ring on the island back in 1977. Now, just months after 3 Oakland County children were killed and just weeks before another, Timothy King, was abducted.
The operation was run by a man with ties to Metro Detroit, and police were anxious to find out if he was involved in those serial killings.
Yeah, one theory in the Oakland County child killer case is that it was part of a group of wealthy pedophiles who were trafficking in child pornography and groomed underage kids who became victims. A massive investigation led to 2 people, Frank Sheldon of Grosse Pointe, who owned much of North Fox Island, and Jerry Richards, a teacher in Port Huron who recruited young boys to fly to the island on field trips.
So the documentary owners, they're going to the island now. So they're on the boat headed to the island.
I remember getting on the plane. I was so excited. Me and Mike and there's 2 other kids.
That's a good word. Hell grows daily. Come on, that's a good word.
I think one was a grade above us and one was a grade below us, if I remember correctly. And I remember landing. I remember getting our stuff, getting our cabin, and within an hour we were naked on the beach. That's just how it was. If you live on an island, this is how they do it. And there's cameras, a lot all over the place, really.
It's the case that's haunted Metro Detroit for more than 3 decades. 4 children abducted and killed along the Woodward Corridor in the mid-70s by the infamous Oakland County child killer.
One part of it that doesn't fit, however, is that the more people know of a crime, the more likely it is that somebody will snitch.
It's hard for a big number of people to cover something up. Sooner or later, somebody is going to say something. Maybe not till their deathbed, but it just hasn't been solved,
There were other cases of boys being molested in connection with the ring on North Fox Island, and some of those became clear in the aftermath and during the child killer investigation. But the smoking gun was never quite discovered in connection with what was going on North Fox Island. And tragically, as the years go on, the trail gets colder and colder. In any crime, the more people know about it, the more likely it is that something will come out and make it unravel. There are so many people connected to these man-boy love groups that you have to think that somebody somewhere would spill the beans, and it hasn't happened enough that they can go back and say that they can link this to the child killings.
That 1 year, that gym teacher just ruined it all.
Y'all see the spirit over this island and the fact that it's still there and they don't allow nobody to inhabit it. It's like they're protecting. That's why we're doing this, Gracie. Pre-Epstein. The Most High had me go back, expose that this been going on. These wealthy, and they've been selling it, grooming, all of it, and they still got the islands.
It's a special place in hell for people like that. I pray that he's there.
All right. Oh, so what happened to my, so, hold on. Oh, my something happened. My thing didn't finish. All right, so anyway, I screenshotted it. My thing didn't finish. So there was a part. What happened to it? That never happens. It must have cut, because there was a part where they sit on the couch. All right, so I got the thing anyway. So let me go. I screenshotted it. So praise the Most High that I screenshotted it. That'd be that diligence. All right? Now watch this. So there was a part that the documentarians, before, I don't know what happened, it must have got cut out, that before they took the boat to the island, then I showed them on the island. So something got cut out. So watch this. So I'm going to show y'all, there was a part where he goes on his laptop and he shows this right here. Stop share. And then the owner of the island actually paid for, he owned the town. His family owned the town. And so they owned the police and everything in it. So window, bang, share. So one of the serial killers, I don't know if it was Bill Moore or one of them, this is in their files. This was their sheet that they drew. And this, so I screenshotted. I'm glad I did, because that part got cut out. I don't know what happened. So this is the sheet. Now, this is the actual serial killer, his drawing in his, I guess, book or whatever for their PDF ring. Now, look at this. Now, this is the actual one. Right here it says Dorian Philosophy. I wonder what that is. I know that Dorian got something. That's some old fallen name. That's an old ancient Baal type of worship thing. But anyway, Dorian Philosophy, for some of y'all who might know what that is, y'all can write it in the chat, right? Now look at this. At the top, it says porno shops. That's at the top. Then it's like it reminds me of when they do like the mafia, or they do a gang thing, and they put the board and they put the breakdown of the, right? So porno shops is at the top. Then it's direct mail. Direct mail. Remember, this is back in the serial unaliver, the Dorian. What somebody said. All right. So this is before emails and stuff, right? Now, so this was Bush's thing. I wonder whose this was. All right. So anyway, sorry, that it was. I had it in here. I don't know. It must have got cut out in my editing. I don't know. Dorian Greek. Okay. All right. So porno shops and then direct mail, right? Then the porno shops, they say they got an arrow says the advocate ads. They take out ads in newspapers. They took out ads in the back of magazines. This is how they grew their network, right? And it says Bear Club ads. T something Bear Club ads. This says the Advocate ads. This says other underground newspapers. So porno shops, direct mail. Porno goes straight to the Advocate ads. Direct mail to the other underground papers. Direct mail to the Bear Club ads. Then porno ad, the Advocate ads go to California mail receiver. And then it also go to Big Bear and other deviation, S&N, I guess, Child Sexuality, Circle Inc., members, pedophilia, and pedastry. What does pedastry mean again, guys? Someone told me before. Y'all right, what that mean again? And members, look, Renee Guyon Society, Inc. This one says DS Photography, Swapper. Then they got these pyramids. Boys Ranch in Texas. The Boys Farm in Tennessee. The Photography Swapper in Arizona. The Children's Nudist Camp in Vermont. Y'all see this crazy stuff? Look, GAY Church of the New Revelation, Inc. Y'all see it? GAY Church of the New Revelation, Inc. Yeah, that's what I thought. The SMN is sadomasochism. Pederasty is a socially acknowledged, hold on, SUX, or romantic relationship between adult male and younger male. Oh, so that's the same as PDF? All right, I guess it's just a different, all right. The discipline camp that Dr. Phil sends, yes. I got some other stuff coming in these lives, guys. Oh, I got some stuff coming with all these camps and these people, because everything is coming out now. The Most High got everything coming out, all right? Now, yeah, I didn't know it was male exclusive. The Children's Nudist Camp of Vermont. The sets up boys' homes and camps. Look, they setting up boys' homes and setting up children's camps. The GAY, so the sets up boys' homes in the Church of the New Revelation, Inc., so the arrows, GAY Church. Then the Church of the New Revelation, Inc., ministers' licenses. Look, giving out ministers' licenses. They're giving out legal assistance. They're giving out acting as incorporators. And then the Walnut Creek Home, the Professional D. Hot something photographer, I think. The Theron A. Grossman Youth Detector, GNR. Wealthy New England Family, New Boys Camp in Washington. They set that up. The Grossman Youth Director, GNR, set up the New Boys Camp in Washington. Y'all see this, guys? Foster Home for Boys. The Grossman Youth Director, GNR, set up the Foster Home for Boys, right? And it's tied to Adam something. Look, Europe sources. Everybody, we're going to go over to the right in a second. It's international, right? Let's continue. A, Rocky Mountain, North Carolina. AMR Smith Operator. B, Better Life Monthly, Beverly Hills, California. Barry Wright is his known alias. C, promotes child sex at an early age. D, may be legit. E, F, I guess F and S, something D-O, P-O, they got his P.O. box, over maybe forwarding. In California, S&F. All right, now let's go to the right. Let's do the middle first. Right, that was the left side. So now we're going to do the middle. Look, child sexuality circle, California mail receiver forwarding the ads. It went from the porn, direct mail, and everything, right? The members. Look to Hermes, Greek gods, Kokeo, something, right? To the ads, members, mailing lists, California mail receiver, and it goes to the circle in the middle. It's crazy because it says BLM. That's crazy, right? Yes, this is a crazy huge chart, right? And look what it says. Something Philos, optical liberation, BL something. I wish I could see what that says, right? And then that leads the child SCX circle, the BLM, the arrow leads to that. The BLM arrow leads to Contact AS and the Society Inc. The BLM leads over here to the Hermes, right? Contact ads, European network, all something organ. I don't know what that says. New European. Look, watch this. European, French, German, English, Holland, Greek group. Everybody. International. Okay? International. France, Germany, England, Holland, Greece. This BLM leads to a magazine. It leads to mail-o-matic operations, to Delaware Corporation, Delaware, to New Jersey. Look, Kieran, New Jersey. Then to clients. Then it reached to 8mm motion picture distributors in San Francisco. Y'all see this? 8mm motion picture distributors in San Francisco. This is the snuff films, PDF films before the 8mm, before the dark web, before the internet, before email. Everybody. It led to a mail forwarding services, the 8mm, probably in contact with DK and FDS. FDS. Ain't that got something to do with the Mormons and stuff? No, that's LDS, Latter-day Saints, sorry. Ocean Living Initiative, Inc. All right? And that's the Gross Youth Detector, Foster Boys for Boys, Ocean Living Initiative, Inc. These are all these companies that's pedophile and PDFing the little ones. The Frank Guilt, I guess, the train, something. All right, let's go stay in the middle. Something in California. We did that. Michael and Frank Suni, or whatever that says. All right, now let's go back up, and we're gonna go to the right. Detroit, something befriend PH. All right, so let's go to the right side a little bit. All right, so we did the middle, and we're gonna start at the top and go down from the right side. Hermes, Kokeo, whatever magazine, right? European network, members of the ICOD, whatever that says, intermediary member, the European network, he's an intermediary member, the porno shops, California publisher, the Surrey House. That's a publisher. Surrey House is a book publishing company. California publisher, Surrey House. Then we did all the French, German, English, Holland, Greek, contributing writer for the FDS author, investor, a geologist. They got a geologist. This person is wealthy. Somebody is wealthy. DK photography something. Something, I can't read that. Contact LK Pontiac, that's probably Michigan. Detroit, best friend or something friend. Something book. the Frank Guilt, Thorns, Zad Carr. Now, Charles Voigt is the city where the documentary was being taken. And the dude who owned the island, he founded Charles Voigt. He created that town, Charles Voigt. That's in Michigan. That was in the part where it got cut out somehow of this doc. There was a little piece where they broke that down. Barry something something for Fox Island. There you go. Built Fox Island. Something something, Charles Voigt, Bank something something, Barry something built North Fox Island. That's the island of devils. Something else, Nell's Witness. I don't know what that is. Nell's Witness, Michael and Frank, son, whatever. Then the airport is linked to Charles Voigt. Now, from the other dock, in that part of Michigan, they fly out to Charles Voigt. Something like the airport's connected, and that's how they fly in and out to Charles Voigt. So they got Nels again, then another Nels again. Nels is linked to this, and this says something about lover. You know, it's probably an Nambler thing, right? So I don't know what this Nels is. Nels Witness. Michael and Frank, the airport. Service, San Francisco. This says Cranbrook Institute. Big Brothers of Ann Arbor, Michigan. Big brothers and sisters, the big brothers. Wayne State. PI facility. The FDS author investor. The FDS did a home, AA home, home of AT, home of Aspen, home of something else, Langrod, WFI, California publisher, Surrey House, PD, Affiliate, and Pedastry Organized Network. Wow. The adult/adult homosexuality, the something affiliate GAY community, the something and Netflix, something philic, probably Netflix, sorry, GAY community, the Dorian philosophy. Wow. So this side says pedophilia and pedastry, and this side says pedophilia and pedastry organized network. Okay? This was in the files. And that all of a sudden, the government and Michigan State Police stuff said, all of the films and everything was destroyed in a flood. Okay? Wow. All right. Oh, man. All right. So this was a very dark lesson. Yeah, it was very dark. And let me see. We still got 150 people on the live. So we're gonna get a closeout. Akiyama, was there anybody that asked any questions or said anything? Because I had something else to show, but it's still dark. I don't want to do
We
more
have
dark.
a few thank yous and I think some other things as well.
All right, so you can get to those because I don't want to do another dark on top of this dark. I'll save that. I'll save that for another live stream. We live again Friday about Eastern Standard Time, about 9 p.m. It'll be a whole different topic. Y'all see when the live stream come. Y'all join us back. But the other stuff that I was going to bring out, I got more dark stuff. I don't want to do dark on top of this dark. It's just way too much darkness. All right? All right. Go ahead, Akiyama. Somebody.
Okay, this one is from Cut from a Different Cloth. They ask, can we eat eggs?
Oh, well, I don't eat no flesh, no matter of flesh and blood. Eggs are embryos. That's abortions, bro. See, I'm just built a little different. Remember when we was little? I don't know if some of y'all faced this, but we used to have to get the sperm out of the egg. Remember you crack the egg and the white stuff? My grandma told me, you get the spoon and we got to get the sperm, the little white sperm, right? That's embryos, bro. I don't eat no matter of flesh and blood. So again, I'm not trying to tell y'all what to do, but I would tell y'all to start weaning from that flesh and blood. That's why you have a lot of sickness and disorders, disease, and that's why your spirits are also disturbed, because we were taught transgression, okay? No manner of flesh with no manner of blood. The herbs of the field will be to you for healing, and the fruits of the trees will be to you for meat. Everything is in the earth, bro. You got potatoes, you got rices, you got pastas, you got vegetables, you got greens, and then you can make the everything taste like whatever flesh and blood you was eating today, right? You don't have to eat no matter flesh and blood. And now they're doing everything to that flesh and to the animals, right? Slaughter of the animals is toxic. They're destroying them. They're like, I had a video that I put up when they took my a long time ago. No, that wasn't when they took my channel, but they took it down. I had released a slaughterhouse video, what actually happens to the animals when they're crying and like the torture, and then you're eating the sin and transgression for what was done. You're eating the trauma. That's why people don't realize how sick Americans are. And sick, I'm talking about disease and disorder, because you don't understand that what they're doing in the slaughterhouses to the cows and the chickens and to the pigs and to the birds, and they're torturing them and they screaming and they crying and the trauma, like it's like adrenochrome, bro. We're talking about these devils drinking this adrenochrome and eating it, but you don't realize you're doing the same thing, putting that flesh and blood in your temple. You're going to have to start fasting from that flesh and blood, children of the Most High. Enough is enough. I know that it's like, man, I ain't come here for that. I'm just trying to explain to you why you got so much disorders and so much darkness is happening. You understand? That slaughter of the innocents, we're called to protect the animals, not consume them, not eat them. Okay? That part. That's the part of the that was after Genesis 3 and 6 when they got kicked out of the garden. And Cain was the first one to slaughter and kill and eat animals. Transgression. Now, come back to the righteousness of the garden, his presence. Okay? Now, yes, he has compromising laws for our sin and transgression to stop us from descending further into cannibalism. We did that in a whole different lesson. All right? But yeah. So yeah. No. You can eat. I'm not the type that I won't swine. Now, I'm not misunderstanding Paul, Shaya'ah, because I understand the scriptures. I understand what the actual Hebrews did, right? And I can understand what these Romans took with religion. That's what this whole lesson tonight, all these people who's doing this are Christians. No disrespect to no Christians, right? No disrespect to nobody. But I'm talking about the difference between religion and a relationship and understanding what the scriptures really said and what religions transliterated and got you cursing yourselves. You understand? All right? Shaya'ah, I know they misconstrued Paul talking about they say anything and eat it with thanksgiving and thanks. The devil's a lie. There's abominations. That's wrong. Shaya'ah Paul was a Hebrew of Hebrews. He spoke Hebrewese. Peter, Kafayah, said, don't try to understand Paul because you won't understand him. So you have to have an election to understand that. Religion, the Romans and stuff got you to curse and believe that stuff. Shaya'ah ain't do that stuff that they're trying to make you think Paul that he did, all right? So again, I'm not saying that I'm disrespecting anybody from eating flesh and blood. I'm just trying to tell you that what's going to happen when you get old in age, the doctors will tell you to stop eating the flesh and blood. Do you understand? I ain't telling you what I'm saying. I'm telling you what I know. The reason why I look like this at this age, I'm a child from the 60s. You understand? And that's why someone said on the other live, someone said, why you ain't got all those grades? I said, I got some few grades and everything. And then someone came and said, wait till you get in your 50s. I'm like, well, you late for that. You real late for that. My kids about to be in their 40s. You understand? And they're like, Dad, while I'm in the gym and people 25, 28 thinking I'm their age because I stopped eating any manner of flesh and blood over 40 years ago. So my temple is purified. It's like what the angel was created for. Now, I'm not telling y'all what to do. I'm telling y'all to start weaning from it. All right? You're poisoning yourselves. You don't realize it, but you are. And you're limiting your life. That's why a lot of you got disorders and diseases and, and aging and and stuff. But again, I'm not preaching to y'all. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to care about your mental, physical, and spiritual health. Okay, because you'll get to a certain age where the doctors will say, all right, no more red meat. They'll be like, no more fried this, no more that, other because you're gonna be dead because you done clogged up you done put all this toxins. Now you're trying to, right? So why not do it when you're younger and have a well-oiled machine? Okay. So just over time, I'm not trying to preach to nobody and saying you gotta do nothing. I would rather you just try to be righteous, but I do care enough to tell you to start weaning yourself from all that flesh and blood. You understand? You know, if you can cut it down to once a week, you can cut it down, you know, maybe to twice a week and stuff like that, and you'll see the difference in your temple. Right? Now the fish is because they poison the water and stuff. See, another thing is like you're not growing your own, you don't got your own aquatic thing with the fish. They poison the, there's so much mercury in the water, bro. This stuff is killing you, bro. It's crazy nowadays. But again, we're not, you know, just tonight ain't about a food lesson, but I'm just telling you what I live. So I'm different from others. I don't eat no manner of flesh with no manner of blood at all. I don't eat nothing that was alive and talking and breathing, you know, having babies and all that. To me, I just don't. That's just me. All right. So anyway, and my health shows from it, right? I've never been sick. I've never been hospitalized. I don't have insurance. I've never had insurance. I'm a child from the projects. Never been. Only time I've been hospitalized is gunshots, stabs, you know, physical things happen to me, right? Never sick disorder or disease or sickness, because there's no toxins, no flesh and blood. There's no traumas from the slaughter of the innocents, the animals going into my temple. It's purified. All right, this is my temple. So anyway, no disrespect to nobody else. I'm not preaching to y'all on that. I'm just saying that's what I live. But I will say, as a brother, some of y'all elder, right? Most of y'all, I'm your elders, right? There's very few that might be more older than me right here, right? Now, you have to be in your 60s and something, right? Now, but shout out to my elders too. As an elder or as a brother who cares, I would say start to wean yourself off any man of flesh and blood. It's for your temple. It's for your, it's spiritual too, all right? Fasting more, all right? And you'll see the difference in your energy. You'll see the difference in your temples. I'm not speaking what I'm telling you. I'm speaking what I know. Living on this earth for almost a century. You understand? And lived through the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010s. We're in the 2020s. You heard? I didn't live 1,000 lifetimes. So I'm telling you what I know. You heard? All right. So anyway, all right. Go ahead, Akiyama. So again, I just don't eat that. I'm saying y'all can eat what you want. I would just say don't eat no swine, because that's an abomination. The Most High called it an abomination. That's pig. I'm sorry, don't quote, no misquote Shaya all. You don't understand Hebrew. You don't even speak the Habariyah tongue to understand. If you don't speak Hebrew fluently and understand the euphemism, linguistics, the tonality, and everything, the structure of the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages, then you cannot understand Shaya all. And Peter, Kafayah, told you that in the Bible. He said, don't try to understand them. That's my brother. He righteous, but he's like a lawyer. He speak legalese. And if you can't decipher him, it's going to confuse you. So the Roman Catholic Church used Paul to decipher, to confuse the masses, and they made Paul a god. That's why they be like, Paul said, Paul. No, the devil's a lie. All right, let's continue. And that's just for your temple. And just good advice. The doctors will tell you that later. Trust me when I tell you that. You get in your 50s, 60s, and you start going, they be like, well, you got to stop eating this, stop eating that. All right. Go ahead, Akiyama. Was it something else?
Yes. Let's see. There is Leo asks, we can only eat things that are alive, like plants, question mark.
Say they still on food? I don't want to do food. It's going. Don't give me no more. Well, let me answer.
No more food?
What did they say?
So we can only eat things that are alive, like plants.
Yeah. Well, that's actually a good question. I'm not going to do no more food because I know people are like, I ain't come here for no food. Now, this is a crazy thing. When you eat flesh and blood, you're eating death. Listen to this. Now, this is fact. Now, we're just using common sense. have any of us ate a live chicken, a live cow, a live fish? Do you take a fish, right, and you eat the fish while it's alive, and right? Do you eat a live fish? And if you did eat the live fish, halfway through you eating it, it's going to die, right? So in your body will be what? A dead living being. Death is in your temple, right? Death. We are to be of life, right? Now, so none of us eat that. So we eat dead things, animals. Dead flesh is in your temple, and your body has to convert it and do all that stuff. Now, when you eat from the garden, when you eat fruits and vegetables, the fruits and vegetables, you can't eat a dead, well, you could if you could stomach it. When the vegetables or the fruits start to decay and die, when they start to die, they become inedible to your temple. You ever tried to eat lettuce that's starting to die, starting to wither, and it gets slimy? And you ever try to eat a dead fruit, a fruit that's decayed? So you eat the life, the minerals, the vitamins, the beta carotene from the colors of the fruits and the vegetables. That's the nutrients. That's why the herbs to be to you for healing, and the fruit. So the same nutrients that it come from the earth which you come from, that's what our body is meant to nourish our temples, because we come from the same thing of where it comes from. You understand? That's the Most High's rightful order in the garden. Read Genesis, Barashiyah, day 1 to day 7, before the transgression, before Genesis 3 and 6, the mark of the beast, 66, before sin and transgression, before the Hasatan world, before Cain, before the killing of the animals, before all of that, the slaughter. There was no killing of the animals. There was no eating, no flesh and no blood, no manner of flesh and blood. Now, when you eat death, you have death in your temple. So you have a decaying flesh. That's why a lot of Western America is really fat, because they have decaying flesh. And then they tell you to eat 3 times a day. So you have decaying flesh just building, and your body wasn't able, because it has to convert and do all this crazy stuff to make that pass through your system, because it wasn't built for your system. It's like having a car and a manufacturer told you that the car takes oil, and you want to put Coke soda in the car, right? You want to put something that wasn't built for the manufacturer. So you're going to what? Destroy the life of the engine. That's your body, your temple. Okay? So that's why you get sick and disordered and diseased. You understand? So that's dead flesh. You're eating death. So I would never, and this is interesting, I'm not telling none of y'all to do this, but I'm saying my advice is be very slow to follow a righteous man or woman who's trying to teach you life, who's trying to speak life when they got death in their temple, in their belly. Listen what I'm telling you. You know how you have Pastor Pork Chop and them, they be up there and they're just sweating and they got death in their belly. They just ate a whole, they got a dead cow, a dead pig, a dead whatever. Death is in their temple. I have never, and I will never speak the word of life to you with death in my temple. There's no death in my temple. There's nothing dead in my refrigerator. Let me explain the difference. When you go right now and open my refrigerator, there's not a corpse. There's not death. There's no dead cow, because that's my sister Mimi and Chucky the chick. Ain't no death in there. Okay? Nothing's dead in there. All right? All right. So that's the difference between life and death. You understand? How can I be living life when I got dead thing in my temple? So I would never, I learned this years ago when the Most High pointed, I said, I would never follow somebody trying to teach me the word of life with death in his temple. Bro, you need to fast. You need to come back, fast all that. Give me a couple of days, pass all that death out your temple, then come and speak some life to me. Because, and that's just me. It's just wisdom. Again, I'm not preaching to y'all. I'm just trying to tell y'all healthy wise. It's a spiritual thing too, but most won't understand. It's a higher election, but healthy wise, right? And even the darkness know that. You understand? These dark serpents, they know that too. That's why they feed us all this flesh and blood in America. right? And then the other countries who eat more of a natural diet, like a garden diet, they live alone. They don't have disorders. They don't have cancers. They don't have arthritis. They don't have sickle cell. They don't have, all this MS. They don't have Gehrig's disease. They don't have all this stuff, right? You go in the Hindis, the Himalayas, like the ones who eat natural foods from the garden, they be old, like 80 years old, looking just as slim and just as, right? And we be all big and fat and sweaty and stinking and sweating and all that stuff. That's the westernized diet. You see? Yeah, it's parasites and stuff. Causes disease and disorder. That wasn't built for our temple. I'm sorry, I'm just telling y'all real facts. You go look it up. But religion, I can eat what I want and say it with things that the devil's a lie. They done lied to you again. The same diddies who stole the scriptures and wrote they likeness and image, the same ones and wrote that in there. That part. But anyway, just for health, we can look outside the script. Just look at me as an elder brother saying, for healthy reasons, just slow down with the flesh and the blood. Start to wean from it. People are slaves to the belly. That's called the god of the belly. That's in the Bible too, right? If you can't master your temple, the biggest thing is the diet, the appetite. The biggest sin of American is slaves to the appetite. They can't say no to the belly, the devil of the belly, of the flesh, right? That's why fasting. Do you understand what fasting is? It's a purifying of your temple so that your spirit man can be more attuned to receive. Okay? So imagine you trying to fast and you got dead animals, the slaughter of the innocents in your belly. What happened to Chucky the chicken? If y'all seen my slaughterhouse video before they took it down on YouTube, you'd be tripped. I bet you wouldn't eat flesh and blood for a couple of months till that video went out your mind. When you see what happened, you see those babies crying, you see those cows screaming and crying as they slicing them and beating them and cutting them open and prodding them and they screaming. They sound like humans, bro. They like crying and it's the saddest. It's just heartbreaking, bro. And then they show you and you packaged up and you go to Piggly Wiggly in a Walmart and you go eat. It's sad stuff, bro. But anyway, let's continue. Hakiyama, give me something else. Not no food. Because I don't want to, I know that offends people. I stopped teaching that because that used to offend people when I used to stop share. That used to offend people. I ain't trying to offend. Go ahead. You got something else, Hakiyama? Share screen.
I do, but there is just let me see where I can find it. Just one more important question about it. Is that okay?
About food?
Yes, sort of. Yes.
Oh my goodness. All right, what is it? I just said no, and you just went, boy. Go ahead,
It's Lonnie. She says, "Can you come on here one day and speak about what do you eat?"
Yeah, I probably won't do it on the live only because I know a lot of people would be turned off from it because they're slaves to the belly. It just is what it is. But on our Lonnie, Hakiyama, put the ministry Patreon there. So we got all these lessons where we break all this down. We have a Tuesday Bible study, right? So YouTube is a whole different space, right? So, if I do this stuff here, then people get offended and stuff like that. But but we got so many teachings that I've done on it. And she'll put the Patreon there. Maybe I'll try to find a space to be able to talk some healthy stuff, right? Because I used to do this stuff of a health channel, right? Health and wellness, and because it's all about mental, physical, and spiritual health, right? So, but a lot of people don't like to hear it, because it offends them. But all right, go ahead, Akiyama. That was it. I wanted to do. Was it something else? Hello.
Sorry, I was posting it. Yes, there are others.
All right, so give me one.
Let's see. This one is from Salad Slaps. They were asking regarding those idols. What idols were those? I think they mean like what are their originalities and stuff.
I don't know, like the one on this thumbnail. I don't know who this is. Look a little bit like Medusa. She look a little bit like Medusa, right? That look like it could be a snake, but I don't know. These be all, see, they go back to the Akkadians, ancient Sumerians, ancient Kemet, what they call Egypt later, right? They be these Greco. So he had all these deities. They follow a lot of the Hellenist, Greco, Greek gods, the Roman deities, god devils, and all of these fallen angels. So it's just an allegiance of fallen, and they make these deities, and they're all devils, they all darkness, right? It's all darkness. So and this got a writing on the head. I really wish I knew what that was written on this head. Was written there. That looked like a 9, or it could be a Y. Look like it could be a H-O-Y or B-O-Y. That's interesting. I don't know. But anyway, go ahead. What's the next one?
The next one is from Terrain. They ask, okay, I've always taken the understanding those idols were of hybrid that lived among the ancients that had part human and part animal or slash reptile. Am I off there?
No, you're 100% right. They're Nephilim. So that's what they worship. So remember what I said, they worship the Watchers, right? The Watchers were the angels who came down and fell because they slept, and then they had children of the women that they slept with. So it's hybrid, right? And these children, hybrid Nephilim, when they die, they become demons. Those are what demons are, all right? So most people falsely be worried about demons, when those are really devils. Devils and demons are two different things. Demons are disembodied spirits of the Nephilim. They trapped here in this realm because they weren't legal. They can't go to Abraham's bosom or to Sheol, the holding place, to await the judgment. So they trapped here in this realm because they were illegally created in this realm. So they await the judgment here. So they float around here, they're disembodied spirits, and all they do is talk to us and incite us and cause you to, you ain't good enough, girl. Girl, you fat. Girl, you there. Look at her. Jealousy, envy, hatred, and they instigate. They're instigators. Okay? That's demons. They float all around. They can't possess you. Demons cannot possess your body. Devils possess your body. The Bible doesn't say demons. You got to read the KJV and stop with this NIV stuff, because they be adding their likeness in there and taking away all these new transliterations, right? Those are devils. On the island, when the Mashiach, when he went to the island and it was a legion, I am legion, we are many, the man was possessed with devils. You understand? Whenever the Messiah casted out our king, whenever he casted out that they call Christ and Jesus, right? Our king, the Messiah. Whenever he casted out devils. There are devils that only cast it out by speaking their name. Some devils only come out by prayer and fasting. Right? So you got to know the name of the devils. They have names. Do you understand? Devils inhabit your temple. These are dark heavenly hosts, right? Devils and demons are totally different. Demons are just disembodied spirits who just talk and talk and talk and instigate and antagonize. They do the work on behalf of the devils. So Hasatan, he uses demons and devils to do his work, because Hasatan is only one spirit walking to and fro. He lost his power of spiritual transference, meaning when the Most High judged Hasatan for what he did in the garden to Adam and Hayavah, Adam and Eve, he lost his ability to transcend time and travel like the other devils, like the other spirits can. So Hasatan is walking to and fro on the earth. So a lot of times we blame the devil, Hasatan, the devil, when it's not actually him. He got agents. He uses demons to go speak, and devils, all right, which get their power from our sin and transgression, all right, the devils, and he uses them to do his bidding. But he's one somewhere to and fro. I don't know where he at right now. He could be in Alaska. He could be in Africa somewhere. He could be in Chicago. He probably in New York, because there's a lot of devil time going on in New York. He probably in New York right now somewhere, right? Shout out to my New Yorkers, right? So he's walking to and fro, okay? He lost his spirit of astral travel, right? So he uses minions right? And he used demons a lot. They're the ones who instigate and talk to us, right? Those are the ones who make you feel depressed and make you angry and make you this and make you jealous and make you envious and make you all this stuff, right? All right. So, good. Beloved brother say he in Harlem right now with some Timbs on, right? At the corner store, at the bodega. Go ahead. That's what I say. He got on some Timbs. He ain't got a skateboard. The Most High took his skateboard. He ain't got a bike. See, that was the curse. The Most High said, like he cursed the snake too. On the belly you shall go, and you shall breathe dust all the days of your earth. So he cursed the snake, he cursed Hasatan, he cursed us, right? That's why we have to work from the sweat of our brow. He cursed the woman. That's why in childbirth she has pain. You understand? This is all facts. This scriptures, the Bible's a lie, bro. You better understand. My Sharice said he has some crossroads. he's somewhere. Yeah. Yolanda said he in the White House. I know that's right. Tell her, say it with your chest. I know that's right. He in D.C. I know that's right. But shout out to Aaron J. Go ahead. What's the the living word? This Bible alive and breathing, and they know it. So these devils, all right, let me get back to the these entities, these are they're correct. These are Nephilic being, right? So a lot of these statues and gods like Enki and Lil, Thoth, Thoth, Osiris, Apis, all of these ancient cultures with their gods, right? All of these, you got Enlil, Enki, Il-Nana, you got Sin, that's the moon god, the crescent moon god, Sin. So a lot of these words that we got in English come from these fallen angel gods, and we don't know it, right? So these gods, these beings, this is their ode to the fallen angel, the watchers, Simjaza, Azazel and them, right? Who got locked away. So these statues and stuff, this is how they worship their God. That's why the Most High tell us don't do no idol worship. We are not, now religion got people running around with a cross. No disrespect to my brothers and sisters, but y'all got to understand that religion has you transgressing the Bible. But we understand the Most High knows his grace covering you because for your lack of knowledge. But we are not to have no idol worship of no crosses and no stuff. That's what, and then what is the church full of? All type of idol worships. They got all type of stuff all over the place, statues and stuff, right? So that's what these are. The reason why Moses said no idol worship, and we don't worship because the fallen, they worship the fallen. They make them gods. They worship them as gods, right? And these statues, they believe that they have power, and they give them power. So you got some of them, son of God. Go ahead. That's what that's who they worship, the son of God. Yeah, if those who know what that means, they put it together. Now, that's why you have some, they feed them, even in ancient Hamites, right? The ancestor worship. What's that? Ephah and all that stuff, right? That's Ham's descendants, right? Shout out to my righteous African brothers and sisters from the continent, right? No disrespect. Talking about the righteous brothers and sisters, but you got unrighteous and unrighteous of every nation of people, right? But and deep in the mother continent in Africa, right? What they call Africa now, there's a lot of ancestral worship, and they serve their gods, and they give them food, they give them drinks, they give them offerings. That's what Baal and Moloch is. So what they're doing, guys, with these islands worship, the reason why they're harming little boys, the reason why we just talked about the island nobody talks about. Now y'all learned about the Fox Ranch Island, right? Y'all learned about that. They won't even talk about Candyland Island, Big Epstein Island. You can't find that nowhere. I just have to give y'all the info that I got, and I tried to find the other clip, and they wiped it already. I'm like, dag, it's gone, and I must have downloaded it, because I would have showed y'all some info. The one person had some Candyland info. They took it down. Now, the reason why Epstein and these powers and all these doctors, they serve, because what they're doing is when they harm the youth, that's serving their gods. They're fracturing the soul, and these gods want the slaughter of the innocents. So that's what they're doing when they're harming the youth, the little boys and the girls. It's really about the boys. That's what it's been about from the beginning. It's about that sin. It's really about the boy. The girls they harm. It's for the same thing, for adrenochrome and all that. But the girls they use to procreate, to make more boys. This is all ancient cultures, all the way back, all polytheistic, many gods, right? Devils, right? Many. So they make these statues, the idol worship, and they believe that they get their power from these statues. They serve it. That's why Epstein got these all over strategic points, because it's principalities, and they believe that these statues, and I believe it too, because I know spiritual warfare. I understand the difference between the physical realm and the spiritual realm. And if you think these things don't be having power, you'll be sadly mistaken. If you think that they don't get instructions, they don't get giftings, they don't get things from serving these, you'll be wrong. Because if you did, I ain't saying do this, but if you tracked and documented some of the ancient African, like Ifa religion, and when they put that food out, it be gone. The milk, they be putting milk out, they be putting food, these deities these devils be drinking it. You come back and the dish is empty, right? Door locked, can't nobody get in. Some spooky stuff, bro. Santeria, voodoo, all that. Voodoo, Mammy Waters, all this stuff. So it's all ancient cultures. That's why the Most High, the only monotheistic is our Safari Bible. The Most High said, put no other gods before me. Don't do none of this idol worship. It's all fallen angel. It's all adversary to him. Okay? Yeah, Laban knew he had an idol. That's the one who tried to hide it, right, Tamayah? Laban tried to hide his idol. And what's the name? Wasn't it Rachel? Who was that? Our grandmother that went and found it or something? So yeah, these are Nephilic. Yep, Santa Claus, Satan Claus, all of, oh, come on, don't get into the helly days, Ichi. Once you get into these helly days, Easter, that's Ishtar. That's Inanna, Astarte. You understand? These are fallen. That's Semiramis. See, depending on the different culture, the devils, the deities, the gods just change a different name. That's where they get that Trinity crap from too. No disrespect to my Christians. You got to study and show yourself approved. I got plenty Trinity lessons. For the Trinity lessons, well, I think I did it in the live streams too, but go to the video section of our channel. You'll see them. Just look. And it's open in the Bible. It's the Bible. It says it. But you got to understand, these are all these gods, they wrote their likenesses, so they got you serving all these other gods, right? That's why they got you saying, Paul said you could just eat anything. I'm sorry, but that is a lie from the lake of fire. That is the biggest, ridiculous, Pastor Pork Belly sin and transgression that you could ever believe. And Shayal did not live that. Shayal kept the Sabbath, he fasted, and all of it. He was actually righteous, but they confuse you because they know you don't speak the tongue. And Peter Kafayah tried to warn you of it, right? But again, people destroyed for a lack of knowledge, right? So yes, these statues, these images are Nephilim. They're Nephilim. And that's why Epstein was doing stuff like unaliving, and then they bronze cast the people. That's why he got statues all in his houses of his victims too, because it's capturing the essence, the spirit of the entity, of the individual. That's why you got to understand spiritual warfare versus the physical realm. Most people are limited to the physical realm because no spiritual warfare at all, because religion has dumbed everyone down. Right? You just go to church and believe, you say with your mouth, Jesus is Lord, and you saved. Wow. Like, really? Oh, you really saved? So you can go on and sin and eat whatever and do whatever and transgress and just do whatever, but I'm saved because the Messiah came and he shed his blood, so I ain't got to do nothing. I just got to get out of hell free card. The devil's a lie. You got to work out your salvation with fear and trembling. You better understand our Bible, bro. They done told you wrong. Religion and told you wrong. You got an ayadah to do. You got to die to the flesh daily. You got to say no. You got to follow told what the Messiah lived and live it out. You got to do a work. An ayadah, 6 days he worked. On the 7th day he rabbayah, he rested. You better work. Understand that ayadah and work. You got to work out your salvation with fear and trembling. You hear me? When I'm telling you, you got to die to the flesh so that when you get to that judgment, your righteous actions outweigh your unrighteous deeds. The devil's a lie. That's when that religion got sending everybody to the lake of fire in a handbasket. You going to hell in a handbasket. You ever heard that saying? Going to hell hard and fast. You headed to hell in a handbasket hard and fast. You heard? That's why the Most High got his righteous elect that's going to teach you the truth. And if you reject the truth, then guess what? He said, I'm going to reject you and your children. Because when I brought you the truth, you rejected it. Religion has caught you up. Don't get caught up in religion. Get a relationship with the Most High. Get a relationship with the Messiah, the only Yahweh, Son of the Father. You can call him Jesus. You can call him Yeshua. You can call him Yahusha. You can call him Yahweh Shai. You can call him Yeshaya. You can call him Yeshua. But just call him. And not just call him. Live what he said. Work out your fear and your salvation with fear and tremblance. Live what he lived. Do what he said. Don't be a doggone puppet. Everybody run around. Jesus Christ saved. Jesus this. You just continue in your sin and transgression. Yeah. That religion that taught you that. Live what he lived. The devils know how to read the Bible. Hasatan know the Bible. He tried to tempt our Messiah on the mountain with the scripture. You heard? So you can miss me with that. That's a good starting place to have a relationship, but you got to do something to try to seek the truth. But you got to do something about it. Religion will cripple you. Make you think you ain't got to do nothing. You understand? Everything's done for me. Oh, no, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. Because he's coming back and he's going to slay all the rebellious, all the unrighteous. That part, they tell you, boy. They don't tell you, boy. I swear, they don't tell you. All right, so anyway, let me continue. Let me stay focused. And you're right. I think they wrote boy on this head right here. Right? So these idols, they believe that the spirit of the entity is in the idol. So they place them as protection. Some put them for protection. That's why we're not to have idol worship. That's why they be having these gargoyles in these state buildings. Like when you go to these whenever you go to a city, cities were built by Nimrod. That's a whole nother thing, right? That's a whole nother lesson. We got a dope lesson on that on the channel, right? It's on the live stream. So go to the lives and look at the things. You go to the history. Go through the library we got. It's massive, right? Thousands of hours. All right, now that's why when you go to these big city buildings, they got up on the top, they have winged creatures. They got gargoyles. Matter of fact, watch this. Let me show you. Matter of fact, I forgot that. Thank you, Father. I got a couple of them. Watch this. So come, let me grab it. I got it. I got you. I got you. I forgot about that. I forgot I had it. Screenshot. Oh, grab it. Here we go. Watch this. Double click that. Bang. All right, let's go. Bang. Stop share. Share screen. Window. Bang. Share. Mosiah said teach his children. All right? So y'all see that? That's Epstein Island. Y'all see that temple? That's the one they always show. But look at this view from it. Look where it's at, guys. It's on the mountain. It's on a high place. So everything that was going on is not in that temple. It's inside of the mountain, underground. The Most High say he's going to crush the mountains. They build themselves on the high places. So that's why he got this temple and they put them on the mounts, temple mounts. Understand? Now, watch this. That's it again. So you see it up high. But I want to get to some of the, all right, that's that image, right, that I made the thumbnail from. See? Watch this. That's the other one. Here we go. Look. That looked like an ancient, might be a Chinese. So remember, it's every culture. So another trick that the devil does is he makes us think that they're all separate, right? Like this one's Chinese, this one's Hindu, this one's African, this one, they all Anunnaki fallen angel. It goes back to the Watchers and the 2/3 of fallen who fell with Hasatan. That's and Leviathan, the marine kingdom. It's that simplified. I don't care if you go to ancient Sumer, Acadia, Ugarit, you can go to whatever culture back early. They all serve the same. Now, these devils, Epstein, all of them, all these devils, the dude who ran the island we learned tonight, the Fox Island, they all serve. So that's why he's going to have all type of Chinese deities. He's going to have Hindu deities. He's going to have from the library of Shabinapal deities. He's going to have Greek gods deities. He's going to have Roman god deities. He's going to have ancient Kemet deities. He's going to have Sumer, and they're going to have more because they know that they are all from the Watchers. Do you see? So that's the one here that was before this domicile. Oh, see? And then they got the sundial. See? That's another deity, okay, of sun worship, Sol Invictus. That's where we get that Sunday worship, but I don't want to offend nobody with that. But let's continue, right? That deity is over whatever's this little domicile is going on in Epstein Island, right? So again, all right? So look at that. That's probably Medusa or something. I don't know who this is, what deity this is, devil this is. But look at this one, all right? Okay? And it's over the marine kingdom. And when you look, you see the old to the water. And look, the island over here is none but islands. All right, let's continue. Hold on. I'm going to show another one. That's the amber lamps. I took pictures. That's the fake door. Right? Look, we saw that one. See? Look, some type of gargoyle. Right? And they got these things placed strategically. Okay? Fallen angel worship. Devils. Another gargoyle with horns. We saw that in the thing. Right? Let's continue. That trapdoor thing. Look at this. Y'all see this one? Y'all know who this is? This is where we get Starbucks from. This is sirens, marine kingdom deities, mermaids, right? Moloch worship, that's what it is. Baal, Moloch, Remfram, Chairu, they're all the same. So at Avenue Deuce, I'm sorry, I was trying to say the name. The name Moloch, Baal, Remfram, all of them, Enki, Enlil, they just change different names through the different cultures, right? Just like Semiramis, Inanna, Ishtar, Astarte, okay? These are all the same deities, but they just have different dialects through the different, right? Through the different, Dagon, right? Now you got Poseidon. So I got another thing that I'm gonna show y'all with Epstein. He worshiping, what's the Neptune and Poseidon. Those are the gods over the marine kingdom. And in right here, over in Epstein, I was gonna do it on another one, but I'm gonna show y'all. Here, in the temple, at this temple, he got Poseidon and Neptune overlooking the water. So everything they do it for the deities to get power. All right, hold on. So that's where we get our, what's that, the Starbucks logo, right? This is sirens. We got a dope siren lesson. Boy, that lesson, the sirens. If Akiyama get the link, she'll post it for y'all. Y'all got to watch that sirens video. That was crazy that we bring out, right? Now, and this Epstein Island right here. Now look at this one. This Epstein Island. Look at this god. Ain't that the Hindu, the Vedas, the deity? What's the elephant one name? I forgot the name. It's the purple one. So you'll be like, well, why do he got all of these different cultures? Because they all the same worship the fallen angels. They just take on different from the cultures. They take on different names, and they might take on, thank you. And they might, yes, Ganesh, thank you. And they might take on different features, but they are still the fallen. Okay? All right? Yeah, the sirens are you should see our siren lesson. Oh my God, that's one of the baddest lessons in the world. The siren lesson. Hakyama put it up for you. She'll put it up for y'all, right? The siren lesson is crazy dope, right? So all of this is all over Epstein Island. So wherever the people run, and wherever the people try to get away, they got these deities all over the island, right? What is that back there? That's something else. And we don't even know what that is. I guarantee you it's some type of fallen god, whatever this is. Okay? That's the aerial view of the island. These are some of the cabanas. I cut that out. Something got cut out of my live stream on that part because it was supposed to show this. And he put forestry. So he had cabanas and cottages on the island where they'll pay so they can grape and unalive and do whatever they're going to do to the victims. And he put a lot, these are the ones on the water, but he got ones inland, and they all around, and they have big pools by it, right? Water. And he put forestry, a lot of dense forestry, and he paid millions to put all that forestry so it would muffle the sound of anything happening in the cottages when they paid us money. There's those rich serpents to unalive and harm the children. See, it's another one. Now, I don't know if this is a statue from the victims who he's hunting, who they were hunting, right? Or if this is an ancient statue of some, right? But this is another statue. But I think, in my spirit, I think it's a statue of the victims that they was hunting on the island, because it looks like the statue is running. Oh, you think it's Dionysus? Dionysus is a nasty one, bro. Yo, our Dionysus, our Greek, you would love, if you go to our live stream section, and you click on, it's the Roman Greek, click on it, and we do Hermes, Zeus, Dionysus, all of them dudes. Them is the most deediest, nastiest, their culture. That's what I'm like, bro. All right. Look, this is on Epstein Island. See, guys? And y'all be like, but ain't that China? Yes. Every nation, guys, this is the dragon. Who's the old dragon? See, I'm trying to teach y'all that when it changes to a different culture, language, it'll call them something else. It'll look different, but it's the same. Ain't nothing new under the sun. That's what you got to understand. So that's why on Epstein Island. So when they running, right? They're chasing you, right? Hunting you down. Everywhere you run, there's a deity, a devil. You can't get away from him on the island. He put them everywhere. So yeah, this is the old dragon, the serpent, right? You know, the Chinese, the year of the dragon, and they work just like they got us worshiping the dead. We call it All Hallows Eve. Right? And then, right, you got the Hispanics doing what they call that, the Diablo Day or the Day of the Dead or something, the parades, right? The Chinese got the dragon, right? So everybody worshiping the dead, right? And the Messiah, Mashiach, the Messiah, we all call Jesus, he said, let the dead bury the. We ain't supposed to be doing this. You understand? But we got, right? You're talking about All Hallows Eve, trick or treat, and all this stuff, right? Yeah, it do look a little bit like Olmec head. But yeah, this is that, okay? So yeah, Dia de la Mate, thank you. All right? So all over the island. And then that's the Nickelodeon, the island in the shape of Nickelodeon logo. And with the SpongeBob stuff, that'll come out one day. I'm gonna bring Zichi, I'm gonna do the SpongeBob stuff one day, right? So that's the Nickelodeon symbol from Scott. But look at all these other islands around. And he has submarines going to the other islands. So they got, they so-called got the little island, but what about this big island? What about Candyland? Why we don't hear nothing about Candyland? And that's his ambulance. He had an ambulance on his island. inside Epstein's temple piano room. 2019 Business Insider interview cites contractor who claims the striped hilltop building held a grand piano. So they said that it held a grand piano, supposed to be all white and white tiles and white floors. I got some inside of the temple stuff, but the top of the temple, that was nothing. Everything was under the ground. That's why it was built on the hill, on the high top, on the hilltop, all right, and the heights. Look, another statue. Y'all know what that is. That's symbolizing the hunting of an African hunter, and that's where they were hunting the blacks on the island, okay? All right, I'm gonna come back. I'll do that another time. That's another Epstein lesson we're gonna do. All right. So that was perfect with that question. I would have forgot. I had these and I had forgot. I would have, after the lesson, I'm like, Dag, I ain't even show the other gods, the other deities, devils that he had all over the island. Right? So again, I don't want to leave it on that. All right. All right. So yes, those statues are Nephilim. That's why this is an elephant, right? So the reason why, right, that's an elephant, and it's an elephant with a body, right, with arms, legs, and hands, because it's Nephilim. You see? It's Nephilim, okay? And all these religions and cultures worship the fallen. You had another one, Hakema, and we're going to close.
Let me look for you. Nope, we're good. They're just thank yous and such.
Well, thank you for everybody that's saying thank you. And Maddie said only one Jamaican young woman got off that island. A white guy liked her, and she escaped with him. She said she does not believe the others made it out. Wow, that's good insight. All right. Yep, devils and demons wearing masks. All right, so this was I had some other dark stuff, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna close out. Let's close out with something positive. Let me do something a little. It's a little quick. It's just something to lighten up our spirits. Right here it go. Right here. Share this. Stop share. Share screen. Bang, share. A little something to lighten up our spirits.
I love myself, I love my skin, I love my hair, my melanin. Even when I lose, was born to win. I never quit, just try again. I love myself, I love my skin, I love my hair, my melanin. Even when I lose, was born to win. I never quit, just try again. When I look in the mirror, what do I see? I love myself, I love my skin.
Love yourself, children of the Most High. Love your hair, love your skin, love yourself, love the lips, love the nose. None of us are made perfect. Love the created image of the Most High that you are. These devils are dark, and we got to protect these babies. We got to teach them to love themselves. They're teaching them to hate themselves, so they want plastic surgery. They don't want to be a boy. I want to be a girl. I'm not this. I want to get a this surgery. They hate themselves. Love yourself. You understand? Love yourself. Because the Most High created you in His image. You understand? If you don't love yourself, then you can't have love for nobody else. Love is a habaya. This is what we need to fight darkness with. You understand? Love yourself. Be comfortable with yourself. All of us got things that we don't like about ourselves, but love your spirit, man. You might not love this flesh, but make sure you grow to love that spirit, man, and tolerate the flesh. You understand? We got to die to the flesh anyway. It's just a temporary earth suit. You understand? You got eternity in your spirit. So love your spirit, man. But the only way you can love it is to know who you are and whose you are. Your spirit, man. So love yourself, okay?
I love my hair, my melanin. Even when I lose, was born to win. I never quit, just try again. I love myself, I love my skin, I love my hair, my melanin. Even when I lose, was born to win. I never quit,
When I look in the mirror, what do I see? I see the Most High looking back at me. I love myself. I love the Most High. I love because I look just like him. When I look in the mirror, what do I see? I see the Most High looking back at me. I love myself. I love my skin. You heard? Love yourself, children of the Most High. Love, you are created in the image of the Father. They want us to hate ourselves. You understand? We got to teach these babies to love the image of the Father in them, not worship your flesh, love the Creator in you. You see? Teach them, protect them, guide them, so that they can love themselves, so they can go forth and love someone else. You understand? What does it say? What does the scripture say? What the Messiah said, which y'all call Jesus, our King, the Messiah. He said, love that. He condensed the commandments down to 2. Love the Most High with all your heart, mind, and soul, right? And love your neighbor as you love yourself. Do y'all get it? So how can you love your neighbor as you love yourself if you don't love yourself? Come on, I'm going somewhere. I ain't talking about fleshly pride. When I look in the mirror, what do I see? I need to see the Most High looking back at me. That part. When they look in the mirror, they see the devil. They see the dragon. They see the serpent. They see Medusa. They see that elephant thing, Ganga. They see, when you look in the mirror, you should see the image of the Most High looking back at you. And your ways, your actions, your deed. Love yourself, children of the Most High, so you can love your neighbor as you love yourself. Come on, I am beautifully and wonderfully made in the image of my Father. You heard? Our Messiah told us what to do, how to live this out. Love yourself, children of the Most High. That part. And I ain't talking about that worldly crap. Talking about a habayah. I'm going to teach y'all what that is one day, and I'll put it on the screen and the definitions, because I'm going to teach you the euphemisms of the language. You got to understand language, because they always don't mean the same as English. You understand? It doesn't mean the same. Praise the Most High. So look in the mirrors and see a devil and a demon, right? Exactly. So when you look in the mirror, you should see the image of the Creator. And that's what the Bible says. That's what our Messiah told us to be, right? When they see you, they should see the Father. When they hear you, they should hear the Father. That's our barometer, our Father. And in that, our lives will be more light than dark, more righteous than unrighteous. And that's the path to salvation. You heard? And the Messiah is the way to salvation. That's what his name means. His name means the guiding, the path, the daliyat, the door, the way to salvation. Follow him. Through him, you get salvation. Through what? His ways, his actions, his deeds. And he sent you the comfort of the Holy Spirit, the Raya Hayakadash, to remind you of everything he said and everything he did. And he said, listen to that Holy Spirit, because it won't speak on its own accord. It's going to speak what the Father tells him, the Holy Spirit. Understand? The goal is to get back to our Father who art in the Shamayam. Our Messiah is on the right hand of him right now. He'll be back, and he'll be back not too long from now, because it's all this mess. He's coming back as a lion. He left here as a little lamb. He coming back roaring with a lion and a sword. You heard? He coming back to slay and chop down. All right? Praise the Most High, holy name in his rightful order. So praise y'all. I wanted to clean out. I wanted to end out with something a little more positive. You know, love yourself. Love your skin. You understand? Maybe I should end. Let me end with a little bit of word too. Tonight, we looked very closely, because what we see on what we saw on the screen, I just took it down, is not just a structure. It wasn't just a carving. It was a monument. A monument. They build their palaces surrounded by waters. And the scriptures did not tell us to see the waters as something simple. The book of Psalm 74 said, Thou didst divide the sea by thy strength. Thou breakest the heads of the dragon in the waters. Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces. Hold on. Let me do this correctly. There you go. Let me close out. We close out with some love. Let's close out with the word, because I got to remove that darkness. There was way too much darkness over this lesson, all that. But we need to understand these islands. See, they surround these islands. They put them on islands. I mean, they pick islands because of the marine kingdom, Leviathan, and they put all these temples up, right? These Nephilic temples, right? And they build it. The Bible says, the stone shall cry out of the wall, and the beam out of the timber shall answer it. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood, and establisheth a city by iniquity. So they build these towns. I told you the other dude who built the other ranch, he built that town. You understand? And they established the city with iniquity. Okay? So this means that the very things that men build, the things can testify against them. Come on, mammy water. So that means the things that men build with their hands will testify against them, because these walls remember. The ground remembers. Places speak. Everybody listen clearly. All these things are alive. The earth is alive. The rocks are alive. The mountains are alive. Do you understand? The stone, when they build these temples, see, they understand the vibrating energy. They understand that everything is being recorded. Come on, Yahakanah. And everything remembers. The Bible says it. So they surround themselves with the marine kingdom, mammy waters. But the scriptures never spoke as the sea as something simple. I'm going to read it again. Psalm 74:13. Thou didst divide the sea by thy strength. Thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. Thou breakest the heads of Leviathan in pieces. See, the seas has always represented more than water. The seas, the Mayam, has represented chaos, power, forces. Once you understood in the Hebrew original Habariya tongue the word Mayam, its attributed descriptors is chaos, power. It's a judgmental, the waters. That's why there's places in the waters, the Mayam, that we ain't to go to, because the waters represent chaos, power, and forces, spiritual forces beneath the surfaces. That's why the Most High said we ain't to go in depths of the seas. You understand? And when you go into prophecy, that's when you see the patterns. Okay? In Revelation 17, it says, the waters which thou sawest are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues. So now it's describing the waters as kingdoms or nations. The waters which you saw are people. So what you see on this thumbnail is waters surrounding. But you know what they see? People, multitudes, nations, tongues, principalities. So they serving, that's why you got all these statues everywhere. So at night, those waters, the spirits come up off the waters. Do you understand? So the sea is not just water. It represents the masses of people, its systems, its influence. That's why they got maritime law and currencies. You understand? The banks of the river. You understand? The current seas. Okay? The systems. So the waters represents the masses, the systems, the influence, and the control spread across the earth. I'm teaching you spiritual warfare now, okay? These is why they put these islands. This is why they do everything on the waters. Even in Africa with the ancestral worship, they got Mammy Waters and the Ifa and stuff, right? Everybody know the powers of the darkness over the face of the earth, the marine kingdom. See, the sea ain't water, all right? Just water. It represents control. That control that spread across the earth. That's why it's run on maritime law. And from that same sea, in the book of Revelation, it says, Revelation 13, I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out the sea. And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority. So the Bible is talking about a system rising from the waters. Come on. A system rising from the waters. And what does Epstein have? What do they have in that other island? It's surrounded by waters. And what do they have? They have a system, systematically, okay? This is power given, authority transferred. So it says, I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, and the dragon gave the beast his power and his seat and gave him great authority. You're seeing power given, authority transferred, because the marine kingdom has a power for a time to the end. Just like Hasatan is the God of this world for a time. That's because of Adam and Eve's mess, okay? So we have to consider in the natural world, we have the global system of trade, of commerce, of movements, and it's governed by the sea. That's why we are controlling the waterways. America's smart enough in their dark wisdom to control the waterways and make they spend all their billions and get into an allegiance of having the sea, controlling of the sea. You control the global system of trade, commerce, and movement. They're all governed by the sea, the ships, the cargo, the oil, the resources. Entire economies flow through what? The maritime system. And many and all of these islands operate under maritime frameworks. Jurisdictions that are different. The laws that govern them are different. This is the structures that most people never study. But the scriptures warns us about systems that are built on deception. In Ecclesiasticus, the book of Sirach 10 and 8, it says, because of unrighteous dealings, injuries, and riches that are gotten by deceit, the kingdom is translated from one people to another. Everybody, I'm going to say it again. The book of Sirach, Ecclesiasticus 10 and 8. Yeah, the Romans took our Apocrypha out. The devil's a lie. We put it right back. It says, because of unrighteous dealings, injuries, and riches gotten by deceit, the kingdom is translated from one people to another. All right. When systems are built on corruptions, they don't stand forever. So the Most High's word said, yep, riches by deceit because of unrighteous dealings. So each kingdom is going to fall. Come on, Natasha. That's why you just got to let the Most High cook. That's why I said earlier, I said, no, sister, don't feel defeated. The Most High is doing the work. Vengeance is his. Because of unrighteous dealings, kingdoms will be translated from one people to another. It must fall. You heard? Because when systems are built on corruption, they never stand forever. They are exposed, they are shaken, and then they are removed. You heard? And we living in that time right now. The Most High is doing that right now, where things that was once hidden are being revealed. In the book of Luke 12 and 2, it says, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. I'm saying it again. Luke 12:2, the Messiah, who we call Jesus, who we call Yeshua, who we call Yahusha, who we call Yahusha, who we call Yahusha, who we call on, our Messiah, our only begotten Son of the Father. He said, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, neither hid that shall not be known. Therefore, whatsoever you have spoken in darkness shall be heard in the light. Somebody talk to me. We are to be a light on this earth. Whatever you have spoken, you have done in darkness, going to be exposed by the light. That's why the Most High got me exposing all the darkness. That's why we closing out with the word. That's why we close out with the positive. I love myself, and I see the image of the Most High. When I look in the mirror, what do I see?
You're going in and out again.
Oh, they mad. When I look in the mirror, what do I see? I'm supposed to see the Most High looking back at me. That part. Because what is done in the darkness shall be heard in the light. Nothing stays buried. Nothing stays secret forever. They try to have their secret societies, they skull and bones, they 322, they this and that. You can secret all you want. Nothing stays secret forever. The book of Isaiah 60:2 says, for behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and gross darkness is going to cover the people. Darkness over the earth and deeper darkness over the people. See, that means it's not just hidden truth that's happening, but actually blinded perception. People destroyed for a lack of knowledge. The darkness that these serpents, Epstein, politicians, governments, powers, authorities, has put over the earth, they put the people in the deeper darkness. Destroyed for a lack of knowledge, blinded perception. And when the people are blinded, they don't question the symbols they see. They don't question the systems that they're living under. They don't question what is placed right in front of their eyes. But the Most High God is righteous children. I'm going to wake you up. The dog and the devil's a lie. I'm going to put some Visine in your eyes. I'm going to put some Clearance. I'm going to pour some water in the eyes. I'm going to wake up everybody. No more sleeping in bed. I'm coming to wake you up. You hear me? Because the word in Proverbs says, the simple believeth every word, but the prudent man looketh well to his going. Do you understand? Proverbs 14:15. The simple believeth every word you hear, but the prudent man looketh well to his going. So discernment is required in this day. Not assumption, not fear, not imagination, not false dealings and believings, but discernment. Because the exposure is happening right now, and it's not by accident. It is by the Most High's design that he's exposing everything. Ecclesiastes 12:14 says, for the Most High shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. I'm telling you, our Bible is so alive that people don't understand. We closing out that people don't understand. They think it's just a religious thing, and that's it. Pastor Porkbelly taught you that crap. He don't know our Habariyah word. This Bible is alive and breathing. For the Most High shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil. I said every secret thing. Come on, y'all's design. Every secret thing. So that means nothing escapes accountability. Nothing. Everything will be exposed. Even creation itself. Even creation groans under the weight of what it has done. That's where repentance coming out and accountability. Romans 8:22 says, for we know that the whole creation groaneth and travaileth in pain together until now. That's the accountability, responsibility that we are Yah's creation. The creation groans under the sin that it has brought. It is done. Because the earth knows and is bearing record. The land knows and is bearing record. The places, high places, low places, they remember and they are bearing record. So when we see structures like this thumbnail on these islands under their maritime jurisdictions, connected to their powerful portal networks, you see, I come to teach you to ask yourself, discern what is being shown actually and what is being hidden. And right now, in 2026, what is being revealed? What is the Most High showing us? Because this ain't just about one place, this island. It's about the whole system. All of their systems, all of their influence, all of their power, all of their control, and the gradual peeling back, revealing, uncovering. Come on, Natasha. Come on, Maddie. The Most High is the Holy Spirit flooding my arms right now. Praise his holy name, his rightful order. I feel you, Rayak. I feel you, Rayak Hayakadash, Holy Spirit on my arms. Listen clearly. What the Most High is doing right now, he's unpeeling the big layer, beloved brother. He's unpeeling the onion, all the systems, because it ain't about just this one place, this one island. It's about all the systems worldwide. Why you think they're blowing the wars still happy? Why you think they're going to wars with Iran and Iraq and they blowing up Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Dubi Dubi and Dhabi Dobi and ISIS Rael and all everybody, they just exploding and everybody, all the systems.
You're going in and out.
Oh, they mad. It's more than just one place. It's about all the systems. It's about the influence, the power, and the control. And the Most High is uncovering it all. Come on, from D.C. to London to Vatican City, all the way from New York City to Australia, all the way from Timbuktu to Africa. You heard, to the Caribbean. Y'all, come on, Hayazak. Y'all shaking their systems. Do you hear me? This is the gradual uncovering of what has been done in the darkness. So the Most High is uncovering every dark thing that they did. So tonight we went back to 1977. Did we, beloved brother? Did we go back? Yeah, we've been back to 1977 and started uncovering their dark. So what they did and hid for 50 years, we just uncovered in 2026. You hear? Because everybody understand this clearly. Hear me and hear me good. We are about to expose everything, because this is the time. We are to examine all things, we are to discern all things, and we are to seek out the truth, and we are to expose all things, because it is written in 1 Thessalonians 5:21, prove all things and hold fast to that which is good. We are to test everything, we are to hold on to truth, we are to reject the lies and the deception, because now we are living in the time of the revelation. That's how we know we at the end of the book. As in the days of Noah. Ain't the world looking like Sodom and Gomorrah? Worse than Sodom and Gomorrah. These people run around talking about they a fairy. I identify as a pork chop. They run around here identifying as a speaker system. They run around here. They run around here with a speaker on their forehead. I'm a speaker. This is worse than the day. I know the answer that like this is worse than the days of Noah. They probably in Abraham's bosom like, Father, is this the end time? Because this look crazy. they run out here identifying as a pencil. What kind of crap is that? Yo, you can't make this up. And they done mixed all the food, right, guys? They done hybridized the food, right? They got non-GMO food. They got all type of stuff. We got all type of crap, right? We are living in the time of the revelation, where discernment is everything, everything, everything. This is the word from the Most High to all of y'all, his children. Everybody who stayed to the end of this live stream, praise the Most High. We closed it out with his holy word and his rightful order. We just summed up, we sealed that darkness of this lesson up, right? We sealed all these PDF files, all this darkness. Yeah, Franken food. eating us Franken food. I remember I was trying to, this is years ago, I was trying to get the soup, right? So, I don't eat flesh and blood. So I got the soup and it was, I was like, okay, good. I got the soup and something told me, this is about 3 years or 4 years ago, I'm in the soup, something told me, read the ingredients. So I know ain't no flesh and blood in the soup, right? So I'm good. The soup, I started reading the ingredients. It said GMO, genetically modified. I said, what? Genetically modified what? What are you putting in it? Oh, the devil's a lie. Like, oh, I can't eat my soup. I'm like, you got to read everything now. And whatever we can't cover, the Most High grace will cover us. Okay? So praise his holy name, his rightful order. May the Most High cover and bless you all. This has been, what's it called? Epstein's second island. The Big Island, Big St. James. They don't tell us nothing about Big St. James. They want to talk about the little crap, right? Big St. James was Candyland. Why they ain't exposing Candyland? That's what we need to tell the government. Excuse me, the files, we need to hear some about Candyland. Why y'all scraping Candyland? I want to hear what was going on the Big Island. If that was going on the little one, what was going on? What was going on Biden's brother's island? What's going on this other island? You heard? No, tonight we showed you the island that nobody talks about. Fox Island. Shout out to Michigan. Shout out to Detroit. You heard? All the darkness. Yeah, they bio-engine in the back of the food. It's crazy work. All right. Epstein's second island, PDF land, the darkest places in America, unseen details exposed. Thank you, Hakyama, for assisting me tonight. Thank you, Elder Tamayah, for covering the lesson with your presence. I don't remember, was Yasha here? I don't know. Shout out to Il Governator. You can be coming in as we closing out, all right? Shout out to, and thank you to the assembly, to the ministry for welcoming everybody that knew that came tonight. They let us do a little bit. We only got to about 200 or something, but that's better than, before. I'll take that. I'll take that, YouTube. I apologize. I won't do what I did on the last one. I'll watch what I put in the titles and the thumbnails, right? May the Most High, good night, Solid Slops. May the Most High cover and bless you all. May you go forth and be the light on the darkness. May you see the image of the Most High every time you look in that mirror. When you look in the mirror, what do you see? You ought to see the Most High looking back at we. We ought to see the Most High looking back at we. All right? You're creating his likeness, his image, his being. Less of you, more of him. All right? Love the Most High and you children of the Most High from every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. No matter what you call our Father, if you call him God, Lord, Yahweh, Yah, Yahweh, Yahuwah, Yahayashah, Yahaya, whatever, call him. You heard? Praise the Most High's holy name, his rightful order. Thank you to the assembly, the House of Yah Mashiach Assembly Ministries. Thank y'all for welcoming all your brothers and sisters. I'll see y'all Friday about 9:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the Most High, I don't know what I'm doing. Y'all see the thumbnail. I don't know. I'll never know until it's the day that he gives me what I'm supposed to bring out. But I know it be his word. May the Most High, shout out to J-Star. May the Most High bless you all. Welcome, J-Star. Sorry, we closing out right now. And you can rewind the replay. Peace and blessing, everybody. Go forth and be the light in this darkness. Love your neighbors, you love yourself. But discernment, watch out for these babies. Watch the serpent. And also, watch out for the tail. See, that's a spiritual warfare lesson. The serpent has a tail. So a lot of times, you'll look for the head. The tail is going to come back and whip you. All right? So don't just watch out for the head. Also watch out for the repercussions, what come after the effect when you go into a confrontation. Watch out for the whip around of the tail. All right. May the Most High bless and cover you all. Thank you, Maddie, and thank you, everybody who joined us tonight. Peace and blessings from the house of Yah to Yah worldwide. Have a blessed night. All right. Let Kayana close us out with a song. Shalom, everybody. Peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight, a gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna email me for the link.